Some images belong only on an artist's canvas, where extremes of beauty and horror, things that should only exist in the imagination, can be rendered in 3 dimensions. But some images defy such easy categorization. If a nude figure is the noble pursuit of artistic beauty, what happens when you add blood? Leo didn't know. When the scene unfolded before him, his first feeling was pure, gut-wrenching shock. His second was, what's a number for 911 again? Behind the apartment door stood a woman, a single woman with blood dripping from her arm. It was hanging loosely at her side, so the crimson trails flowed in irregular patterns, a grotesque network of external veins drawn onto her skin. To say she was nude wasn't entirely accurate. It was more that what she was wearing was functionally useless. A silk bathrobe was draped over her shoulders, loose and gaping. But she was smiling. In the internet age, the word demonic had been cheapened, mostly used to describe some try-hard e-girl with too much eyeliner. But this tableau, Leo couldn't think of a better word for it. It was a demonic kind of beauty. The moment the door opened, a cross breeze ripped through the apartment. The dark curtains billowed like angry ghosts, lashing against the window panes. The sound was like a sheet being snapped taut, the same sharp crack you hear when you shake the wrinkles out of clothes fresh from the dryer. On a nearby table, the flames of a dozen candles flickered, dying and relighting in the turbulent air. The wind was blowing. Her eyes, too, went from dim to blazing. Because he was here. I thought you wouldn't come. Jesus Christ. Did you get robbed? Leo burst into the room, instinctively grabbing a half-full water bottle off a table. He'd been looking for a weapon, anything at hand. He scanned the room, searching for a possible assailant. A home invasion? A burglary gone wrong. After a frantic search turned up no one, he tossed his phone aside and started looking for a first aid kit. His medical knowledge was practically non-existent, but even an idiot knew the protocol. Stop the bleeding, then call for help. I'm not trying to die. Don't waste your time calling an ambulance. Are you insane? You think you're the goddamn Grim Reaper? Whether you die is up to the injury, not whether you feel like it. I have a first aid kit right here. I'm genuinely in awe of you, Leo muttered, watching dumbfounded his doctor. Evelyn Shaw calmly retrieved a medical kit and began to expertly disinfect and bandage her own wound. Then, she started cleaning the blood from the floor, wiping away what looked for all the world like a crime scene. After a final spray from a disinfectant gun, only a faint metallic tang remained, quickly masked by the scent of sweet osmanthus from the candles. Hearing about it is one thing. Seeing it is another. A frail, sickly woman, kneeling on the floor, wiping up her own blood, and occasionally glancing up at you with a serene smile. It felt like watching a serial killer sizing up their next victim. You're so practiced at this you look like a serial killer, Leo said, his voice tight. Wait, don't tell me you're the culprit. This sort of thing happened often. Before I met you, you did this to yourself? I've heard donating blood can be good for your circulation. So, that's great. Really great, Leo rambled, inching backward toward the door. He just spotted the fruit knife on the floor. The weapon. He had to secure it, but he only managed a few steps before she blocked his path. With the knife. Were you planning on sneaking that away? She asked, her voice calm. My mom always said that kids who play with knives get bad karma. If you don't want bad karma. Leo, she cut him off, her smile unwavering. That little trick where you spout nonsense to distract people? Save it for your clients. Okay, you win. You're the smart one, he said, hands raised in surrender. Now give me the damn knife, or, I swear to God, I'm gonna get physical. Leo swore to himself that coming here today was the single worst decision of his life. Nobody told him she was this sick. He'd rushed in on pure instinct, seeing the blood and assuming the worst. He thought someone had attacked her. Turns out the attacker was her. Leo, there was never anything real between us, was there? Stop, he snapped. If the cops heard you say that, they'd think this was some cliché drama about a scumbag breaking a girl's heart. Even if you did this to yourself, I'd be an accessory. Why don't you ask me why I've started doing this again? Because you're sick. Leo lunged. He had no confidence in his own fighting skills, but he had plenty of confidence in Evelyn's lack of physical prowess. The woman looked like she'd lose a fight with a rabid chihuahua. He was sure he could pull off a heroic, movie-style disarming. But in the instant he moved, she simply offered the knife to him, handle first. Her smile was radiant. I wasn't going to die, and I wasn't going to hurt you. Then why are you slicing up your own arm? It's a way of releasing emotions. I suppose it's like how some people smoke, or play a video game, or masturbate, or hide in a corner and pick at the wallpaper when they're agitated. I can't say I relate, Leo said, taking the knife and placing it far away on a bookshelf. But at the very least, you probably shouldn't be doing it while answering the door for guests. If the old lady next door saw this, she'd have a heart attack. I saw it was you through the peephole, so I'm the guilty one. Is that it? You hide the good stuff and make sure I see this. As he said it, his gaze drifted downwards. In his initial panic, he hadn't noticed the full extent of the view her gaping robe offered. Then again, you couldn't exactly say she wasn't showing him. All right, if you're fine, go to bed. And in the morning, make a doctor's appointment. I'll open the door to invite you in to celebrate. First, I've heard of this being a cause for celebration. You want me to print up some invitations? Rent a banquet hall? Maybe collect some cash gifts for you? You could. And on the invitation, the reason for the celebration would be, I've finally decided to leave Leo Miller's life. The words fell into the room and silence followed, absolute and heavy, broken only by the crackle of candle wax. Their eyes met across the flickering light. For real, cross my heart, she said. It was a decision made in a moment of profound grief. Why else would I need to release my emotions? Pop the champagne. The dynamic between two people can shift dramatically with a change in identity. Leo's first impression of Evelyn Shaw had been of an intelligent, gentle, high-level psychologist. Over time, those labels had morphed into villainous, scheming, and predator. If Leo's love life contained anyone with labels like that, he was bound to be miserable. Anyone would be. But now, in this moment, looking at her from a perspective stripped of romantic entanglement, Evelyn seemed to be, just for a second, that intelligent, gentle psychologist once more. Love, he mused, really does make people ugly. They were on the roof of her building now. After passing through a top-floor stairwell covered in graffiti, profanities and declarations of XXX was here. Evelyn had produced a key for the heavy iron door to the roof. The building manager would have had a fit if he'd seen it, cursing out the outsourced security company for their incompetence. Leo followed behind her, carrying a bottle of whiskey and some snacks. He didn't usually like to drink. Any hobby becomes a chore when it's your job. But today was a good day. He had finally reached a strange, unspoken truce with the most difficult, most entangled woman in his life. Is this your secret base? He asked. It's yours, too. Evelyn pointed to the outer wall, where the words Leo concedes were spray-painted in bold, conspicuous letters. She was reminding him of a certain foolish boy who couldn't hold his liquor. I guess our relationship really was special back then, Leo said, feigning confidence. For a professional drinker like me to admit defeat, I must have been trying to save your pride. Your tolerance for alcohol is actually abysmal. Have you even been drunk since you lost your memory? No, haven't had that many clients, and none of them were really here to drink. Instead of professional level tolerance, you should call it professional level faking. If we were judging by actual capacity, you probably wouldn't even meet the entry requirements of the Cypress Lounge. What are you talking about? I'm a genius host. If I couldn't drink, how could I have made so much money? You just wanted the money, she said softly. So you force yourself to transfer the liquor from the glass to your stomach, no matter the cost. Her words were likely meant to remind him of how hard he used to work. But Leo let them drift past him like the wind, because there really was wind up here. He stood at the edge of the rooftop, feeling it rush at him from all directions. From his vantage point, you could even see the winding ribbon of the river that gave Riverbend its name. He spread his arms wide and closed his eyes. He looked like he was enjoying himself. In reality, he was just striking a pose. If Dr. Shaw were truly the high EQ person she appeared to be, she'd find a good angle and take a dramatic photo of his back. She was, in fact, taking a picture. Stop trying so hard to create a mood, she said, lowering her phone. You look like you're trying to hug an invisible airplane. Thanks. Great photography skills. Your commentary could use some work, though. It's my duty. When someone says, thank you, you're supposed to say you're welcome. Or, use your broken English and say you are welcome. But it truly is what I should be doing. Leo hated this kind of pedantic back and forth. Can't you just say thank you? What was the best way to deal with a contrarian? Obviously, you double down. Fine. Open that bottle and pour in my mouth. Evelyn picked up the whiskey, poured a generous amount into a glass, and then tipped it toward Leo's open mouth. Most of it splashed down his chin and onto his shirt. Leo wiped his face, determined to continue the game. Thank you. It's my duty. Still at it, huh? Go downstairs and buy me a bag of Doritos. Spicy nacho. Evelyn actually got up and went downstairs. 10 minutes later, she returned, slightly out of breath, and handed him a bag. It was Funyuns. Thank you. It's my duty. Okay, what is this? Why are you being so deliberately difficult? What's the point? Leo's instincts were screaming that something was wrong. This wasn't Evelyn's style. She wasn't the type to engage in silent, passive-aggressive games. She was acting like a cat sulking in a corner. Dr. Shaw, You're not trying some new weird-ass therapy on me, are you? I'm not your doctor, she said, her voice flat. I never was. Oh, there it was. She was definitely sulking. Women always got this look when they were angry. But from Leo's current perspective, she didn't count as a woman he had to placate. What nonsense are you talking about now? Leo, every single one of my professors, every ethics guideline from the Psychological Association, they all warn therapists against forming intimate relationships with their patients. So you're just not very professional then? I consider myself to be an extremely professional doctor. Professional my ass. Your patient asks for a picture, you insult him. He asks for a drink, you pour it all over his face. He asks for Doritos, you bring back Funyuns. But I never once refused your request. Not ever. What are you trying to say? I was never your doctor. Leo hated flashbacks. This was like forcing a man with no legs to run a marathon. I don't know what you're talking about with all this weird stuff, he said, trying to steer the conversation back to solid ground. For now, let's just celebrate you getting out of my life. It's Evelyn who is leaving your life, she corrected him. To break the rule about doctors and patients not forming intimate bonds, I tried very hard to face you with two different personas. I'm not seeing a split personality here. It's not exactly obvious, because it was a failure. Evelyn didn't seem particularly dismayed by this. Leo, think back carefully on our interactions. You know I have amnesia, and you're still asking me to remember things. The things that happened after the accident. Meeting at the hospital, you driving me home, me confronting you about the flash drive, you becoming my girlfriend on campus yesterday. Recalling those recent events was easy enough. But why? What was the point? Think carefully, she pressed. During that time, did I ever refuse a single request you made of me? Yes. I asked if you knew about the flash drive, and you said no. I said a request, not a question. For example, Evelyn, I demand you take off your clothes right now. I asked you to leave my life, but when I asked if you'd accept me being your simp, you agreed. Leo shot back. Suddenly, something clicked into place. He was beginning to understand. She wouldn't refuse his requests, but she would exploit any loophole she could find in the wording. You ask her to buy Doritos, she brings you Funyuns. That behavior, combined with Evelyn's own strange predilections, it sparked a bizarre association in Leo's mind. So you're saying our relationship wasn't just doctor and patient, or even boyfriend and girlfriend. It was, I don't really know the right words for this, so this might sound crazy, but was it something like my old neighbor, Mrs. Gable, and her pet cat? Yes. And you're telling me this now. Why? For you to issue a request for me to get out of your life. A request so thorough, so complete, that it leaves me no room to find a loophole. A wave of pure, unadulterated absurdity washed over Leo. He thought the well of his forgotten past had been pumped dry. He never expected it to be hiding a gusher like this. He desperately wished he had a mirror so he could scream at his own reflection. Look what you've done, you son of a bitch. You had a tragic backstory with an ex-girlfriend? Fine, I accept that. Who doesn't have a sad story? You were playing footsie with your future cousin-in-law? Fine, I get it. She wasn't in it for love. You can't stop that. You had a thing with a rich girl? Also fine. It's normal for a young guy to have a crush. You were being kept by a rich woman? I even accept that. Life's hard, you gotta make money. But this, explain this to me. Huh? What the hell is this? Leo didn't have a split personality. This was just the furious, internal monologue of a man confronted with a reality so ridiculous it defied logic. He felt antsy, fidgety, because he genuinely had no idea what to do. This wasn't a game he'd ever played before. Dr. Shaw, you gotta be kidding me. You. Leo considered himself a man of the world, but he had zero expertise in this particular area. He'd read about similar dynamics, sure, but the girls in those stories were usually homeless anime priestesses or pitifully innocent waifs. The damsel in distress type. He simply could not connect the image of Evelyn Shaw, the gentle, intellectual, older sister figure with a bookshelf full of Hegel and Nietzsche, to a cat. His cat. She belonged in a tiered lecture hall, scolding him for skipping her elective class on Freud and dream analysis. But here she was, sitting quietly next to a bottle of whiskey on a rooftop, waiting for him to give her a command. This world was one giant, R-rated film built on jarring contrasts. Honestly, Dr. Shaw, if you told me you were a cat demon who turned into a human, I find that more believable than what you just said. I gave you plenty of hints before. The bruises on my arm, the times you insulted me in anger, you having this hobby, and me being the object of that hobby, are two completely different things. It's like if I had a thing for my friends' moms, my buddies would just laugh and say I had weird taste. But if I acted on it with his mom, he'd come at me with a fire axe. After our conversation this afternoon, I've already given up on making you accept it, she said, her voice soft. All you have to do is yell at me. Seriously. In stark contrast to Leo's agitation, Evelyn's eyes were filled with a sense of release. She was finally going to do what a psychologist should. Everyone else was moving on from their past relationships. She had been trapped in hers for far too long. Why had she clung to hate? Because in their special relationship, love wasn't necessary. That was for normal couples. All she needed was for Leo to have no one else in his heart but her. And hate commanded attention far more effectively than love. To be honest, her plan had almost worked, but she had no access to the Miller family side of the story, so she never knew that his capacity for hate had already been claimed by a certain prick named Ethan. Leo wanted to run Ethan over with a semi-truck repeatedly. He didn't have any room left to hate her. After making the decision to let go, Evelyn had gone through a long and painful process, even resorting to self-harm to release the pressure. But after the storm comes the calm. After immense pain comes release. Even if Leo verbally accepted this relationship, would he ever accept it in his heart? No. Isabella Vance's words had made that painfully clear. Her pathological attachment had to end here. All she needed now was one request, a request to end everything. With an air of peaceful resignation, she leaned against the rooftop retaining wall, letting the wind blow through her hair. Is it really so hard to shout one sentence, handsome? Leo wasn't wrong. She was back to her intelligent, composed self. No longer the nocturnal creature crawling in the dark corners of his life. Can't we do it another way? This is a little embarrassing. Leo was genuinely flustered. This wasn't some cheesy anime where the hero was always shouting, "I demand you do this." He felt like Evelyn's smiling expression was a trap. Like the moment he said it, she'd burst out laughing at what an idiot he was. "Can I say it quietly? You can even hold me while you say it." Evelyn walked over and wrapped her arms around his neck. For a second, their eyes met, and it felt like they were about to kiss. But instead, she stepped closer, hugging him tightly. Her ear was right next to his lips. "Until you say it, we are still intimately close. If you wanted, you could even issue a request for me to do something with you. And if I don't say it, you'll just keep clinging to me? Maybe we could just be good friends. You're contact in the psychology world for me, right?" Leo tried to de-escalate, to handle it with a gentle touch. "Don't try to understand or treat me like a normal person," she whispered. That attitude, standing on the moral high ground and sneering at someone else's peculiarities, is its own kind of arrogance. You once called me a patient, and you have to treat patients in special ways. For example, you wouldn't tell someone with a fever, "Normal people don't have such a high temperature, you're different from everyone else, so you have to get better quickly." What you do is give the medicine to bring the fever down. A man and a woman, locked in a passionate embrace on a rooftop at midnight. It should have been a romantic scene, but wherever Leo Miller was, the genre always veered into the absurd. Evelyn truly seemed to have let everything go. She nuzzled his ear with a practiced ease. Every action has a reason. No one is a complete mystery. All her behavior stemmed from a twisted, pathological attachment, not some so-called treatment plan. She was only able to see that now because of Leo's own ill intentions toward other women. She thought she was doing an excellent job as a psychologist, separating her two roles. But she had failed, because even as she told herself that only hate could cure Leo's condition, she was desperately craving a place in his life. It was a pure, simple craving. She was craving love, even a love she knew was built on ulterior motives. "I'm sorry, Leo. One of the reasons a psychologist can't have an intimate relationship with a patient is because it's an abuse of an unequal power dynamic. If a therapist exploits a patient's weakness to satisfy their own emotional needs, it's forbidden. So what am I supposed to say? Just, 'I demand you get out of my life,' and a few other things to prevent loopholes," she added. "Like you're not allowed to appear before my family, not allowed to check my social media from behind the scenes, not allowed to ask others to stalk my social media for you." Who the hell could list all that? Leo was done playing this weird, kinky little game. He wasn't getting anything out of it. "Listen, Evelyn, let's just disappear from each other's worlds. This city is too big. If we don't deliberately arrange to meet, we'll never see each other again. I won't be able to stop myself. Then do whatever you want. Whatever makes you happy." Leo lay back on the concrete, giving up. Something seemed so heavy to Evelyn. But to him, they just weren't that important. Love was a low-priority item on his list. Lying on a rooftop for a while seemed like a better use of his time. It was a nice roof. You could look up and feel like the moon was right there, the night sky a vast, dark comforter. He idly chewed on the pull tab from a beer can, turning his head to look at her. "Evelyn, you never actually wanted me to say those words. I've thought it through very clearly. If you'd thought it through, you wouldn't have answered the door with your arm dripping blood. That's no different from a cat acting pitiful for its owner. You had so many ways to make me yell at you in anger, instead of putting on this miserable show. Evelyn was silent. Let me guess. Your feelings and your thoughts are still at war. Your mind is forcing you to let all this go, but your feelings won't let you leave. But I'm a new ship, sailing in a new era. And you can't board the new and improved USS Leo with a ticket from the old world. The greatest thing about the word feeling is that you can never predict how you will feel when a feeling actually arrives. It sounds like a tongue twister, but an example makes it simple. Under the influence of teenage hormones and Hollywood movies, most people fantasize about their first kiss. If you were even a little precocious, you probably imagine the sensation of lips meeting countless times. But when the girl of your dreams finally kisses you and gives you a look that shines like the sunset on the river, that sweet touch is guaranteed to shatter all your expectations. It's like a giant mallet striking a drum inside your chest, pounding until the drumhead breaks and spills milk mixed with honey. Because regular milk isn't sweet enough. But all Evelyn had in front of her was alcohol. She thought she was ready for any outcome. Whether Leo said the words or not, she had a response prepared. But when she heard the casual, easy tone of his voice, a sourness still rose in her throat, unbidden, because she couldn't sense a single shred of emotion in his words. In most of the lovesick cases she'd handled, more than half involved patients descending into a spiral of complex emotions after a fight with their partner. They came to a therapist to vent. They'd insist they couldn't stand their partner's behavior. But after an hour of catharsis in her office, they would almost always go back and make up. Because people who truly want to leave have no emotion left. Just like Leo now. He was so relaxed, he seemed less like he was on a dramatic rooftop and more like he was at a campsite. He had waved away her pathological farewell with a casual flick of his wrist. It was a classic Leo technique in interpersonal relationships. Evelyn's behavior was undeniably strange, but Leo wasn't particularly surprised. The subculture scenes were full of people like her, many of them far stranger. He dealt with countless clients every day at the lounge, each with their own worldview and way of life. Leo could never fully adapt to every client's rhythm. Staying in someone else's tempo meant you were always on the back foot, constrained. He was always fighting to seize the initiative in any relationship. But it was hard, because human beings will surrender physically, but they rarely surrender mentally. No one ever gives up their own point of view. It's like those guys who get into street fights. The winner always asks the loser, had enough? And anyone with a bit of spine, even with a face full of blood, will shout back, never. It's a manifestation of the indomitable will in the human genome. Even when every objective condition points to defeat, we subjectively reserve a certificate of victory for ourselves. Faced with that kind of resistance, Leo would give up on words. He would find a way to make the other person feel it. The easiest way to win was to let them convince themselves. This plan wasn't supposed to be necessary, Leo muttered, standing up. Don't know which bastard decided to cut in and have a chat with you. He started jogging in slow circles on the rooftop, trying to burn off some of the alcohol. Then he walked over and hefted her over his shoulder. Her sickly, frail body couldn't have weighed more than 100 pounds. What are you doing? I am now requesting that you shut up. Evelyn immediately went silent, but she started tracing letters on his back. They went back down to her apartment. Evelyn tried to get down, but Leo held her fast and asked, "What do I need to pack for an overnight trip?" No one answered. Evelyn was still riding on his back. "I request that you speak. I haven't stayed overnight anywhere since I bought this place. Now shut up." Leo grabbed nothing but the keys to her BMW 3 Series and pushed the door open. The scene looked exactly like a robbery, the kind that was both a burglary and a kidnapping. A frail woman, slung over a man's shoulder, utterly silent, frantically writing on his back. "I can't read what you're writing. Speak. I request that you speak. Can you put me? No. Is being my personal taxi service such an insult to your dignity? Can you carry me in a different position? I want to see the road." Their first stop was the hospital. "My wound is fine. Shut up and don't talk." Leo stood at the hospital entrance, waiting as an ambulance slowly pulled up. As the paramedics wheeled a patient out, he stepped forward with a heartfelt concern, helping to push the gurney. To any onlooker, he was a model citizen. But once they were through the revolving doors of the ER, he would quietly slip away and wait for the next ambulance to arrive. "Can I speak?" "Go ahead. You brought me to a hospital. To make me experience the heavy atmosphere firsthand? To let me witness the prayers of grieving family members, and thus realize that a healthy life is a happy thing? To tell me that hospital rooms have witnessed more prayers and attachments than hotel beds? No. If that was your idea, you should have taken me to the surgical waiting room. That's where." Shut up. Another ambulance arrived. This time, it seemed Leo had found his target. He followed the gurney into the hospital. He was gone for a full 15 minutes this time. When he came out, he spoke a string of baffling words. That guy's name was Lou Fields. Real estate agent. Got a kid in elementary school. Probably not going to make it. Lost too much blood. They found him too late. And now we go to the next stop. Leo started the car in silence and drove Evelyn to another place. The funeral home. Funeral homes are usually on the outskirts of town. The strip of road leading to this one was a bleak mix of urban and rural decay, lined with shops selling faded wreaths and other funereal supplies. Running into a place like this late at night was undeniably creepy. To enhance the atmosphere, Leo even told a ghost story. A man gets a call from work, saying his family had a death in the family and he's excused for the day. When a man gets home and opens the door, he sees a funeral portrait set up in the living room. And it's a picture of himself. The man died in a car crash 7 days ago. It's the return of a soul that died a violent death. Evelyn finished, without a trace of fear, as if recalling a fairy tale from her childhood. Damn it, I must be an idiot to tell you a ghost story. With the way your apartment is decorated, I'd believe you if you said you were a witch from Southeast Asia who practiced black magic. I actually read about a type of black magic that can make a person fall in love with a female goat. Evelyn was back to her gentle, placid self. Besides a subconscious smile when she spoke and a nod when she replied, her face was a mask, showing no emotion at all. Let's go. Inside. Are we at a funeral home, so I can feel the complex emotions of loved ones saying goodbye? After all, this is one of the few places on earth for absolute grief. Despite her many guesses, Evelyn couldn't figure it out. She could only blindly speculate about Leo's intentions. Leo didn't answer. Instead, his face instantly transformed into a mask of sorrow. He took out the white mourning band he'd bought and tied it around his head. He started weeping loudly, wiping away fake tears. Leo's crying was so convincing, so heartbreaking, and his youth made it all the more pitiable that it drew sympathy. A kind-hearted man walked over. "Brother, my condolences. Your family. My cousin passed away. He sobbed. You and your cousin must have been very close. He would be comforted to see this." Evelyn watched the scene completely baffled. The air was thick with the scent of funeral wreaths and the sight of the word mourn everywhere. Her mood inevitably grew heavy. If Leo's goal was to make her feel that weight, he had clearly succeeded. But what did this have to do with them? Leo could have just walked away and left her to her own devices in her apartment. Why did he have to drag her here to see all this? After his theatrical crying jag, Leo emerged with a cigarette tucked behind his ear, a gift from his newfound brother in grief. He walked over to the security guard's booth. "Sir," he said, handing the cigarette to the old man. "I need to book a cremation. Who do I talk to? Is the person already gone? Soon. I'll take you in a bit." The guard took the cigarette, but made no move to get up. Then he noticed another full pack of cigarettes appear on his counter. It was a pack of Chunghwa, a premium brand. "Son, I can't take these. Sir, my family's never had a plan of a white affair. There's some things. It's all small stuff." The guard opened a drawer, pulled out a stack of business cards, and handed one of each to Leo. "This is for the motorcade, the band, the banquet hall, the cemetery. If you don't want cremation, want a burial instead, I can give you a separate number, but that'll cost you extra." "Thank you, sir. Thank you." Leo took the pile of cards, examining them like precious treasures before stuffing them into his pocket. Evelyn stared, utterly bewildered. "What is he doing? Did a relative of yours pass away?" she asked. "No. Then what is all this?" "Preparing in advance." If things had proceeded normally, Leo said, his voice flat and cold, "we would have needed this today." "For who?" "For you." Leo drove away from the funeral home, following the numbers on the business cards. Even in the dead of night, people answered. This line of work didn't keep office hours. Death didn't either. "How much for the motorcade?" "How much?" "Okay, I'll think about it." With each call, Leo kicked restlessly at the gravel on the shoulder of the road. Finally, he got back in the car and looked at Evelyn. "It cost a lot of money to die. When did I say I was going to die?" Evelyn's face was pale. The smile she wore a forced, brittle thing. "If I hadn't come to see you tonight, the next time I saw you would have been in a news report." Leo couldn't quite explain how he knew. Maybe it was the moment he saw her mask of detachment begin to crack. He just knew that when someone's demeanor shifts from dark and twisted to serene and released, it's not always a sign of recovery. It could be a sign of resignation, of giving up the fight. Her release wasn't born from understanding. It was born from the decision to end her own life. "Are you trying to talk me out of killing myself?" "The conventional wisdom says I should, but I tend to respect other people's choices. I'm just taking you on a tour of the process, letting you see what happens after you die. It's good to be prepared. He pulled out his phone and opened the calculator. The guy at the hospital, Lou Fields, he died by suicide, too. His wife was already on the phone with relatives, talking about their mortgage. I took a picture. It's pretty gruesome, to be honest. You'd probably look something like that. I know it was low class of me to take it, but I figured you should see the reality. I stuffed $1,000 in his son's pocket, so I think he would have given me a thumbs up for the photo op. He continued, his voice devoid of emotion. I've mapped out the process for you. You can go to a lawyer and make a will. Pre-book the furnace at the funeral home. When you decide to do it, try to be quiet so you don't scare your neighbor. You have family, right? You'll need to let them know. Tell them not to bring too many people. The banquet halls are expensive. You probably have savings, so you can afford it. The hospital part is what you saw. They try to save you, then they declare you dead. You won't look pretty. The funeral home is what's in front of us now. Your parents will be here crying. Your relatives will be whispering about how much money you made, whether it's enough to supplement their retirement. When it's all over, you can hire me to give a eulogy. Try to write something simple so people can understand it. Consider it my final service to you. He finished his speech and waved goodbye to the man he'd met inside. The cigarette smoke and the smell of burning paper filled the air, mingling with the sound of distant sobbing. It all rushed into Evelyn's mind. She watched a group of people in white mourning bands walk past. When you're bombarded by that much sensation, it's impossible to find the right words. Am I going to die? That's for you to decide. Is it always this complicated? This is the simplest version I could come up with. If you just took a handful of pills, the police would have to investigate. It's hard to tell suicide from murder. A medical examiner would probably have to cut you open. I wasn't trying to die. I just wanted to see the blood. If enough of it flows out, you die. But Leo, this is my choice. People always choose the better of two options. I disagree. Sometimes you're faced with two bad choices. He showed her the photo on his phone. It was the man from the hospital. I guarantee you, if that guy Lou had the choice between watch the game and drink a beer with friends and kill himself, he would have picked the beer. So what made his options become hang himself or jump off a roof? What was it? I don't know, but something strange was at work. Because every suicide is a murder without evidence. Evelyn was trembling, tears streaming down the face that was always so rational, so serene. She looked up at him. So who's killing me? I don't know, but I'm going to be the detective and find out. He paused, his gaze sharp. And it seems like your death has something to do with me, which means the cause is our pathological relationship. So I need to know the source of all this pathology. Now, tell me your story. Let me find the real killer. No one tells their life story in a funeral home. Not unless you want to hear an icy voice from the shadows asking why you stopped. Ghosts like stories. Evelyn sat in the passenger seat, silent, her hand clenched tightly on the hem of Leo's shirt. The highway back to the city was empty, the road illuminated by the hazy glow of streetlights. You're not afraid of ghosts, are you? Leo asked. Leo, can you hold me while you drive? Your reactions are so weird. When most people get caught trying to kill themselves, they either break down or get embarrassed. You just get horny. She didn't answer, instead trying to climb over the console into his lap. He held her back with one arm. You're trying to get us both killed, aren't you? Leo, I knew you could tell I was going to do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have shown you all that blood. And what if I hadn't noticed? You see everything. You always see everything. So, this has happened before. The very first time you saw it. You told me then. You said that people who want to die just need a little love. Her eyes were hazy with memory. Leo's voice was rough. And I save you every time, and what I get in return is your hatred. Because when you can't get love, she whispered, all that's left is hate. The road back to Riverbend was wide and dark, flanked by the glittering city lights on one side and the black, impenetrable mountains on the other. This was the right atmosphere for a story. So my adoptive father left me his fortune, she continued, her voice a monotone. I honored his wishes, became a believer, and eventually went to Europe to study psychology. She said her time in Germany was difficult. Besides the terrible food and rigorous academic standards, her greatest fear was a sense of homelessness. She had money, but nowhere to go. She eventually returned to Riverbend. Her father's friends, fellow members of their church, offered to help her set up practice. She trusted them because she had trusted her father. By then, she understood the irreversible consequences of extreme actions. She regretted what she had done. If she had handled things more gently, perhaps her adoptive family would not have been destroyed. She began to repent, trying to atone in the way she thought her father would have approved. It was during this time that she met Leo for the first time. He was her patient. She was fascinated by his strange condition and his incredible vitality. One night, he'd be suicidal, The next he'd be buzzing with excitement about a new job opportunity. His life force was a mystery to her. Still, they maintained a professional distance. The turning point came at a church gathering. Her father's friends gave her his personal notebook. "Your father always said you were a gift from the Lord," they told her. "This belongs to you." She took the leather-bound journal, planning to read it at his grave. But when she opened it, the first sentence stopped her cold. "I am willing to walk the earth and cleanse it of sin." This girl is the source of all sin. The notebook detailed her entire tragic history, framing her as the cause of her parents' fire and her grandmother's accident. It went on to outline a horrific plan for her 18th birthday, a day he had intended for her to repent for her evil and despair. The love had all been a lie, a temporary truce with a demon. But even the most faithful servant couldn't withstand his wife's betrayal, and with a single knife thrust, he had sent her to God. The last line in the journal read, "Hand this notebook to her." I can already imagine the demon's despair when she sees this. She will repent in a torrent of gratitude and hopelessness. Evelyn looked at the faces of the believers around her. They had clearly read it. They were waiting for the show. She stood there and accepted it with a bitter smile. It's what she had always done. But when you accept everything with a smile, you become numb. That night, she went home and cut her arm. Pain was the only thing she could still feel. Her heart was too numb for anything else. Lying on the floor, watching the blood flow, she was about to pass out when she heard a knock on the door. A primal survival instinct kicked in. She crawled to the door, leaving a smear of blood like a serpent's trail on the carpet. The last thing she heard was a familiar, flippant voice. "Whoa, Dr. Shaw, you in a cosplay or something? Is this some kind of weird performance art?" When she woke up, she was in a sterile, white hospital room. She was alone. Her body was too weak to even lift her hand for more than a few seconds. The four in her arm was a potential weapon, but she couldn't muster the strength to pull it out. She needed an easier way to die, drowning. It took her half an hour to drag herself to the bathroom. But when she finally pushed the door open, she saw that wouldn't work either. "Jesus, Dr. Shaw, you're a pervert. Spying on people in the bathroom. You, cough. You've been in here this whole time. Yeah, this show is too good. Don't you watch stuff on your phone when you take a crap? Hey, get out for a sec, let me pull up my pants." She didn't say anything else. She couldn't. She had fainted. Evelyn decided to wait until she was discharged to die. Suicide in a hospital was just foolish. And Leo was always there, a constant, buzzing source of energy. He'd complain about his job at the lounge, his classes, his girlfriend Summerlin. "Don't you ever get tired?" she'd asked him. "My girlfriend and I broke up again. I've got all this expressive energy with nowhere to go. You don't seem very sad. We'll get back together. What's there to be sad about?" He was peeling an apple, carving the skin into a perfect star. "Leo, nothing about your life suggests you're a hopeless romantic. Do you really love Summerlin?" "I don't know." "Then why do you send her all your money?" "I promised to protect her." That sounds like something a child would say. I was 12, which is childish, I guess. But a promise is a promise, no matter when you make it. Evelyn stared at him. She knew promises were meaningless. "Leo, your psychological problems all stem from this pointless sense of duty. The pressure she's under is beyond your ability to fix. Letting her go is the best choice. I can accept a breakup, but I can't accept the reason being that I'm a loser who can't provide for his girlfriend." "But you can't. That's the reality." "But I did it." He suddenly stood up, showing her his phone, his face beaming. "Look at my sales figures. #1 at the lounge. I'm a genius." She didn't know what to say. He was celebrating a victory that only benefited someone else. "You worked hard for that, and now you have to take care of me in the hospital. It's not for free. I'm charging you. $90 a day, non-professional home care rate." An emotion flickered across Evelyn's face for the first time. "Fine. It was only fair he get paid. It's not like she needed the money." "Wait, if she didn't need the money. Leo, after I'm discharged, will you still take care of me? In-home care has a different rate. Take care of me until I die, and I'll give you my house and all my money. On one condition, you can't give any of it to your girlfriend." Mission accepted. The Leo Miller Home Care Service guarantees your safety post-discharge. She was testing him, trying to see if he was as bound by his promises as he claimed. "Let's put it in writing. You're really not going to send her money. We're broken up now. She's my ex. There's nothing wrong with sending money to an ex, right?" "Haha." For the first time in a long time, Evelyn laughed. For a person who was numb, the mundane world held no interest. But this strange boy, he was interesting. She wanted to talk to him a little longer before she died. "You can't transfer any money until I'm dead." "What? I'm your caretaker. It's my job to keep you from dying. Don't you want the money sooner?" After being discharged, Evelyn found her suicide plans complicated by Leo's constant presence. He complained endlessly about his job, his classes, and his clients, all in a bid to get a raise. She ignored the request for more money. She was leaving it all to him anyway, but she noted his complaints about his time being precious. She didn't want him to be inconvenienced by a police investigation after her death. She decided to drive to Mirror Lake on the outskirts of town and make it look like an accidental drowning. She wore a simple black silk dress that Leo had picked out for her. The water was cold, and the clinging fabric was uncomfortable, but a dead person has no emotions. She barely struggled. As she sank, her life flashed before her eyes. The fire, the car crash, the orphanage, her adoptive father's betrayal. She was a dead piece of wood struck by lightning. But then the images were replaced by the face of a talkative, infuriating boy. People with so much life are naturally drawn to those who have none. Leo probably knew I was going to do this, she thought. He must be waiting for me to die. Then the money will be his. Leo loves money more than anything. An emotion she hadn't felt in years, hesitation, began to sprout in her heart. She started to panic, thrashing in the water, looking for something to hold on to. But there was nothing, and her weak body had no strength left. Then she felt something pulling her. As she lost consciousness, the last thing she heard was that familiar, motor-mouth voice. If you wanted to reenact a scene from a tragic opera, you should have picked a better costume. Why did you save me? She gasped when she came down the shore. I made a promise. Wasn't the promise that you'd get my money after I died? The promise, he said, wringing water from his shirt, was to keep you from dying. Why don't you ever tell me not to die? Respect other people's choices. Enjoy your own life. If I die, you can give all the money to Summerlin. At the mention of Summer's name, Leo fell silent. He stared out the window, saying nothing. What's wrong with you and Summerlin? She hasn't responded to a message in a week. I thought you had a solution for everything. Leo just shook his head with a bitter smile. He stood up. I'm going downstairs. To do what? I don't know. Suddenly feel like sitting in the kids' park and drinking water from the fountain. That's your illness talking. Whatever. I feel like doing it. Maybe I'll do my own tragic opera cosplay and just stay in a lake this time. Suddenly, Evelyn didn't want to die. She could always go through with her plan later. But as a doctor, she couldn't let Leo succumb to his illness. Leo, your psychological issues are still there. If you don't change your behavior, you'll live in constant pain. And then what, doctor? I'll treat you. But you have to accept my methods. Name them. Until I say the treatment is over, you have to come to my home every day. Fine. Evelyn was lying. Leo didn't need to come every day. She was blurring the line between her professional role and her personal needs. A doctor didn't need him there. But Evelyn did. As long as I'm clear about it in my own head, it's fine, she told herself. Their relationship shifted again from caretaker and patient to doctor and patient. Leo would come to her apartment, her ad hoc clinic, and talk, and she would fulfill her duties as a doctor. But after the sessions, Evelyn would ask him to take her for a walk. She was afraid to go out alone, but with Leo, she felt safe. As a psychologist, she knew this was a classic symptom of deep-seated insecurity, a product of childhood trauma. But she trusted his promise. The whole thing felt a bit like taking a pet out for its daily walk, but it was enough to make her content. She savored this time. The thought of suicide never entered her mind. She had re-established a bond with the world. Until the day Leo returned to her apartment. I'm being kept. I might only be able to come by occasionally from now on. What about your illness? We can deal with that later. It's 30 grand a month. Leo, our treatment was just getting on track. You've barely had any strange thoughts lately. The illness can wait. An opportunity to make money can't. For the first time, Evelyn lost control of her emotions. I don't understand why you're doing this. Summer Lynn is the reason you're sick, and I'm actively treating you. But you, what does she have to do with it? A boyfriend helping his girlfriend solve her problems is just being responsible. This isn't normal. You don't even love her. She's my girlfriend. Who else am I supposed to love? Your actions don't come from love. They come from a need to rebel against your father's irresponsibility. You're just trying to play the part of a responsible man. I disagree. If you analyze every action to death, there are no good people in the world. A philanthropist might not be acting out of love, but if his money gets kids in the mountains and education, he's a good person. Leo shrugged, picking up his bag and turning to leave. Evelyn didn't try to stop him. She had crossed a line, and she couldn't offer him money. What kind of doctor pays their patient? When a client wants to terminate treatment, all she could do was state the consequences and let him choose. She couldn't scream at him like an abandoned lover. Leo didn't come for 3 days. Evelyn was a nervous wreck. What if he's hanging from a tree somewhere? Silas isn't there to save him this time. She hadn't left the house in 3 days. No one was there to take her for a walk. She couldn't wait any longer. A follow-up call was perfectly normal for a psychologist. He answered the video call. He was cooking. The sound of the range hood buzzed in the background. "What's up? Just checking in on your psychological state. Couldn't be better. I can eat 3 bowls of rice in one sitting." His familiar, smiling face flashed across the screen. Just seeing that vibrant smile made her dark apartment feel a little warmer. "I'm glad to hear you're doing well. Remember to stop by when you have time." He didn't answer. He had walked away to serve the food. The phone was left on the counter, and a moment later, a woman with striking blue eyes appeared in the frame, looking at the screen with curiosity. "Who are you?" "I'm Leo's psychologist. Does he really have a psychological illness?" "He does. I hope you won't put too much pressure on him while you're together." "You don't need to tell me that. He wants money, so I give him more money. It's simple." Leo returned to the kitchen and stood next to the blue-eyed woman. "Your doctor says you have a psychological illness? It's a small problem. Take some time off from school. I'll give you money to hang out with your friends, but I want you home when I get home." "You got it, boss." Leo's face was wreathed in smiles as he started massaging Isabella's shoulders. Isabella enjoyed it, then glanced down at the phone. "Don't call him again. His illness is not a problem. I have my own way of helping him." Evelyn tried to balance everything. As a doctor, she was pleased. Leo's problem stemmed from a goal that was beyond his means. If he had money, he wouldn't get sick. It was a crude but effective solution. But as Evelyn, she couldn't accept it. Because Leo wouldn't come now, he probably would never come again. Complex emotions collided in her mind. She accepted it with another bitter smile, just as she had accepted everything else in her life. Things always burst in her life unexpectedly. Fires, car crashes. When her behavior became extreme, something beautiful would temporarily appear, like her adoptive parents, or the voice asking if she was cosplaying. The extremity would recede, because God gives every child a chance to repent. But when the child set out again with hope, God would shove a lit firecracker in their mouth and shout, "Boom! To hell with you. Who wants to hear your confession? I'm just a doctor." A psychologist can't form an intimate relationship with a patient. Evelyn murmured to herself, blowing out the candles and curling up in her chair. She held a knife. She couldn't bring herself to use it. She was waiting, hoping to hear a knock on the door. She swore that if someone knocked, she would use the knife instantly. She wouldn't answer the door. She wouldn't make a sound. She wanted him to see the aftermath and regret it. She waited for 17 hours. No one knocked. She hated Leo, just like she hated her parents, her grandmother, and her adoptive father. She had always been this extreme person on the inside. "I was ready to die. Why did you have to come? And if you came, why did you have to leave? How can I make him stay forever?" She knew she couldn't die now, because she had an expectation. Who could keep him forever? Summerlin. He loved Summerlin, but how could she make him love her instead? To hell with being a doctor. She wasn't a psychologist anymore. She was Evelyn Shaw. She dialed Leo's number. "Hello, is this Leo? What is it, Dr. Shaw?" "I'm not Dr. Shaw. I'm Evelyn." "Christ, you're calling me this early to play identity games?" "Let me tell you a secret. For guys, a woman in a uniform is way more attractive than a civilian." The familiar irreverence, the familiar stupid jokes, the familiar exhaustion in his voice. "Leo, you sound tired. Fought with Summer again, and the sugar mama's got a ton of drama. Do you want to come to the clinic and talk?" "Dr. Shaw, I appreciate the concern, but I'm swamped. I'll stop by later. If that's all, I need to get some sleep. Last night was..." "Leo," she cut him off, her voice breaking. "I'm not Dr. Shaw. I'm Evelyn, and I think I want to die. Can you come be with me?" She didn't know when she had started crying. She only knew that after her choked sob, the other end of the line went silent. A long moment passed before a voice came through. "Put the knife down. I'm on my way." When Leo arrived, he was carrying a bag of breakfast. He didn't ask her why she was trying to kill herself. "Eat. Pour buns from the place downstairs. There to die, for I haven't eaten in a day." "Is that something to brag about? You want me to praise you? I don't want to be like this. Can you just help me fix it? You're being dramatic. For every meal you skip, you transfer me $100. Let's see if you eat then." "Fine." Evelyn transferred the money without hesitation. Leo stared at her. "Are you out of your mind? $100 won't stop me. Then make it 1,000. I've never seen someone so eager to be a sugar daddy." "Fine." Evelyn did it all with a quiet calm. She wasn't Dr. Shaw. She was a lost little girl nobody wanted. She was ready. She hoped Leo would accept this other person, the one who wasn't a doctor. Leo was stunned. He knelt and touched her forehead. A part of him wanted to crack her skull open to see what was inside. Evelyn leaned into his touch, rubbing her head against his hand like a cat. "Something's wrong with you, Dr. Shaw. I'm not your doctor. We are not a doctor and a patient." "You're right. You're not a doctor. You're the one who needs to see one." I can pay you. I can be your sugar mama. Dr. Shaw, I love money, but this money is too hot to handle. I can't take it. He pulled his hand away, his expression serious. People who really want to kill themselves don't talk about it. They just want a little love. Maybe you should see a doctor. Or start dating someone. Can't I date you? I have a girlfriend. We're having problems, but everything I do, including talking to you, is with her permission. But I don't think she'd approve of this. You love someone who makes you sick, but you won't love me? If you say that again, I'm leaving. Don't go. I was joking. Of course I'm Dr. Shaw. Evelyn smiled and took the breakfast. She had to be Dr. Shaw because Leo wouldn't accept Evelyn. He would never love a pathologically extreme little girl. It had always been this way. But this time, she would use an extreme method to solve it. If she couldn't have his love, she would have his hate. She would make him stay. The car was parked now, but Evelyn was still draped over him, her arms locked around his neck. My legs are asleep, Leo said. Can you sit by yourself for a bit? We could get a hotel room. We could lie down. I'd rather go to your place. The atmosphere is perfect for storytelling. When I'm with you, I don't want to be home. Did you hear something vibrate? My phone, I think. Don't look for excuses to run. I just want one night with you. I'm not running. Leo wasn't. This story, true or not, was giving him pieces of his past. He wouldn't miss this chance. He'd just completely forgotten that he was supposed to be spending the night at the home of a certain blue-eyed woman. Miles away, in a large villa, Isabella Vance looked down at the lace dress and black stockings she was wearing. She looked at the box of condoms on the nightstand, which she'd bought a month ago and still hadn't opened. Then she looked at her phone, which was proclaiming, "The person you are calling is unavailable." She fell into a deep silence. In silence, you either explode or you die. She chose to explode. She ripped off the clothes and threw them, along with the box of condoms, into the trash. She stood naked in front of the mirror, appraising her body. She'd heard that men get bored, but it had only been one time, and he didn't even remember it. So didn't that count as zero? She had been ready tonight to agree to his terms, to his no-strings-attached proposal, with just a few small amendments. Like how many nights a week he had a sleepover. A slow siege was better than no contact at all. Leo Miller, you will never set foot in my bed again. Isabella seethed, pulling on her pajamas and crawling under the covers. She was furious. But whose bed is he in? The thought was poison. And unlike other women, who could only imagine, she had a very specific, high-definition memory of what Leo looked like in a bed. She fell into another silence. This time, there was no exploding, only dying. She hurled the bedside lamp against the wall, and the only sound in the room was the shattering of glass. Keep telling the story, Leo prompted. Will you sleep with me tonight? Fine. It was too late to go home. Besides, he could crash anywhere. Even if Evelyn hadn't invited him, he would have found a place. Peyton's or a guest room at the lounge. Isabella's house wasn't even on his list of options. The story continued. She said that after that night, Leo started making more time for her clinic. He was always exhausted, sometimes falling asleep in the middle of a session. Evelyn was happy to have him there, to let her apartment be his sanctuary. When they sat face to face, she was his doctor. She listened patiently, offered rational analysis. But when it came to Summer Lynn, her advice was extreme. I think you should cut off contact with Summer for a while. A cool-down period would be good for both of you. Leo wouldn't have taken that advice from anyone else. But she was a psychologist. He reluctantly agreed. Her entire treatment plan slowly became about dismantling his relationship with Summer. The source of your illness is your warped sense of responsibility, she told him. It's supposed to be built on love, not a deliberate pursuit of the idea of responsibility itself. It's like school. Some kids just cram for the test to get a good grade. The right way is to develop a love of learning, and the good grade is a natural result. The outcome looks the same, but the logic is completely different. Leo agreed with the theory. He'd nod, say he'd follow her advice, and then pass out in the rocking chair on her balcony. After about 15 minutes, Evelyn would take off her glasses, get 2 blankets, and cover him with one. The other, she'd wrap around herself as she curled up on the floor, her head resting on his lap. It was a peaceful scene, a tired man finding a place to rest, and the person who followed him waiting for his arrival. In those moments, she was Evelyn. The line between her professional and personal self had blurred completely. She knew that all Leo and Summer needed was a few days together to talk, and they'd be fine. But Summer didn't have the time, and that wouldn't solve Leo's core problem anyway. She needed to destroy his sense of responsibility. Even if he hated her for it later, she didn't care. That was exactly what she wanted. Then Leo stopped coming again. When he finally returned, he was beaming. His sugar mama had finally agreed to let him attend classes during the day. What happened at school? She asked. I've been hanging out with this girl, Skylar Reed. She buys me lunch every day. Just lunch? No money. Hey, I'm not made of money. Free food is a good thing. I feed you. I don't see you coming around much. Leo had the grace to look embarrassed. This girl is hilarious. She wears Van Cleef, but pretends to be poor. She's never even been fishing for crawdads. He went on and on about Skylar. He hadn't had any of his strange, intrusive thoughts. His entire focus was on this new girl. Evelyn sat at her desk, her face a pale mask. As long as she was at the desk, she was his doctor. That's a good thing. You met someone with the same life force as you during a low point. It's not a good thing. Summer and I had a fight about it. He had finally revealed his reason for coming. He reported all his actions to Summer, and she was usually understanding. But she couldn't accept Skylar. Neither could Evelyn. Leo was clearly here to make a choice. Summer or Skylar. Responsibility or attraction. Evelyn wasn't an option. Her two identities were at war. As a doctor, she should tell him to choose the person who made him happy, that he had done enough for Summer. As Evelyn, she wanted to cry and ask him, "Why won't you look at me? You have no advice, do you? Maybe I'll just try your last suggestion." What suggestion was that? To cut off contact with Summer for a while. Let us both cool down. You haven't been doing that. Hey, I've been busy. I forgot. He stood up, full of confidence. He had made his decision. He would be honest with Summer. They were both exhausted. It was time to really take a break. Dr. Shaw, you should try dating a college student. I can introduce you. He was back to his old self, the one who made stupid jokes when things were going well. Worry about yourself, Evelyn said, forcing a smile. She could see it clearly. The source of this change wasn't her. It was Skylar Reed. Are you going to choose Skylar? Why does it have to be a relationship? I just have fun with her. Is it that you don't want a relationship? Or that you don't want the responsibility? That responsibility is too heavy. And she's going to take a year off to travel the world soon. We're not from the same world. He said it with acceptance, not sadness. Evelyn watched him, a strange feeling churning inside her. He was learning. He was realizing that a meaningless sense of responsibility was a burden. He was moving in an irresponsible direction. This was part of her treatment plan. But she hadn't gotten his love, or his hate. As he was leaving, he suddenly turned back. He walked to her desk, took off her glasses, and pulled her into his arms, leading her to the rocking chair. Evelyn, my life is too crowded. Some things are unfair to you, so don't overthink it. The world isn't as bad as you think. There are kids playing in the park, stray dogs huddling for warmth, bus drivers who will wait for you. In the clinic, you help me. Out there, if you run into something you can't handle, you can find me. It's just patients helping each other. I can handle it. Tears streamed down her face. She took his hand and placed it on her head, rubbing against it. She wanted to melt into him, but he gently pulled his hand away and put her glasses back on. Dr. Shaw, thank you. See you later. A church. Light streamed through the stained glass windows, bisecting the cavernous space. It looked like Satan and Michael the Archangel were playing a game of Risk, and Michael had just rolled a 6. The holy light illuminated Evelyn's face, her white dress making her look like one of Michael's foot soldiers. She was praying. She knew it was useless, but she had nowhere else to go. She remembered what Leo had said. She could be brave. It was just a little trip outside, but she didn't know where to go. A supermarket? A library? An art exhibit? I want to go for a walk, but I don't know where to go, she said to the priest. Go where your heart desires, he replied. It was useless advice. You might as well have said, do what you want to do. See who you want to see. It was the same vague nonsense as a street psychic's. Thank you. I cannot give you the answer, but please, trust your heart, the priest said, pointing to his own chest. She didn't go to any of the places she'd planned. She went to the children's park. She wanted to see what was so special about the little wall where Leo always sat. But there was nothing there, just a mural of some cartoon characters and a few toddlers playing. Then she heard a familiar voice. Put the head back on. Leo, it's hot in here. Let's trade. Please. Does a frog wearing a dinosaur head make any sense? Evelyn ducked behind the wall. She didn't know why she was hiding. Two figures in mascot costumes were waddling toward her. A giant green frog and a T-Rex. Leo, $100 for a whole day in this thing is a bad deal. You're the one who said you needed to earn some money. I'm a poor kid from a poor family. Of course I need money. Then wear the head. Okay. The frog and the dinosaur sat down on the wall. The frog reached over and pulled off the dinosaur's head, revealing Skylar Reed's laughing face. Leo, your frog costume is so stupid. Ha 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 ha. You don't look much better. Why are we at the children's park? To get motivated. Tonight, we're going to use the money we earned to ride the carousel and the pirate ship. With our own money. Yay. Don't yay yet. Wait until you're standing on a street corner handing out flyers. You won't be smiling then, Ms. Skylar, Dinosaur Reed. Behind them, Evelyn heard Skylar's name and turned away. This park wasn't for her. She was going home. A psychologist has to be honest with themselves. She still wanted something from him. Her previous plans hadn't been extreme enough. It wasn't enough to break up Leo and Summer. Someone else would always pop up to take her place. A long-dormant, evil, villainous personality stirred. The plan was simple. She sent a tip about Leo's job at the lounge to Skylar's mother. She sent a photo of Leo and Skylar together to a certain rich woman who was already investigating Leo's activities. And she sent an anonymous message to Summerlin. She wasn't afraid of the fallout. She'd been blamed for things her whole life. She was numb to it. This time, he'll have to hate me, right? Leo came to her clinic. He was ecstatic. Skylar's mom had confronted them, and he'd been honest with Skylar. He was going to see his sugar mama that night to end their contract. And he had just gotten off the phone with Summer, turning down her impulsive proposal to get married. He felt free. Aren't you sad about Skylar? Her mom was right, and she was going to leave eventually anyway. We're not on the same path. Evelyn's world collapsed. He didn't hate her for this either. It was me. I was the one who caused all of this. It's okay. It will have happened sooner or later. I interfered in your life. I'm not a competent doctor. I don't know about competent, but you give credit. I've been running on that initial $200 deposit this whole time. The real reason he was here was to settle his bill. Leo, people would call you a saint for being this forgiving. I'm in a good mood. Let them. They can build a shrine to me. Put out a donation box. Fully automated income. Saint Leo, can you treat me? My condition is very serious. A man in a good mood can agree to anything. What's the treatment? Tie me up. And if I resist, hit me. Tell me you'll hate me forever. Leo's jaw dropped. He paced the room a dozen times, trying to comprehend her words. You're a masochist. Since meeting you, I feel like I'm heading in that direction. Explain it to me with your psychological expertise. Otherwise, I'm just going to have to respect your life choices and walk out of here. I'm trying to use hate to make you remember me forever. To hate me so much you want to hit me every time you see me. To get secret pleasure from seeing me struggle while restrained, so that our bond will never be broken. She was almost shouting now. Dr. Shaw, I admit I'm a patient, but I'm not a damn sadist. This is the only medicine that works for me. For the sake of how I try to save you, please help me. I know your situation is special, but I can't get over this mental block. Don't think of it as violence. Think of it as a confession of love. We're patients helping each other. You owe me a proper confession after all this time. I can't say the words. Leo, you accept everyone else's requests. I'm going crazy with jealousy. There's nothing to be jealous of. They're all about to be in my past. Or you could just curse at me. You still owe me that confession. I'm a little shy. Can I just do the actions? Yes. Leo followed her instructions. He thought of it as mutual aid between patients, but he was afraid her frail body couldn't take it. Does it really not hurt? He asked later, looking at the bruises forming on her arms. She was smiling. It's okay. I can accept you. Leo shook his head and poured himself a drink. He'd come here to share his good news and settle his debts. Evelyn was supposed to be one of the things he was leaving behind. Leo, she said, her voice serious again. As a doctor, I'm telling you responsibly that your illness isn't cured. You think you're embracing a new life, but you're actually running away. How am I running away? If you weren't, you would have dealt with Skylar, your sugar mama, and Summer one by one, using your usual methods. I did. I used my ex-girlfriend wanting to get married as an excuse to turn down the first two, and I turned down the last one flat. But are you happy? Leo didn't answer. He just showed her his back. The next day, Leo was in a car accident. When Evelyn heard the news, she collapsed. She had planned to kill herself that night. Are we going to die together? A strange smile spread across her face. She put on a red dress, the color of a rose against her pale skin. When she finally managed to get to the hospital and find out what had happened, she felt a jolt. Amnesia? Not from serious brain injury, but psychological? A strange, twisted idea began to form in her mind. Leo was escaping his pain. Skylar and Isabella wouldn't dare come see him. They felt too guilty. They would try to make him forget Summer, thinking she was the source of his pain. It was as if God had given her another chance to confess, another chance to make him hate her, this time as a rival. She went back to the church and knelt. Lord, show me the end of the road, she whispered. I will walk through fire. Love and hate will be the same. When a lover becomes an opponent, this time, my dear, you cannot be weak. On the day of his discharge, she stood outside his hospital room. Are you my girlfriend, too? He asked, looking at her with vacant eyes. Don't be ridiculous. I'm your psychology professor, she said, her voice gentle as sunlight on snow. Your heaven of love is built on a sea of hate. You have a girlfriend you confess your love to. You have to find her. Another story was finished. It was a strange, unsettling tale. For a story with that many plot twists, I feel like I should be sending you gifts on a live stream. Evelyn said nothing. So what's my psychological problem exactly? Doesn't it have a name, like a blood clot or something? It's impossible to diagnose. Your condition definitely worsened before the accident, but we weren't communicating much then. How do you know it got worse? Don't you think the act of ending all your relationships with women in a single day is a signal in itself? It signals that I was tired of the drama. You know nothing about psychology. When your behavior deviates so sharply from its established patterns, it's a sign of deterioration. Leo didn't really care. As long as he was fine now, that was all that mattered. The car accident had been a blessing in disguise. So, amnesia is a good thing, then. Don't you want to get your memory back? Leo's smile faded. It was true that amnesia was a relief, but he still wanted his memory back. It was like having a bad arm that hurt all the time. If it got cut off, everyone would celebrate that you were no longer in pain, but you would still miss your arm. No prosthetic could ever replace it. Do you have a way to treat it? Only I can. Are you that good? Because only I can truly empathize with you. I feel like you're about to pull some weird stunt. No, I've already given up on making you hate me. I get other people's hatred without doing anything, but I couldn't make you hate me no matter how hard I tried. She sounded tired, truly exhausted. Because your so-called hate wasn't pure. Explain. You never really thought about what the ultimate goal of making me hate you was, did you? She shook her head, looking at him, waiting for an answer. You wanted me to hate you, to keep me at your house, to hit you for fun, to possess you completely, right? Yes. Isn't that just another way of asking for love? Leo truly didn't understand this woman. If you wanted someone's hate, you had to do something hateful. All her past schemes were just tangled up in love and romance. She was nothing like Ethan. If Ethan bought him a sports car, now that would make him hate him. The car started up again. The cool wind blowing through the open window was refreshing. After hearing Evelyn's story, he felt a new urgency to recover his memories. What had happened in that unrecorded time that made him decide to abandon his entire life? Leo, don't try to control things that are beyond your ability. Remember the source of your illness. Is there really no way to get my memory back? I have a way. Let's hear the plan. It still needs work. You have to tell me, in detail, everything that's happened since you lost your memory. Leo thought for a moment. There was no harm in it. He told her everything. About Skylar, Isabella, and Summer. He left out Peyton because he wasn't sure what was real and what wasn't. He mentioned the Miller family drama, but it was hard to talk about without bringing up Peyton. So he just labeled her as a cousin-in-law who's after my body. Evelyn took out a pen and paper and started taking notes. Your cousin Ethan is twisted. That's what the cousin-in-law says. He seems like it to me. Give me his number. Are you trying to drum up business? He looked at her, confused. He thought they were talking about his amnesia. Evelyn looked up, a genuine smile on her pale face. She leaned over and tried to kiss him, but he blocked her. Just helping you out. Don't be jealous. I don't even know if that thing with Ethan is real. What's there to be jealous of? The fact that you're saying that means you're jealous. Jealous of what? I'm telling you not to mess with the Millers. They're not simple. It doesn't matter. You are my only tie to this world. She said it with a casualness that was more chilling than any dramatic declaration. For her, death was just a loading screen. But since meeting him, she had reconnected to the world. As long as she had him, the progress bar wouldn't finish loading. But Leo was firm. You cannot get involved in the Miller family business. Why can Isabella? She's an investor. It's her job to take risks for profit. I'm a doctor. It's my job to help you get better. What does my treatment have to do with Ethan? Evelyn explained that his amnesia was psychological. To break through it, he needed a strong emotional shock. Since his memories of the people from his past were gone, the emotional foundation wasn't there. You couldn't blow up a bomb that hadn't been planted. But in his new life, one person was capable of creating that shock. Ethan. The bomb of hatred was already planted between them. All it needed was a fuse. This had been her original plan all along, to plant a bomb of hatred in his heart and detonate it. It hadn't worked with her as the target, but it would work with Ethan. And to do that, she had to get close to him. Leo, I have a preliminary treatment plan. When it's ready, I will require your cooperation. Anything involving Ethan is off the table. Then I'll have to find my own way. I am requesting that you do not contact Ethan. Right now, I am Dr. Shaw, not Evelyn. God damn it. Hearing his frustration, Evelyn suddenly became docile. Leo, you don't have to worry about me. I'm not some teenager threatening to jump off a roof over a breakup. You're just older. Can't you be nice? She said, a rare, genuine smile gracing her lips. They're trying to use death to get love back. I'm choosing to live a little longer because of love. But my fate was sealed a long time ago. You still want to die, don't you? Everyone dies eventually. You're insane. He parked the car, ready to grab a scooter back to the lounge. Aren't you staying at my place? She asked, holding out the car keys. Not tonight. I'm afraid you'll die in your sleep. When you stop thinking about dying, we'll talk. You're just using all this death talk to distract from the topic of Ethan, aren't you? And psychologists hate dealing with patients who are so hard to lead. They stared at each other, a silent battle of wills. Leo broke first. Listen, you're only allowed to see Ethan in your professional capacity as a psychologist. And you have to report every meeting to me. You're not worried about me anymore. If you're always worried about risks you can't control, you'll never get anything done. Now, that's the first no. She smiled, relieved. She had a request of her own. This time, you have to pay the consultation fee. How much? Just sign here. I'm planning to rent a new office space. Leo was surprised. Not by the office, but by the fact that she wanted to leave her home. Don't look at me like that. It's just so I don't confuse my professional and personal identities. A change of scenery is a form of self-suggestion. Fine, I'll pay for it. But you sign the lease. It'll be less complicated. You have to sign. Being in a place you gave me is the only thing that will keep me from panicking and wanting to run home. Leo nodded, agreeing easily. Getting her out of the house was a good thing. So if I need to find you, I go to the new office. You will need to alternate between the office and my home. Why? Because I can never be only your doctor. She leaned in close, her voice a whisper in his ear. You are always welcome at my home. Because at home, I am Evelyn, and I will agree to any request you make. The idle hours of college life seemed to stretch on forever. Leo was starting to understand the simple pleasures of old men. Sitting on a bench and watching young people exert themselves was a pretty good way to pass the time. Leo, you playing in the department tournament this year? His roommate, Luke, asked. Don't have time for the whole thing. Man, that's a waste. So many girls watch the games. Last year, this one girl asked for my number. Luke trailed off as he watched Leo wave away a girl who was trying to do just that. Maybe it didn't matter if he played. Leo, what kind of work are you doing anyway? Drinking. Does it pay well? It's all right. You looking for a job? Yeah. I need to make some extra cash. Leo shook his head. The Cypress Lounge had high standards. You couldn't just apply. Silas controlled the hiring personally, and even Leo, who'd gotten in on a fluke of near-death experience, had been thoroughly vetted. Luke's personality was a decent fit. He was a scumbag, but a high-functioning one, but he still believed in romance. That was a fatal flaw. At the lounge, you had to value money more than love, or the clients would eat you alive. Got any practical skills? Leo asked. I can juggle 2 girlfriends at once without them finding out. Right here on this basketball court. Almost got caught once. It was crazy. I'm not asking for your scumbag resume. Keep practicing, Leo said, clapping him on the back. Luke watched him, pondering the advice. Practice what? Is he just blowing me off? Or does he really want to practice? He decided to observe Leo's every move. And then he saw something that made him question the nature of reality. Are you Leo Miller? A girl asked, standing by the court. Not interested in adding you on WhatsApp. I wasn't going to ask for your number. Not interested in hooking up. Vivian Sue stood there, speechless, watching Leo, who hadn't even bothered to look up. I'm Vivian Sue. I'm Skylar Reed's roommate. She sent me. Where is she? Getting her visa sorted out. Oh, what did she send you for? At the question, Vivian's face turned bright red. She looked around nervously. If Skylar hadn't begged and pleaded, she never would have agreed to this. Vivian, can I ask you a question? Leo interrupted. Is your last name Sue? No, my last name is Sue. First name Vivian. Your name is. Really something. What was he supposed to say? Compliment her ancestors for being successful. Vivian was already unimpressed with Leo, and this wasn't helping. She took a deep breath. Skylar wanted me to tell you that she dreamed about you last night. Oh, you should probably be recording this, Leo said, gesturing to her phone. She sent you here in person just to see my reaction, right? Go on. I'm sure it wasn't a nice dream. She said she dreamed you were hit by a semi-truck. Okay, tell her dreams are the opposite of reality. She anticipated you would say that. So she said, since dreams are the opposite, it means you're the one who hit the truck. Leo had to admit, he was impressed. He'd been outmaneuvered. He pulled out his phone and called Skylar. How did you predict my prediction? A familiar, cheerful voice came through the phone. I guessed it, didn't I? Did you really dream I got hit by a truck? Yes, but dreams are the opposite. It means you're Superman and you can hit a truck. You went to all this trouble for that? You must be bored. Leo, I miss you. Vivian stood off to the side, cringing. She felt like insects were crawling all over her. Who am I? Why am I here, listening to them flirt? But she wasn't the only one listening. A woman with blue eyes had walked up and was now standing right next to Leo. Who are you talking to? Isabella Vance asked. Hold on a second, Leo said into the phone. We're going to be late for the family dinner. Right. Isabella had come to pick him up for the Miller family dinner. It was always held at 2:22 p.m. The official story was that it was a tribute to Leo's father, Rick, the second of three brothers. The unofficial story was that it was a prank. Years ago, the three Miller brothers had gotten into a fight. Rick, being the timid one, had bailed on his two brothers, leaving them to get beaten up. As punishment, his older brother, the eccentric Reverend Wild, declared that every family meal would be held at 2:22 as a permanent reminder that Rick was a big number two. Gotta go. Handling serious business, Leo said, hanging up the phone. He grabbed Isabella's arm. Let's go. Was that Skylar Reed? Who else? Woman, my patience has its limits. You shouldn't. Shut up, you. Leo clamped a hand over her mouth and dragged her away. He had to cure her of this dominant CEO complex. Maybe you should send her to Evelyn. Vivian watched them go, snapped a picture, and sent it to Skylar with a scathing review of Leo's character. Her fiancé was probably Leo Miller. The clues all pointed to him, but she really hoped they didn't. Luke stood frozen, watching the scene unfold. In that moment, he understood what Leo meant by practice. Juggling two girlfriends without them finding out is nothing, he whispered to himself. The real advanced course is how to have them meet each other and have nothing happen at all. As he watched Leo's retreating back, Luke felt like he was gazing upon a god. A lack of awareness really does limit a person's imagination. That was the only thought running through Leo's mind. In his head, an organization with a name as grand as the Miller family would have a base of operations to match. Maybe a magnificent Gilded Age castle or a sprawling, elegant mansion in the vein of an old southern plantation. At the very least, if they were aiming for discretion, a few rows of unassuming but luxurious modern homes. Are you sure this isn't a state park that's closed to the public? Leo asked, staring dumbfounded at the tree-lined path before them. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. He could have sworn he saw a monkey bare its teeth at him from a high branch. Nothing about this place looked inhabited. If Ethan lived here, would he have to stumble through the woods to find his front door after a night of drinking? The thought of potentially living here himself sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. The location is right, but I've never been inside, Isabella said, taking a deep breath of the fresh air. Even halfway up the mountain, the dense foliage made the air quality incredible. Though she'd never entered the compound, she knew the general location. Well, what are you waiting for? Call for pickup. Already did. They're probably on their way. As if on cue, the sound of tires crunching on gravel came from behind them. A car window rolled down, revealing a bright, beautiful face. It was Peyton. Next time, call me sooner. I have to drive all the way from the city, too. Shouldn't you have been here early for an event like this? And miss my chance to talk to you alone? You haven't even answered my text since you left home. Peyton's face was a permanent mask of playful complaint, never genuine accusation. It sounded like she was blaming you, but you knew she wasn't. She was flirting. She parked her car on the side of the road and walked over to stand beside Leo. Glancing at Isabella out of the corner of her eye, she spoke slowly. Aren't you going to introduce me to your companion? I'm his girlfriend. The words came from Isabella. It was a line they had rehearsed. A family banquet required an official title. You couldn't just walk up to Uncle Edward and say, "Hey, old man, I'm here to back up Leo." She'd have to follow protocol, smile, and call him Uncle Edward. And while he'd likely see right through it, he'd still have to greet Isabella with a smile and present her with a gift on behalf of the family. It was an unspoken contract. Leo had briefly considered another angle, suggesting they could use the cover of him being her nephew and her being a close family friend. You call my mom sis, I call my mom mom. Close enough. Isabella had shot that down immediately. If I'm your girlfriend, she'd argued, you have a reason to reject the noose your uncle wants to put around your neck. A noose called fiancé. Leo had to admit she was right. Showing up with a serious girlfriend was the perfect preemptive strike. At the time, Isabella had been driving. While waiting at a red light, she'd turned her head to study him, not bothering to lower her voice. But you can still call me Auntie if you like. Just drive the car. Now, the two women stood facing each other, two completely different styles that could never share the same Instagram filter. Isabella was the epitome of cool, clean lines. Her mixed heritage gave her strong, defined features that only needed a hint of makeup to pop. In photos, she was runway ready, framed by simple colors and minimalist shapes that accentuated her natural advantages. Peyton, on the other hand, had alluring, almond-shaped eyes and a foxy face. A faint smile was all it took for her to ooze charm, and her style was adorned with carefully curated accessories. If Leo wasn't mistaken, He could see the glint of an anklet around her barely visible ankle. Her aesthetic was perfect for a brightly colored vintage shop, with a busy background would normally steal focus. But her expressive eyes could hold their own, creating a perfect harmony with the chaos. Why did old kings always fall for the experienced woman? Because they had a certain depth, a certain flavor. Peyton wasn't technically in that category yet, but her age, combined with her obviously expensive and sophisticated attire, gave her that exact vibe. She was clearly cultivating it. And don't ask Leo why he was observing so closely. It was a professional hazard, that's all. He wasn't looking. Really. When Peyton heard Isabella claim to be his girlfriend, her expression didn't flicker. Hilarious, she thought. Plenty of women have said that. I wanted to say it myself. She turned her head, a practiced smile gracing her lips, and looked at Leo, only to see him nodding in agreement. Peyton's smile froze for a fraction of a second before becoming even more brilliant. The banquet's about to start. You'd better get in my car, little cousin. Why the wider smile? Because as she turned, she reached behind her and gave Leo a sharp squeeze on his ass. Don't cause trouble, he muttered. Am I not even allowed to be jealous? You're not even at the table yet, and you're already jealous? Leo shot her a look. What right did she have? If she weren't still useful, he'd have turned her over to the police long ago. I came late because I have intel for you. Spit out. You might not see your grandfather today. Isn't the whole point of this banquet for me to be officially recognized? Who's going to recognize me if he's not there? Leo was genuinely baffled. Why throw a massive party to welcome him back into the fold if the patriarch wasn't even going to show? They might as well have just let him wander around and meet a few people. Damn it. Edward, Leo muttered. It had to be his uncle's doing. All I heard is that the old man isn't feeling well and isn't seeing anyone. You'll have to play it by ear. Fine. Thanks. Next time, just call me with this kind of news. If I just called, I wouldn't get to see you. Get going. Peyton was a woman who knew her boundaries. She maintained the lowest possible level of flirtation while constantly reminding him of her usefulness. The moment Leo showed the slightest sign of impatience, she would instantly back off and play the part of the bigger person. That was precisely why Leo could never trust her. A person like that could be dropped into a pile of rubble with nothing, and she'd crawl her way out and start leading the post-disaster reconstruction effort. She was too calculating. Who knew if this whole act, confessing her role in the car crash and then immediately trying to prove her loyalty, wasn't just another elaborate smokescreen? I'm driving. Let's go, Leo said, taking the keys. He expected his girlfriend to give him the cold shoulder, but Isabella's face was a blank slate. What are you looking at me for? Nothing. She's just a two-faced operator. Someone that cautious isn't worth my time. It's the cautious ones who survive the longest. Surviving isn't the same as winning. As someone who preferred to go all in, Isabella knew that cautious players might last a long time at the table, but they never took the big pot. If you're going to play, you had to bet big. When you talk about surviving a long time, I feel like you're taking a jab at the old man. So what's the prediction? Are we going to win today? Of course. All right. Let's go over our objectives. First, get a complete layout of the Miller family power structure. The priority is to figure out the old man's attitude. That's the most important thing. Second, I don't care how rotten the business is, I'm taking it. I just need to get one foot in the door. There's an unstated third objective, but that one didn't involve Isabella. It was a decision Leo would have to make based on the situation. For the second point, he'd come prepared. He'd brought his money bags to make an appearance. But the first point, it's going to be tough if I can't even see the old man, Leo said, shaking his head as he focused on driving. Isabella nodded, having nothing to add. The two partners were clearly in sync when it came to business. In other areas, however, there were clearly some misunderstandings. I'm driving. Why are you pinching me? Did you enjoy it when she pinched you? Didn't you just say she wasn't worth your time? None of your business. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Ethan, where's Peyton? She said she was waiting for our cousin. He doesn't know the way. Why didn't you go? Dad, Peyton, and our cousin are both coming from the city. They were on the same route. Ethan was starting to suspect his father, Edward, was getting senile. They were coming from the same direction. Why should he make a special trip out? He glanced around the bustling banquet hall, a surge of pride swelling in his chest. A family banquet of this scale required a staff of over 100 people, not to mention all the relatives and children who were invited. The hall was alive with chatter and movement, and Ethan, naturally, didn't have to lift a finger. His only job was to accept the greetings of young master and the endless praise from relatives. What? You say I'm just a useless freeloader? What do you know? Your job is to cook, serve, and do menial tasks. My mind is occupied with far greater things. Has Peyton been seeing a lot of Leo lately? I don't know. Has my brother Frank met with Leo privately? I don't know. Is Peyton pregnant? I don't know. Even the most disciplined man would have exploded. Edward's hand trembled as he lifted the teacup from its yellow sandalwood saucer. His gaze, devoid of emotion, drifted toward a low-lying wooden building in the distance. Tell me what you've been doing this whole time. I've been at the company, working on the shipping. Do you need me to read your police statement back to you? Dad, I was drunk. I wasn't thinking clearly. The family member who picked you up was your Uncle Frank. The name signed on the release form was Rick Miller. The young man standing behind him was about 20 years old. That was Leo, wasn't it? Ethan hung his head. Some things, clearly, couldn't be hidden. And he knew that if his father knew even a piece of the truth, he knew the whole story. Dad, Leo set me up. I didn't expect him to pull a move like that. Tell me, you have money and you have men. Why weren't you the one setting the trap? I had a plan, but something went wrong. It was my two useless lackeys. Ethan, every plan in the world has flaws. And then what? And then I got arrested. Tell me, what did Leo do when faced with your trap? He turned it around and trapped me. And you couldn't keep going after him? Why are you just sitting here, so calm and composed? From the moment Ethan had pulled out his ID at the police station, a call had been made to Edward Miller. But he'd said nothing. He guessed Ethan had a plan, and it was a grave mistake to interrupt someone's train of thought. Edward wasn't that arrogant. He even knew the anonymous tip that got Ethan arrested had come from his own brother, Frank. So what? If Ethan couldn't handle it, he would eventually call him for help. But the phone never rang that night. At the time, Edward had been pleased. What was a little police statement to him? No phone call meant everything was proceeding according to Ethan's plan. But the next call he received was the news that someone had picked Ethan up. When he heard that Frank and Leo had appeared together, he knew the plan had failed. When Ethan refused to talk about it, Edward wondered if he was bottling up his anger, preparing to strike back. He hadn't pressured him. Growth required opponents and time. With him as a safety net, the cost of any mistake was negligible. He could fully accept Ethan's failures because he could afford to lose. Leo couldn't. But today, he just couldn't hold it in any longer. What the hell are you grinning about over here? Win or lose, at least get in the damn fight. The banquet is about to begin. Edward felt a knot of pressure tightening in his chest. But it didn't matter. As long as he was here, they couldn't lose. Ethan, at the banquet, you have one objective. Show everyone the Miller family that you are better than Leo. In what way? In every way. Edward felt no pressure about this. Ethan was already involved in the family business. That was an advantage Leo couldn't match. It was like a resume. No matter how impressive a community college student's personal projects were, they couldn't compete with the halo of a degree from an Ivy League school and work experience at a Fortune 500 company. Not to mention, he was sitting here in person. Everyone had to give him face. It didn't matter if Leo had Frank or anyone else backing him. In a specific context of the family banquet, Leo couldn't pull out anything impressive. The banquet was for family. All other business was off the table. What did Leo ask you for? Nothing. What were his exact words? He said, "We're family. Get out." A shadow of darkness crossed Edward's eyes. We're family. A nice sentiment, but that's all it was. It meant he was waiting for the right moment to ask for something. Fine. If you ask, I'll give it to you. Edward carried his teacup over to a group of old-timers who were admiring a Thanka painting on the wall. Gentlemen, care for a chat? Go ahead. These old men were another pillar of power. One man couldn't support an entire family. This group was also the second generation, but they were much older than Edward. This was thanks to the old patriarch's vigor. His eldest son was already 67. Edward and Frank were 50 and 45, respectively. So the sons of the patriarch's brothers were mostly in their 60s and 70s, the true age of the second generation. Edward and Frank were second generation by lineage, but at the bottom of the ladder by age. So, whether in terms of ability or age, this group held significant sway with Edward. Leo is back today. I was thinking of using the banquet to find the boys something proper to do. The men exchanged glances. They had discussed this amongst themselves, but none of them expected Edward to bring it up first. As masters of the art of fence-sitting, they were pleased with this development. Frank might seem weak now, but he was a stubborn bastard. The idea that he was living a quiet, honest life on the outside. These men, who had practically watched him grow up, didn't believe it for a second. If he can live quietly, I'll eat my hat. It was only a matter of time before he stirred up a storm, and they wanted to be as far from the splash zone as possible. The world was a giant, low wall. You couldn't be on this side, and you couldn't be on that side. You had to sit right on top. I agree. That's a wonderful idea. It's right for the younger generation to have proper work. What about that Apex Media company? The young people don't understand our traditional industries. An industry like that, they can mess around with it as much as they want. Edward, that mess that nobody wants to touch is a bit. The foundation is rotten, but if he manages to fix it up, I promise to add it to the family office's investment plan. The family office's investment projects were the family's main focus for the foreseeable future. Edward had painted a beautiful picture. He had to. Otherwise, these old coots wouldn't play along. They needed a story to tell Frank, should that day ever come. What if Frank really did come back to settle scores? At least they'd have an excuse. Rick, don't blame us. This was a project with a path to the investment plan. We were paving the way for your son's future. Edward's proposal received the unanimous consent of the fence-sitters. As long as we can keep sitting on this fence, you two can fight all you want. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. How much longer until we get to the Miller estate? Leo was now certain. This was not the Miller estate. This was definitely a wetland park. Pavilions, man-made lakes, wooden fences, but not a single building in sight. What the hell was this if not a park? Strictly speaking, we've been at the Miller estate for a while now. Do you people sleep in the lake? This is just the outer area. Your Uncle Edward told me to show you around. Let's skip the tour for today. We can do it another time. All right, let's rest for a bit. I'll go get the car. Peyton directed this at Isabella, knowing that walking in high heels was no easy feat. The two of them sat on a bench in a pavilion, overlooking the small lake below. No wonder the old rogue didn't want to live at home. Who could stand this? All big families are like this. The only difference is some have nicer surroundings and fewer buildings. But isn't it inconvenient? The people who are busy with their careers don't live here. They only come back for things like the family banquet. The ones who live here full-time have nothing but time to enjoy themselves. Is your family like this too? More or less. Isabella clearly didn't want to discuss the topic. She sat directly on Leo's lap and began rubbing her sore ankles. Walking on a cobblestone path in heels was no picnic. You're being a little forward, aren't you? The bench is dusty. Besides, what are you getting so worked up about? It's not like I haven't sat here before. She had to dress formally for an occasion like this. Making a cocktail, dress a necessity. The dress was perfect in every way, except that it wasn't stain-resistant. We're business partners. And she's your cousin-in-law, but you let her pinch you. You're different from her. How so? Because no matter what happens, I don't have to be responsible for her. Between her and me, it's not clear who's taking advantage of whom. That was what Leo wanted to say. And it was also the source of his confusion. He had sorted out most of his relationships. With Peyton, for instance, his stance was clear. They were using each other for now. You'd better pray that Ethan doesn't fall before I get my memory back, so you still have some value. But Isabella was different. The more time he spent with her, the stranger she became. The strange part was this. Why do you love me so much? What are you after? At first, Leo thought this thing that looked like love stemmed from a kind of dependency. Like when you hire a really good housekeeper, and after they leave, you feel completely lost. As long as she could keep Leo locked up at home, she was comfortable. That's why she was always going on about our home. During the USB drive incident, he thought this thing that looked like love was also fueled by her personality. She was competitive and just wanted to win against the other women. When they first discussed their partnership, he thought this thing that looked like love had gained another source. In addition to the first 2 points, she seemed to think he was a pretty good friends with benefits partner. That was the most direct feeling. But could these things make someone fall head over heels in love? On Isabella, Leo thought not. She wasn't some starry-eyed girl chasing after love. Give me a break. Look how old you are. So, Leo had made a clear judgment based on his feelings at each stage. He felt he could have a business partnership with Isabella because there were no deep, binding ties between them. The small, lingering threads would fade with time. Other than their first time, there was nothing truly special between them. But Isabella had never used that first time as leverage, only as a weapon of war. This proved that she herself didn't consider it a primary measure of their relationship. And yet, Leo always had a nagging feeling that he had misjudged. It feels like we have a much deeper connection than I thought. Isabella didn't speak, but she stood up from his lap. She didn't want to talk about it. Based purely on his post-amnesia feelings, Leo trusted his judgment. That could only mean one thing. His judgment was based on insufficient data. Something else had happened before he lost his memory. There's a gap in my emotional memory. Leo didn't ask. He needed to observe. Storytelling required the right mood and timing. Peyton's story came after his interrogation about the car crash. Dr. Shaw's story came after the suicide simulation. In both cases, there were intense emotional fluctuations. In that state, they were psychologically imbalanced, influenced by powerful emotions. They were more willing to express themselves, to tell him about the past. Only then could their stories get closer to the truth, and only then could he hope to fill the gaps in his own feelings. Otherwise, with Isabella's storytelling skills, she'd be done in 2 or 3 sentences, and he'd learn nothing. Get up. Let's go. He brushed the dust off his shoulder and gazed into the misty distance in the direction Peyton had pointed. That fog-shrouded area must be the true Miller estate. A mysterious land shrouded in mist. Hey kids, judging by your outfits, you must be tourists, right? A voice suddenly called out from the lakeside. Leo looked down at himself, then at Isabella, one in a suit, the other in a dress and heels. What kind of eyesight does this guy have? Who tours in this getup? Yep, Leo answered out of pure instinct. Why? Because this was the Miller estate. Think about the great families and stories. Forbidden grounds, hidden masters. For all he knew, the old man fishing by the lake was the supreme patriarch. Shit, it's not my grandfather, is it? This kind of plot was common enough. The mysterious grandfather chooses to meet you in secret, to pass on some exclusive family memory. That's it. It has to be. Leo scurried over to the lake and first looked at the old man's face. Age, very old. A tan, wrinkled old man. Features, too weathered by age to make out, but maybe a slight resemblance. Excuse me, sir. Is your last name Miller? It is. And yours must be Miller, too. Leo nodded. No wonder Peyton had led him here. A mysterious old sage was waiting for me. The old fisherman pulled 2 fish from his basket. They were huge, almost half the height of a man. Fish this big weren't easy to catch. Sir, did you catch these? You're amazing. A true master, hiding in plain sight. He had to lay the praise on thick. Nope, had someone buy them at the market. The old man was surprisingly honest. That gave Leo a good impression. A normal old man, not the sinister figure he'd imagined. Young man, I'll let you choose one of these 2 fish. Which will it be? Leo froze. Was this the river god asking if you won the golden axe or the silver axe test? Choose correctly and get a prize? But these fish weren't his. Sir, I won't choose either. Don't be polite. Just pick one. I'll take the one on the right. Good. The fisherman beckoned Leo closer. Come here, and I will impart some skills to you. Leo was ecstatic. I'm listening, sir. We will both climb inside the fish's belly, and then we will jump into the river. Huh, why would we do that? The old man was already stuffing his head into the fish's mouth, his voice muffled. I want to experience the feeling of being born from the belly of a fish. ####. You're my eldest uncle. Leo stood frozen for a moment before it clicked. This talk of being born from a fish sounded like it belonged to a rather wild school of thought. It couldn't help but bring to mind the legendary Reverend Wild. Do not be constrained by worldly ethics. Does that mean I shouldn't call you uncle? Leo tentatively stuck his head out. Brother Miller? Insolence. The Reverend Wild grabbed Leo by the collar. Who gave birth to you? I sprang from a rock. Can a person spring from a rock? No, but I'd rather believe a person can spring from a rock than a fish can give birth to a person. Leo pointed at the massive fish on the ground. You old coot. You have a nerve to lecture me. At least a rock can produce a monkey. Let's see you get a fish to produce a monkey. A fish is also a life. Why can't it give birth to a non-fish life? I don't know about that, but this fish, at least, can't give birth to you directly. Why not? Because most fish are oviparous. They lay eggs. These 2 certainly are. If you want to be born from a fish, you'd at least need to wrap yourself in an egg first. Good boy. You are indeed clever. You have passed my test. Leo was stunned. Isn't that just common knowledge? How is that a test? Nephew, from the moment you step into the Miller estate, you must hold fast to the principle that a fish cannot give birth to a man. Uncle, I'm happy you're praising me, but I believe any normal person standing here would agree that a fish can't give birth to a man. Bullshit. Ethan said a fish could. The statement sounded ridiculous, but it was actually quite thought-provoking. Ethan wasn't a complete moron. Why would he play along with his uncle's stupid games? Ethan answered incorrectly. You answered correctly, because Ethan is fundamentally a fish. I'm a person. He's in the water. I'm on the shore. There were no such things as coincidences in this world. The fact that he met his uncle here, debating an abstract question like can a fish give birth to a person, was fated by some strange destiny. Perhaps, if Leo's guess was correct, the Miller family was the murky lake, and the Millers were the fish within it. The fish fry, born from eggs, are naturally protected by those eggs. This was a privilege for the children who grew up in this lake. A privilege for the Miller children. But Leo didn't have it, because he was a person from far away from the water. So no matter what kind of ceremony they held, no matter how hard they tried to force an ancestral connection, a fish could never give birth to a person. Leo, and they would always be different. Was this his uncle's way of signaling his stance? But why did Ethan answer wrong? It was Leo's virtue to ask questions, but his uncle answered first. Ethan can't tell if he's a fish or a person. With that, his uncle started taking off his clothes, even pulling out a radio and tuning it to some oldie station. Now, for our morning calisthenics. He began warming up right there on the spot. You're smarter than Ethan, boy. Take these 2 fish to the banquet. I won't be there, but I can add a dish to your table. These 2 fish are worth more than your father showing up in person. The Reverend Wild finished his warm-up and prepared to jump into the lake. Then, as if remembering something, he turned his head. Next time her father sneaks in, have her bring me a couple of base. And I'm almost out of propane. Shouldn't a wild reverend eat wild fish? A wild reverend isn't a crazy reverend. Farm base tastes better than wild. Leo shook his head, looking at his uncle. He was another fascinating character. While he knew his uncle couldn't be as abstract as his file suggested, if he really thought about it, the man was far more abstract than the file could ever capture. The so-called wild probably wasn't some personally enlightened philosophy. He now had reason to suspect the title Reverend Wild was, in itself, an elaborate performance. Everyone is born from the union of their parents. But he insisted he was wild. That was, in itself, a denial of his blood ties to his parents. The subtext was, old man, you didn't give birth to me. I'm wild. So, he's provoking the patriarch? Leo shook his head, loaded the fish into the basket, and yelled in the direction his uncle had gone. Uncle, is there any way for me to see my grandfather? Don't shout. I'm preparing to sit at the bottom of the lake for 49 days and nights to feel the rhythmic movement of nature. 1 minute a god, the next a ghost. Leo glanced behind him. Peyton's car had just pulled up to the cobblestone path. What are you doing? Going fishing. Leo shook his head, a smile playing on his lips as he looked at the calm surface of the water. So, it was a secret meeting? Interesting. The Millers are all interesting. You met your eldest uncle? Yep. He gave you the fish? Yep. Then I'm relieved. Peyton got in the car and let out a huge sigh. You brought me here on purpose? Just trying our luck. What if he happened to be here? You guys don't see him often? Of course not. People like him, free spirits, they operate on fate. I guess you were fated to meet him this time. From a drone's perspective, the Miller family's cluster of buildings wasn't actually that large. But the buildings were spaced far apart, arranged almost randomly. With no neighbors, they could build however they pleased. You could vaguely make out that the entire area was arranged like a pyramid, with smaller structures dotted around the edges. Right now, the population was concentrated in the bottom left quadrant, around the main hall. This was the banquet area, the public-facing activity zone. Even if you were rich and hidden in the mountains, you couldn't escape distant relatives. The drone could only capture a rough outline anyway, as the mountain was perpetually shrouded in fog. As the warm, moist air rose along the slopes, it would gradually cool, and the water vapor, upon reaching saturation, would condense into tiny droplets, forming a mountain mist. A natural phenomenon. No one would be happy living in a house constantly enveloped in fog. But the Millers weren't just anyone. Who knew if that mountain fog wasn't a key factor they considered when choosing the location? Passing through a deep red gate, Leo officially stepped into the Miller estate. The first thing he felt was quiet. The increased oxygen content left him feeling slightly lightheaded, a state of oxygen intoxication. But his focus remained sharp, because, including the staff, at least 100 people were standing at the entrance to the main hall, watching him. In the crowd were family members in casual clothes smiling at him, children being held in their parents' arms, kitchen staff stealing glances at the guest, and bodyguards in suits with their hands perpetually tucked behind their backs. Hidden further back were invited guests who had come to witness the event, like the Shung family. Imagine the swelling crowd outside your high school on graduation day. The number of eyes on you was countless. As the scene he had imagined so many times materialized before him, his expectations and reality collided and merged. There were no security guards barking at him to get lost. There were no rows of maids in short skirts shouting, "Welcome home, young master." It was so quiet that even the slightest cough was amplified. As Leo smiled at the crowd, Isabella's hand quickly slipped into the crook of his arm. It was basic banquet etiquette. She had seen far grander scenes than Leo had ever dreamed of. And so she also knew, from the moment her arm linked with his, their fates were officially bound together. She squeezed gently, signaling for Leo to walk forward. Leo was not one to get stage fright. How could a social butterfly like him get stage fright? He took her arm and walked ahead. The sound of their shoes on the floor was followed by a dense rustle as the crowd on both sides quickly parted to make way. In that moment, everyone, regardless of their status, was making way for him. Even Edward Miller stepped to the side, a faint smile on his face. A formal path to the banquet hall on the upper steps was cleared. Everyone had to follow behind Leo and enter in sequence. Because today, he was the main character. It took 50 minutes to get from downtown Riverbend to the Miller family gate. It took another 15 minutes to walk from the gate to the banquet hall. And on this day, a 20-year-old kid named Leo Miller personally pushed open the doors to that hall, and everyone could only follow behind him, offering their most sincere smiles. 20 years ago, his father had pushed open this same door and stormed out, becoming a pariah in everyone's eyes. Leo surveyed his surroundings. The floral paintings on the great hall walls, the distant thanka, the fur rug on the floor that was replaced daily. When his gaze met theirs, every person would nod at a respectful angle. Everyone was trying to curry favor. He had always thought a grand welcome ceremony required a big hug and a loud announcement to the crowd. This is the young master. But that method was too unnatural. No one would be happy with that. It was like being roasted over a fire. Nothing was more direct than letting you feel it for yourself. The parted path, the lowered heads, the fawning smiles. He only needed to stand there to experience the ultimate sense of dominance. An invisible power. This was a natural intoxicant that men became addicted to. As they walked, Isabella studied Leo's profile, trying to catch any change in his emotions. But aside from smile, his face revealed nothing. Feels good to be the young master, doesn't it? It's all right. I'd rather just eat. Isn't achieving this kind of class mobility what people dream of? These looks probably aren't for me. They're for the old man's grandson, for Frank Miller's son. But that's the identity flowing in Leo's blood, Isabella said, full of questions. The man gently tapped her on the head. Then you must be remembering wrong. Leo shook his head, pulling out a chair for Isabella. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, I remember very clearly, and I probably will never forget, that Leo is the dirt-poor kid who pours drinks in a speakeasy. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. The main table could seat 20. Edward and his son, the second-generation fence-sitters, and the third-generation rising stars were all seated there. It was the core of the Miller family. Ethan sat to Leo's left. Protocol dictated he should be the one to play host. Strictly speaking, Peyton didn't have the right to sit at this table. But given her special role as a bridge, she might have been allowed. However, the sudden appearance of Isabella had taken her spot. She could only sit obediently at another table. Cousin, and this is? Ethan asked. My girlfriend. Girlfriend? Ethan, who knew the inside story, was stunned. He turned to look at his father. Do we accept this or not? Give me a signal. If we accept her, how are we supposed to set him up with a fiancée? If I remember correctly, you're Isabella, right? Uncle Edward smiled, signaling his recognition. He remembered this girl. He remembered her not because she was a well-known investor in Riverbend, but because she was from Boston. Yes, Mr. Miller. Such a handsome couple. Don't be in a rush to leave after the banquet. Your aunt has a gift for you. Mr. Miller, you're too kind. It was my first time visiting. I didn't even call ahead. Don't get hung up on formalities. A welcome gift is a must. If we don't give you one, I'm afraid you'll have to keep calling me Mr. Miller. Isabella understood immediately. A faint blush crept up her cheeks. She glanced at Leo, then obediently lowered her head. Uncle Edward. There we go. We should find a time for your father and me to meet and catch up. Settle the marriage arrangements early, get married, and start your career. Edward ignored everyone else's gazes, looking kindly at the young couple. He was waiting for an answer. He didn't care if it was real or fake. The title of boyfriend and girlfriend meant less than nothing. If you don't meet the parents and set a date, it's as good as not being together. Faced with family matters, Isabella was clearly flustered. She squeezed Leo's hand, signaling that this was not okay. Uncle Edward, we're just young people dating. The pressure of meeting parents right now is a bit much. Leo intercepted the pass. What kind of pressure? Tell your uncle. I'll solve it for you. I don't have any money, uncle. When my father-in-law asks me what I do for a living, I can't very well say I pour drinks for a living, can I? So you're in a rush to get this settled, are you? Fine. Give me money. You can't just give me the title of young master and expect me to meet the parents empty-handed. What industry are you in charge of, young Master Miller? Leo would have to answer. I'm in charge of receiving the fawning gazes of the Miller family, walking at the front during banquets, and acting like a big shot with my title. Your father-in-law asks, cut the crap, kid. Give me something real. Leo answers, this is all my uncle gave me. As the two of them conversed, the rest of the table feigned distraction with perfect, unspoken coordination. You had to pretend to be focused, but it was best to be completely zoned out. What if your gaze flickered and Edward caught it, turning to ask if you had an opinion? What could you say? Just stay on the fence. It wasn't their problem anyway. As the old saying goes, first you build a family, then you build a career. If you don't have a family, how can I trust you with a business? Edward always had a comeback. My cousin isn't exactly settled down, is he? We young people understand the feeling of not wanting to get married just yet, Leo said, patting Ethan on the shoulder. This is about getting you engaged, not marrying you and having kids immediately. Once you're engaged, like your cousin, you can start to focus on your career. Edward's meaning was simple. Don't give me the crap about being young and not wanting to settle down. The whole point is to change that free-spirited attitude of yours. You say you're young and want to play for a few more years? Fine, go play. When you're done playing, come back and ask me for work. Getting engaged doesn't mean you stop playing, right, cousin? That's not right, little cousin. Lately, I've practically been living at the office. Did I remember wrong? At the police station. Leo's acting was superb. He perfectly portrayed someone who thought he saw a familiar face at the precinct, but wasn't sure enough to say hello. The key to this performance was pulling out his phone. Cousin, I thought it looked like you, so I took a picture. But we're not connected on any apps. See if this looks like you. Eat your food, Leo. Just take a look. Uncle Edward, come see if this looks like my cousin. Edward waved his hand dismissively. You young people can handle your own squabbles. He knew what was on the phone. It was just proof of Ethan's screw-up. Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal, but at a family banquet where everyone was present, it was a blow to Ethan's image. This is a family banquet. If you two have something to say, talk about it in private. Edward accepted the move. He was going to accept it all along. He was just waiting for Leo to play this card. Gentlemen, what do you think of the arrangements for Leo? Edward's gaze shifted to the fence-sitters. Stop sitting on the fence. It's time to do your job. Emil, I think, since he's a young man, giving him something to do will be a good way to temper him. He's Frank's son, he'll be fine. I say we give him a project to run. If he does well, the family office can invest. Being a fence-sitter wasn't a job for just anyone. This group of second-generation men had been called the 13 princes of the Miller family in their youth. It sounded a bit embarrassing now, but in their time, it was fashionable. Aside from the 3 main brothers, there were 10 other second-generation brothers. The representative who spoke first set the tone, siding with Edward. The one who spoke second quickly played the Frank son card, suggesting a project and even securing the promise of an investment. That investment was something the old-timers had fought for. Their meaning was clear. Pass a message to your father. Tell him his old brothers gave him face. This way of speaking couldn't fully satisfy Edward, but they were a united front, and he couldn't do anything about them. For the project, what about Apex Media? The traditional industries are all run by old-timers. You'd have your hands tied if you went there. Edward threw out the bait. Can you be a bit more specific, Uncle? You'll drop in as a senior manager. Use your talents. Apex is in bad financial shape, but it has a lot of potential. Edward painted the picture without batting an eye. No equity. Equity requires a personal investment. Even if I wanted to buy shares with my own money, I'd have to pay. The family assets don't belong to me alone. He wasn't wrong. The family was a social organization bound by blood, but it was run like a corporation. Assets were managed by the holding company and the family office. Anyone who wanted a personal stake had to pay for it. Edward had no intention of giving him equity. Being a manager was good enough. At least he'd have a title and the authority to act. And whether the company did well or poorly, he'd still get his salary and year-end bonus. The group would pay him, not Apex. Essentially, Edward was just giving him a job. Don't think you can turn that mess around. Just collect your salary and bide your time. I have money. Your personal piggy bank? Let me tell you, buying the shares is one thing, but you'll need to fund the operations afterward. It's not a small sum. I brought my money bags. Leo gently scratched the back of Isabella's hand. The money bags immediately spoke up. Uncle Edward, I will invest. When Isabella said those words, it wasn't just Edward's expression that changed. The faces of the fence-sitters, the rising stars, and even the women at the other tables all shifted. The identity of the girlfriend the third son had brought back was no secret. The people at the main table were all movers and shakers in Riverbend. They knew a thing or two about this woman. An outsider from Boston, a major investor. The women were even bigger gossips, and her identity had been a hot topic, with Peyton helpfully filling in the details. In that moment, a single consensus formed in everyone's mind. The third young master wasn't just some gigolo pouring drinks, as the rumor suggested. Otherwise, how could he bring back a major investor? Maybe she's the rich sugar mama who's sponsoring him. She's here to make a power play. Don't talk nonsense. I could see the third young master is a dragon among men, not some pretty boy who lives off women. Peyton listened to the women's whispers and glanced, for no particular reason, toward the main table. She sighed softly. All her careful planning and assistance couldn't compare to a few simple words from the right person. Some things you just couldn't be envious of. For the first time, Edward's expression flickered. He had considered that Isabella was just here for show, to lend some status to the occasion. He never thought she would actually put up money. Wait, it's a total wreck. What are you after? Just to give Leo a chance to get some equity and make a name for himself? He couldn't think of any reason for such a guaranteed loss investment other than her being deeply invested in Leo himself. Isabella, as both your uncle and a friend of your father's, I must advise you. Uncle Edward, I am his moneybags. My only job is to dispense gold coins. Whatever Leo does, I invest. I'm just worried you young people are making a rash decision. Isabella put down her water glass, her moist lips parting slightly. At a time like this, if others don't support him, that's one thing. But if even his own woman doesn't support him, I think anyone would have to think twice and wonder if they'd regret it. Forget everyone else. Even Leo was stunned when he heard that. Damn, girl, that line has some serious firepower. Never mind how Edward took it. The fence-sitters were breaking out in a cold sweat. You, Edward, agreed to this homecoming. You arranged this whole grand affair. The kid shows up on time, even brings his wife to meet the family. And what do? You cheap out and offer him a job. Listen to this. His wife isn't happy. She's calling you out. She's telling everyone here, this whole big family, that you're being stingy. And if you don't step up, she will. Wonder if you'd regret it? Regret what? Regret coming home. You, Edward, you told me to come home, and you give me nothing. I'm out. Don't ask me if I have the ability to make it on my own. My moneybags wife is sitting right here. I'll do just fine without you. At this point, the fence-sitters had to intervene. On the one hand, to save the atmosphere. On the other, to keep Edward from being a fool. Do you know how many people are watching? As the helmsman, you have to set aside your personal feelings and do what's best for the family. This is a matter of policy. If you dare to say, I refuse a major investor's backing for this pile of crap, by tomorrow, that rumor will have morphed into you being a traitor selling out the family. A fence-sitter was the first to speak. Good. The equity issue is settled. The specific details will have to be discussed with the other shareholders in person. Fine. Edward, recovering from his shock, nodded grimly, agreeing to the proposal. A nod at the main table meant the matter was settled. That was the advantage of a family banquet. Everyone was watching. You couldn't go back on your word. But Edward clearly had other ideas brewing. Isabella had just dropped a bombshell. She had placed her bet. Whatever her reasons, this wasn't a simple romance or partnership. She was making a statement. One Isabella might not be enough to change things, but what about her connections back in Boston? Far away, in his second-floor apartment above the Cypress Lounge, Silas had a rare day of sleeping in. He didn't get up until the afternoon. He sat in his rocking chair, gazing toward the north side of the city, and, uncharacteristically, opened a bottle of whiskey. The one sugar mama no one else could land, you landed. That's a god-tier skill. Use every trick in the book to clear this level, and from now on, everyone else will be the ones trying to live off you. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. It wasn't about equity being inherently better than a management position. It was about Leo needing to seize as much control as possible. He couldn't get his hands on something only to be hamstrung by others, even if it meant paying for it. At a family banquet, a few words could determine his entire starting point. If he waited until after the banquet to complain about his work situation, people would just think he was incompetent. Leo and Isabella exchange a look. The basic objective of the banquet had been achieved, but a different kind of light was now gleaming in Leo's eyes. He had secured the opportunity for equity, but he wasn't going to be the one to pay for it. The moneybags was here for decoration only. Leo had never intended for her to spend a dime. Do you really think I'm the kind of guy who lives off a woman? Peyton, he called out. Where are those 2 fish I brought for a little extra something? They were in the car. Peyton, who had been keenly watching the main table, responded instantly. I already had the kitchen staff start preparing them. The people at the main table were baffled by this exchange. What? Is he afraid he won't get enough to eat at the Miller estate? He brought his own food? Uncle Edward, if I'm going to start a business, shouldn't the family provide some startup capital? Going to Apex is just to hone your skills. The family has no plans to invest any more money in it. Forking over money was out of the question. Who throws good money after bad? He was supposed to be a figurehead, a placeholder. He was the one who insisted on getting a stake. Did he expect the family to pay for that, too? At this critical juncture, the fence-sitters maintained a tactful silence. You have a moneybags, and you don't want to use her? Nephew, you're in the wrong on this one. The silence stretched for nearly 15 minutes, before Peyton finally returned from the kitchen. She personally carried a platter to the table. "Where did you buy this fish?" she said, feigning surprise. "It smells amazing." She was silently feeding Leo his line. "It wasn't bought. It was a gift. Cousin, if you have a source like this, you should have him send some to the family." The head chef in the kitchen was just raving about it. "I received this fish by chance on the way here, right by the lake on the edge of the estate. The fish may or may not have been delicious, and the chef may or may not have praised it. What mattered was that once these words were out, someone would react." Edward spoke up, puzzled. "There are people selling fish on the estate?" "I don't know." The old man said he wanted to adopt these two fish as his parents and be born from their bellies. "That was your eldest uncle." Edward pursed his lips, his hand rubbing the teacup repeatedly. This was clearly outside his expectations. That single sentence silenced the entire banquet hall. Even the whispering children were shushed by their parents. "What else did your uncle say?" "He just asked if I wanted to experience being born from the belly of a fish." "I mean, what did he say when he gave you the fish?" "He said it was to add a dish to my meal." Leo spoke with a casual air. He found his discussion with his uncle about human birthing fish far more interesting than this stuffy banquet. But the fence-sitters, who had been so quiet, immediately spoke up upon hearing that the fish was a gift from the eldest uncle. One of them, an old-timer, took a bite of the fish and coughed. "Ahem, this boy has suffered a lot out there. Frank hasn't been a very good father. I think we should try to grant the boy's wish." Another chimed in. "I think so too. Look how thin he is, it breaks my heart. We should give him some money to eat better. He's about to get engaged. He'll need money to buy clothes and jewelry for his wife. And since they're getting engaged, think of it as money for a baby stroller for their future child." Edward cut in, then it settled. $2 million should be enough to take care of all that. Ethan listened to his uncle's words in a daze, his brain struggling to keep up. "Wait, eating better and buying a baby stroller costs $2 million? Why didn't you say that when I got engaged? When you play favorites, can you at least come up with a believable reason?" Edward's gaze swept over the faces of his old brothers, and he slammed his teacup down on the table with a loud clatter. The water sloshing in the cup mirrored his dark expression. The fence-sitters tactfully avoided his gaze, a mix of guilt and defiance in their posture. "We know what that look means. And yes, we're deliberately making up ridiculous reasons. But with all of us saying it, this is how it has to be settled. You're not going to chew us out over $2 million, are you? Do as they say. I'll have Peyton handle the money transfer." Edward's voice echoed across the table. This time, the fence-sitters just lowered their heads, offering no further flattery. Edward was expressing his displeasure. They had to take it. Leo took in the entire scene, then stood up and respectfully raised his glass in a toast. His uncle had some serious pull. 2 fish were worth $2 million. If he hadn't run into his uncle, Leo had other cards to play. But faced with this unexpected gift, he couldn't possibly estimate its value. Did it hold any weight in their eyes? Or was it too much weight? Since he couldn't be sure, he decided to play this card in a no-limit game. The true extent of his uncle's influence was now clear as day. His mind was a whirlwind. A rough outline of the power dynamics was taking shape in his head. Among the 3 core Miller brothers, the eldest, the Reverend Wild, was a free spirit, but his authority remained intact. 2 fish had just earned him $2 million. The second, Edward, was the actual helmsman, but he was calculating and had to yield when facing the united front of the fence-sitters. The third, Frank, was the outcast, but he was ambitious, biding his time for the perfect moment. And the fence-sitters clearly didn't participate directly in the struggle. They were trying to find a balance between the 3 factions, and it was this non-participating faction that propped up the entire family. Abstract lines formed in his mind, and his fingers began tracing them on his leg. "Can you draw on your own leg?" Isabella shot him a glare. "Sorry." Leo offered an apologetic smile, but his expression was completely relaxed. He had the money, he had the equity, and he had a basic grasp of the situation. He had one big, but that didn't mean he could relax and wait for the banquet to end. Edward still had moves he hadn't made. "Where's my legendary fiancée? Why hasn't she appeared yet?" He and Isabella were whispering like a couple, which was slightly impolite in front of the elders, but still plausible. Even a fool knows the fiancé is a trap. Of course, I know it's a bad thing, but the longer he waits to play that card, the more uneasy I get. If Edward had used the fiancé to counter Leo's relationship with Isabella right away, Leo wouldn't have suspected a thing. In fact, he would have thought it was too simple. "I brought my girlfriend home. You used the family's name to arrange a fiancé for me." But the choice would still be in Leo's hands. The purpose of an arranged marriage was for the family's benefit. "But my girlfriend is no slouch. My money bags is sitting right here. Find me someone better than her. If Edward had dared to use a fiancée to reject his relationship, the fence-sitters would have immediately intervened. Edward, you're being foolish. Isabella is several tiers above the typical candidate for a family alliance. In terms of background and personal ability, she was clearly beyond the scope of a mere political marriage. The fence-sitters themselves couldn't find a young person like her to marry into their families. This was the chain reaction brought on by the moneybags taking a stand. She didn't have to say a word, just sit there like a lucky charm who had come home with her husband, and everyone had to give her respect. But she couldn't possibly stay silent. Uncle Edward, if it's all right, we're preparing to get engaged, Isabella said, taking the lead. Their engagement was, of course, complete nonsense. It was just a way of signaling, we're ready to move this forward. When a woman says it, it's harder to refuse. A girl comes to your house to meet the family and eagerly talks about getting engaged. You still try to push back? What would that look like? The fence-sitters were delighted to hear this. You think we like playing matchmaker? You all complain about arranged marriages. Either you have the guts to find a poor girl you love, like Frank did, and if you're happy, nobody cares, or you do what Leo did and bring home someone who dazzles the family, and we'll clap our hands in support. It's not our fault you all reach marriageable age without being able to land a suitable partner or find true love, and instead just mess around with a bunch of gold-digging influencers. The fence-sitters all looked at Edward, their eyes screaming agree to it, quickly. Best to get it done today, save them another trip up the mountain. But just as they were about to raise their hands in agreement, their eyes met Edward's. His gaze was as still as a stagnant pond, and they silently lowered their heads. This was the price for speaking up and giving Leo the money. For today, at this table, they could no longer oppose Edward. As long as it wasn't a matter of core principles, they had essentially lost their right to speak for the rest of the banquet. That was balance. Of course I agree, but I had originally planned to introduce someone else to Leo. Edward spoke slowly. Let's not, Uncle. It's just a meeting. We can't invite someone here and not even let them meet, can we? As he spoke, Edward had already stood up and patted Leo on the shoulder, motioning for him to follow him to the guest tables. This was an invitation that was impossible to refuse. It was a matter of basic etiquette. Whether you agreed or not, you had to give the other party an explanation. Isabella, of course, couldn't go. It would make the atmosphere too tense. She was a woman who understood the bigger picture. Perhaps afraid she would be awkward sitting there alone, Peyton came over at the perfect moment and asked if she wanted to go to the restroom. The designer of the Miller estate must have had participated in the design of XX Wetland Park on his resume. A single glance revealed a world of green, with many functional buildings, even fountains, constructed from bamboo. Peyton led the way, smiling. Looks like the banquet is going smoothly today. Are you trying to bet on one horse, or hedge your bets on both? Ms. Vance, not everyone has a privileged background like yours, daring to openly challenge people. Which is why I'm all he needs. There are some things you can't do. Peyton walked to a low bamboo building, her eyes quickly scanning the children playing nearby. She pulled some candy from her bag and handed it to them. Kiki, can you take your little brother and sister to play somewhere else? Okay, thank you, Annie Peyton. A chorus of thank you, Annie Peyton followed. Peyton's bag contained at least 10 different kinds of candy, and she expertly gave each child their favorite flavor. The parents of these children might be insignificant members of the Miller family, but she remembered all their preferences. And these children should not have been calling an unmarried woman Annie. The approval of a great house was harder to earn than one might think, but she had that kind of skill. After a few words with the children, she turned back with a smile. The thing you said I can't do. You mean giving candy to children? Isabella was baffled. Don't underestimate giving candy to children. And don't underestimate me. I'm simply questioning your motives. And I have reason to question yours, Miss Vance. Peyton smiled and patted her on the shoulder. Just now, when I went to the kitchen, I received a text from my future father-in-law. It was just a phone number telling me to call and clarify something. When I called, the area code was Boston. The thing I needed to clarify was, why did Isabella Vance leave home back then? Because he had heard a rumor that you had a huge fight with your family over something. In my inquiries, I heard a story about a young heiress who ran away to escape an arranged marriage. So what exactly are your motives, Ms. Vance? A woman who is already engaged. ####. Willow Shung hesitated, wondering if she should send the photo she'd just taken of Leo to Skylar Reed. Objectively speaking, Leo looked quite handsome standing amidst the powerful Miller family. Skylar would definitely want to see it. But then she thought about the conversation that would follow, and her finger hovered over the send button. Ran into your Leo, sending you a pic. So handsome. Where did you run into him? At At his family's estate. Ran into him at his family's estate. What were you doing at his house? How was she supposed to answer that? My dad wants me to marry him, but we're still best friends. I won't steal your boyfriend. We can just live our separate lives. Just thinking about that conversation gave Willow a headache. Better not. I guess we can only forget about it. Winston Shung sighed from nearby. Winston Shung, had actually misjudged the situation. He had thought he could form a happy alliance with Frank Miller's son, but the boy had brought his girlfriend. The matter was clearly off the table. It was just a bit of a shame. A shame because, Frank, my boy, you were born at the wrong time. Winston Shung was a name he had secretly changed himself. It was all done on the advice of Frank Miller back in the day. When he was still known as Winston Shing, he was the guy following Frank around with a blade. Countless times, he had tried to convince Frank to let him be his frontline general. Frank always refused, saying that a general had to shout a battle cry, something like, "Your grandpa so-and-so is here," and his name, Ching, sounded too refined, not imposing enough. It was embarrassing. Winston had gotten desperate, arguing that it was his father's fault, and besides, Frank's name wasn't exactly intimidating either. Frank had replied that his name was to one-up his older brother, Edward. Hadn't he heard the saying? It meant he'd be pissing on his brother for the rest of his life. Winston had shot back that the saying was about leaving the old year behind, not urinating on it. A red-faced Frank had punched him on the shoulder. "See? You're the cultured one. A man of culture like you should be reading books on my brother Edward." Winston wouldn't have it. "I can change my name. I fear no man." His own older brother was named Tion. To emulate Frank, he decided to target his brother. The only difference was his brother was also part of Frank's crew. "Bro, I want to one-up you. What should I change my name to?" "Call yourself Win," Frank had said after a moment's thought, throwing his cigarette down. "That's a good name. Badass. Go change it now." So Winston Shung stole his family's household register and ran off to change his name. After getting whipped a few hundred times by his father, he still insisted on being called Winston. He even loudly asked his brother, "Bro, isn't this name badass?" Explained the deep meaning to Dad. His brother had promptly kicked the family bulldog, and the fat dog had let out a mournful howl at the sky. "See? A win. So badass." Everyone has a past full of unforgettable, amusing moments. With time, those moments are ground into dust by the millstone of years, leaving only a few vivid figures in the mind and a knowing smile on the lips. Now middle-aged, Winston Shung would still feel a youthful fire in his blood when he thought of his younger days. If we can become in-laws with Frank, at least we can help out his wife and son. That was why Winston had agreed to this marriage. When his brother told him about it, his first instinct was to refuse. But when he heard it was Frank Miller's son coming home, he fell silent for a moment and decided to ask for his daughter's opinion. When she heard the name Leo Miller, Willow Shung also fell silent. "If I agree, will it help our family?" Brothers turning against each other was a common story. A prophecy uttered in youth always comes back to haunt you years later. The two brothers who once drank and raced cars behind Frank Miller now stood on opposite sides. The brothers had truly become a story of a winner and a loser. Winston's side of the family was weak. If he agreed to marry off his daughter, his brother promised he could return to the corporate headquarters from his exile up north. "You don't have to think about me. You have the right to choose for yourself." "Dad, don't feel too much pressure. We'll just go and see." "Okay." At the banquet, Winston's expression was mostly one of relief. Not everyone had Frank Miller's grit, daring to stand firm on the outside for 20 years without bowing their head. 20 years was 7,300 days. Even the hardest bones would be worn smooth. He had once tried to emulate Frank, storming out in a fit of anger, but one look at his wife and child, and he had come crawling back home in a few months. Starting a family was the coming-of-age ceremony on this side of the world. Only when you truly shouldered that responsibility did you realize you weren't some dragon king, just another soul in the crowd. A man like Frank Miller had the wind in his blood. Hardship couldn't contain him. But Winston didn't think Frank's choice was the right one. To choose one responsibility, you had to abandon another. In the end, it was the wife and child who suffered. With these thoughts, his eyes met Leo's as the young man approached. All the old friends had tried to help the mother and son over the years, but they had all failed. You didn't think the Miller family's punishment for a rebellious son was as simple as just kicking him out, did you? The punishment had to be absolute. This child, raised in hardship, had finally taken his father's place and walked this path. He wanted to find a shadow of his old friend in the boy's eyes. Frank's son should be like Frank, right? Eyes full of madness and swagger. But one look, and he could see that this boy's eyes were different from the aggressive gaze of a young Frank Miller. Leo's eyes were only clear. This child followed behind Edward Miller, respectfully calling out to his uncles, and even smiled and nodded at his fiancée, Willow. Edward said to let the two kids get to know each other. He said, "Leo, how about you give it some more thought? Maybe try getting to know each other?" Leo said, "Of course. How about it, beautiful? Why don't we connect on social media?" The two Miller men never mentioned the girlfriend, but that didn't mean the marriage was moving forward. In a situation like this, if you wanted to refuse, this was the only way to say it. This was the unspoken agreement between Edward and Leo. No one would say no. They would just say they try to get to know each other. The result of that trying would naturally be nothing. Edward thought to himself, more than once, if only Ethan were this easy to handle. These words fell on Winston's ears, and he knew exactly what they meant. He wasn't unhappy that the marriage was off, but he was unhappy with Leo's performance. Winston held a deep respect for his old friend who had made such a brave choice. Whether the choice was right or wrong, he knew he would never have dared to do the same. And Frank's son was now meekly following Edward, showing his submission. His head was bowed, with none of his father's rebellious spirit. Any other man's son could do that, but Frank Miller's son shouldn't. The son of his friend lacked his friend's spirit. Edward gestured for the two young people to go talk, saying he and Winston had things to discuss. "Are you trying to steal Skylar's boyfriend?" Leo felt the world was too small. Hadn't he just seen this girl on campus? "I'm not. I just came to see. Does Skylar know about this?" I never planned to agree to be your fiancé. I just couldn't say no to my dad, so I came to see. I'm asking if Skylar knows about this." "No." Willow nodded reluctantly. She didn't know how to tell Skylar, because when she came here, she had mentally prepared herself to make a sacrifice. "You're in a tough spot, aren't you?" Leo glanced back at the banquet hall, and seeing that no one was paying attention, he ran to a bamboo fountain and took a sip of water. The hall was full of tea, which wasn't refreshing at all. "This water isn't that great either." "What? What should we talk about?" "We don't have to talk. You can go back and sit if you want. This whole thing is off anyway." "But you said we should get to know each other." "Are you serious? Can one dorm room really produce two idiots?" Leo turned his head in confusion. He was genuinely baffled. "If you can't even understand what that means, what are you doing getting engaged? Are you waiting for me to marry you and then sell you for profit?" "Listen, Ms. Shum, our engagement is canceled. I know that, actually, but can we still try?" Willow could read between the lines, but since she had already prepared herself, she didn't want to give up this chance. A chance to help her father. "You're in a tough spot? Engaged with a mission, are we?" "No. You haven't heard from Skylar what I do for a living?" Your expression is hesitant, which means you're struggling with telling her. You don't want to interfere with your best friend's relationship, but other factors are influencing you. And these factors have clearly pushed you to a point where you're prepared, even when the marriage falls through, to bravely say, "Why don't we give it a try?" So what are these factors? Is it your father, who's currently chatting with my Uncle Edward? Her secret exposed, Willow covered her face, motioning for him to stop. She felt like she was being stripped bare. Leo took off his suit jacket and slung it over his shoulder. The custom-made shirt highlighted his naturally broad shoulders. He leaned inconspiratorially toward Willow. "These problems can all be solved. First, you tell Skylar everything about the arranged marriage, leaving nothing out." "I can't. If I tell her, how can I face her?" "Second, the other factors influencing you don't need to be solved by sacrificing your personal happiness. How about we try a different way? We can secretly fleece them for a bit." "How?" "We don't need to connect on social media. We don't even need to contact each other. But when you talk about me at home, just say that we're getting to know each other." "But just getting to know each other won't achieve my goal. If you married me directly, it would be useless because Edward wants to use a controllable partner to tie me down. If you said the engagement was on, he wouldn't believe it. But if you say you're getting to know me, that gives him a possibility. And during that process, whatever you ask for, he'll give you because you're useful." Willow felt her head spin, but another voice made the decision for her. "Listen to him." Winston had appeared from somewhere, interjecting with those 3 words before turning and walking away, leaving the young people to their conversation. Willow nodded blankly, agreeing. "But what about Skylar? You can tell her the problem you're facing and our solution. I guarantee she'll only feel regret. Regret that she can't be a part of something so exciting and join us in pulling off a big score." The nightmare that had plagued the young woman for days was suddenly solved. For a girl her age, these worries were enough to keep her tossing and turning all night. She opened her wide eyes and looked at the boy standing by the water fountain, jacket slung over his shoulder, eyes closed as he basked in the sun. "He is kind of handsome." Winston Shung patted his daughter's shoulder as he walked out from the side. He gave Leo a wave from a distance. He had been out for a while. He had heard some of the conversation. And he knew that when Leo mentioned Edward by name, it was for his benefit. He shook his head, looking at the retreating figure. The son of his friend had his friend's spirit. For a moment, he felt like he had been transported back in time. The young man by the fountain briefly overlapped with a figure from the past, then instantly separated. They were different. Ultimately, they were different. This young man with his hands in his pockets by the fountain knew more about patience than his father ever did at that age. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. The ultimate purpose of the family banquet was to formally acknowledge his place in the family. No ceremony exists in a vacuum. The ritual of paying respects to the ancestors in the family crypt was, in itself, an act of strengthening cohesion. From the outside, the family might be structured like a corporation, but internally, it was essentially a giant household. And different households inevitably have different agendas. It was like a condo building. Neighbors could go to war over a dog peeing in the elevator. The stakes were even higher for a close-knit community bound by profit. So the crypt's existence was a fundamental bond between the various households. It also established unwritten rules. Many disputes that a judge couldn't settle could be resolved with internal rules in front of the ancestors. Leo, some things. Your cousin was just confused for a moment. His moment of confusion almost got me killed. If his head had been clear, I'd probably be reincarnated by now. There are no deaths in family struggles. That's a rule the old man set. Your father is still alive and kicking out there, isn't he? The memorial plaques in the crypt were sparse, and even those were a stretch. The family's lineage was shallow. Their fortune had begun with the current patriarch. Leo respectfully bowed. Whether it was a ritual or just for show, they were still ancestors. It was right to be respectful. As for the car crash, that wasn't over. He wouldn't use it to extort them, nor would he use it to burn everything down. He wouldn't even bring it up, because it was the fundamental chip he had to be standing here at all. Without the car crash, Edward would never have considered letting him in the door. Without the car crash, Edward wouldn't be so careful to avoid a complete fallout. Keeping that secret in his heart was far more useful than laying it on the table. Uncle Edward, I believe you. The car crash happened because my cousin saw how hard I was working and wanted me to get some rest in the hospital. Talking like that is pointless. How should I talk then? Should I say my cousin was afraid of losing the inheritance and wanted to get rid of me ahead of time? Impossible. My brother and I have a great relationship. Edward squinted as he placed his incense stick in the burner, wiping away the falling ash with his thumb. The curling green smoke wrapped around the rafters. He coughed twice, ending the topic. He now understood Leo's attitude. Nephew, when you get to my age, you'll understand the value of an ordinary life. Edward pointed to Willow Shung, who was standing outside the crypt. He was showing Leo a path of wealth and comfort. A beautiful, well-matched wife, a penthouse or a mansion, a seat on one of the many boards within the sprawling Miller family, yachting, skiing, and clubbing with other rich kids, and occasionally returning to the mountains to yawn through a meeting. In the end, life is just eating, drinking, and paying bills. In the face of nature's law, everyone is just an ordinary person. The banquet was lavish, but it only happened a few times a year. Ordinary days were still filled with trivialities. Everyone had to live. Edward was trying to tell him not to get carried away by a few family stories, not to get hot-headed about avenging his father or taking back what was his. The ultimate goal in life is to live comfortably. Uncle Edward, my coming back has nothing to do with my dad. Leo also placed his incense stick in the burner. He turned his head and continued. As for the ordinary life you're offering for me, that would be what I call a dream. A dream I never even dared to have before. I'm a very easily satisfied person. As long as I can work hard and make my life a little better, I feel happy. Because that's how normal people live. It might be a little tough, but there's always a little hope dangling in front of you. If you insist on calling an ordinary life precious, then the life I used to live was even more ordinary. And if I had to live that life forever, I would have accepted it. But the car crash still happened. I didn't know about the Miller family. I had no money. My dad was a gambling addict. And I was just chasing after girls, facing the choice of traveling the world with one or being kept by another. My world was that small. But someone still wanted to kill me. For no reason. Forget fighting back. I didn't even know what the hell my enemy wanted from me. Any stray thought in someone else's head could get me killed. Maybe that thought was just, damn, I'm bored today. Let's go kill that Leo kid. So, Uncle Edward, if I choose your ordinary life, can you guarantee there won't be another cobbled-together Hummer coming for me? In a complete reversal of etiquette, Leo patted his uncle on the shoulder. It was a question that would have no answer. Even if his uncle swore on his life that he could guarantee it, said he'd assign a team of special forces to protect him. You wouldn't believe it. Only a complete idiot would place their hopes in someone else. Leo was the first to walk out of the crypt. The formalities were more or less over. He was supposed to see his grandfather, but the old man was unwell. He found Isabella and studied her expression. Something's not right. Why the long face? Forget to bring toilet paper to the bathroom. Did your uncle mention me? No. Leo was curious. Her hesitant expression was off. What could have happened on a trip to the restroom to make her so strange? She wasn't the type to be secretive. Wait. Leo suddenly realized something. There were many reasons a woman might become hesitant. Chatting with another man behind your back, secretly spending your money, cheating on you. But there weren't many things that could make Isabella hesitant. The shy demeanor of a young girl was completely absent in her. Could it be? You're pregnant? If the information was accurate, and counting the days, it would be about 2 months. If she were pregnant, there should be some signs, like a missed period, combined with her strange behavior after coming back from the restroom. Having had a few drinks with his uncles at the banquet, Leo was a bit dizzy as he looked at Isabella. No way. It actually happened? Isabella's image instantly changed in his eyes. Maybe it was the filter brought on by their special connection. Somehow, her ice queen face looked a little more pleasing. Leo's strange reaction didn't surprise Isabella. The person who was truly surprised was Peyton. Leo saw her strange expression, and the first thing he blurted out was about pregnancy. Didn't that prove that between the two of them? Her composure was excellent. So excellent that even if she were attending Leo's wedding right now, she could smile and offer her sincerest blessings. But having a child? That was a bridge too far. Who could understand the heart of a woman who dreamed of nothing but having a child? I'm not pregnant. Isabella shot him a glare, motioning for him to sit down and talk. Your uncle found out about my engagement. So you're married, woman? It was a verbal agreement. We've barely even met. Why didn't you say so earlier? The issue wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. His uncle could definitely use this as an excuse, saying she was already engaged and he was interfering, which would be seen as starting a feud. But Leo had a comeback. Isabella was planning to stick with him for life, and she'd peacefully end the engagement when she had the time. The matter would be over. What Leo was questioning was his partner's cooperative attitude. You're withholding military intelligence, you little. I forgot. Bullshit. You just didn't want to say. The banquet's over, right? Should we go home? Changing the subject because you feel guilty? I'll go home and take care of it. Fine, don't tell me. Leo dropped it. If she didn't want to say, she didn't have to. He was trying to be nice and show concern, and she was being secretive. Isabella tugged on his sleeve. Are you angry? What do I have to be angry about? If you don't want to say it, it means you have secrets. You're the only one I've ever been with. Hey, there are people around. Leo quickly covered her mouth. He glanced at Peyton, who was standing nearby. Cousin-in-law, we're having a private conversation. Could you give us a moment? If it's been 2 months, you can test for it, Peyton said. Should I go ask one of the other Miller wives if they have a pregnancy test at home? That's not important right now. It's very important. We'll go to the hospital later. I can go with you. We need to be sure for peace of mind. I mean, it's more convenient to have a woman around for these things. Leo looked at the two women, both with their own hidden agendas. They were a perfect illustration of a poker game where everyone was hiding their cards. With Peyton's skills, give her a decent background, and she could probably be the last one standing in a palace drama. Leo felt the banquet should be wrapping up. The only thing missing was seeing his grandfather. But that wasn't his decision. It was his grandfather's. He probably just didn't want to see him. Ready to leave, Leo found his uncle again. Are there any more formalities? I have something to tell you. I know Isabella has an engagement, but she can resolve it peacefully. If she could resolve it peacefully, why would it have dragged on until now, to the point where she had to run and hide all the way in Riverbend? Uncle, if she says she can resolve it, she can. We're preparing to. I have full confidence in your abilities, Uncle. But someone else doesn't. Hearing this, Leo rolled his eyes. Besides you, who else cares who my wife is? You're more anxious than my own father. Uncle, no need to explain to me. I said I believe you, and I do. You need to go explain to him. His uncle pointed toward the top of the Miller family's pyramid-like layout. In a grove of trees, there was a man-made lake, and by the lake, a study. It was his grandfather's study. You don't think I arranged for you to meet Willow, do you? Your uncle would never play matchmaker like that. It's more like you made an arrangement, and then my grandfather changed it, right? Clever. But the result is the same. Edward, exposed, didn't even blush. This was why, when Isabella had revealed herself as his girlfriend, he hadn't used the fiancé as a reason to object. In fact, he had been very supportive of Isabella. In the crypt, He had even given Leo a final choice, because the fiancé had nothing to do with him. Winston Shung was one of Frank Miller's old cronies. What kind of madman would Edward have to be to choose their family for an alliance? Wasn't that just handing Frank a partner on a silver platter? So, in the matter of the engagement, Edward had been watching the show from the sidelines. The old man wanted a controllable balance, so he, in front of Leo, supported the uncontrollable outsider from Boston. Nephew, it'll be tough, but your uncle supports you. Leo wanted another faction to help him, so he dug up dirt on Isabella and fed it to his grandfather, forcing the old man to see him. Dad, this kid is ungovernable. You talk to him. If there's no conflict, create it. All conflicts are brewed from small moments. This was Edward's way of doing things, silent and subtle, completely different from Frank's grand, sweeping style. He had tested Leo's attitude. The boy wanted a life he could control. Uncle supports you. But sorry, your grandfather loves control. Now the battlefield is yours. Go argue. The bigger the fight, the better. Go on, Leo. Your grandfather is at an age where every meeting could be the last. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. So, Edward was saving the big one for last. Leo walked along the small path, looking at the jeering monkey in the tree, and the more he looked, the angrier he got. You should have just said the fiancé wasn't your idea. My attitude would have been a little softer just now, wouldn't it? That old schemer had definitely reported his defiant attitude back to the patriarch in full. The central theme. Dad, he's dead set against the marriage you arranged. I can't do anything about it. If he had known it was the old man's arrangement, Leo would have acted more like a playboy. He would have said he was trying to find a way to break it off with Isabella and then give it a try with Willow. That kind of excuse would have been much more palatable. As for whether they actually ended up dating, who knew? I can play hardball with Edward and Ethan, but not with the old man. Not yet. The end of the banquet meant the start of the real struggle. How he behaved in front of his uncle and cousin no longer mattered. They all tacitly acknowledged each other as enemies. But he still had to humor his grandfather. Otherwise, the battlefield he had worked so hard to create could be erased by a higher power. Miss Shung, could you play along with me for a bit in a minute? Oh, okay. The two of them walked side by side on the slate path, the evening sun making their eyes water. The old man had specifically asked to see them both. She didn't have much of an opinion on the matter, simply watching the man next to her muttering to himself. Things like fate were still too distant for her. She was just a college sophomore. When we see him, say as little as possible. Just agree with whatever I say. I'll owe you a favor, okay? Then you should spend more time with Skylar. Huh, with us like this, I still feel a little bad for her. All right, Leo found it amusing. How long had it been since he'd met someone with a functioning moral compass? If he said one of the other girls, I owe you a favor, ask for anything, he could probably guess what a certain Isabella or Peyton would want. He could handle that. The scariest would be a certain Dr. Shaw. She would definitely cook up something huge, something that ignored all human decency. Let's run through the script. The moment we see my grandfather, you say we had a long talk on the way here. About life, ideals, hobbies. Okay, what kind of life do you want to live? Willow was very cooperative. It was such a simple question, but it stumped Leo. I want to live a life that isn't controlled. Could he say that? The old man clearly wanted to control him. Let's try another one. Okay, what are your ideals? My ideal is to take down Ethan and his dad. Let's try another one. Okay, what are your hobbies? I used to like playing basketball. Now I'd rather hang out with Skylar, and in the evenings, go to my cousin-in-law's place and be waited on hand and foot. Never mind. Leo looked at his fiancée and decided to just drop it. He'd just have to make something up on the spot. He couldn't say a single true thing. Willow cooperatively answered, I don't know about my life and ideals yet. I just want my dad to stop looking so sad. As for hobbies, I like taking care of my cat at home, feeding stray cats, and bringing cat food to the shelter. Willow spoke earnestly about her hobbies, feeling they were too ordinary. Compared to her best friend Skylar, they were insignificant. But she saw the man in front of her, his eyes shining. Why are you looking at me like that? You don't have any slightly rebellious or dark hobbies? I don't understand what you mean. I mean, have you always had such a solemn moral compass? Don't praise me like that. I don't have a good impression of you. Willow turned her head away and stopped talking. What kind of compliment was that? As for why Leo's eyes were shining. After tangling with Dr. Shaw, when you meet a girl with such a pure sense of morality, your eyes will shine too. It was nothing more than the novelty of it all. Let me just test one last thing. In your eyes, what kind of person am I? Honestly, of course. A jerk I have absolutely no interest in. You're clear to go. Test successful. This girl's morals were so solid they were almost weird. Leo could finally relax. They were purely partners on the same team now. No other relationship. I may be a jerk, but I keep my word. If you cooperate with me, your dad's situation will get better. Do you make promises to every girl? What kind of thing is that to say? I'm not a total scumbag, but Skylar secretly cries because of you, and she loves to smile. All I can say is, everyone has their own life to live. It can't be helped. What does it mean to face the same life? Leo didn't answer, but he pointed at the two of them. They were walking on the same battle line, their fates temporarily bound together. Willow said no more. In her heart, she worried for her best friend. As for herself, she would never develop feelings for a guy who flirted with everyone, especially not the boy her best friend liked. I'm telling Skylar everything as soon as I get home. From a distance, the old man's private courtyard seemed to contain only a man-made lake and a study. But up close, it was a different story. Through a small path was a weathered wooden gate. Pushing it open revealed a row of white-walled, blue-tiled houses nestled by the green water. The stone steps in front were worn smooth by time. The carved wooden window lattices exuded an ancient charm. Walking through the low alleys, they discovered that these houses were inhabited by very old people. The old retainers and servants from the patriarch generation all lived here. They sat around a stove, brewing tea. Seeing Leo, they waved warmly, then pointed to the wooden house at the very end. The two of them walked over, with no one to guide them. In front of the house, an old dog lay untethered, basking in the sun. The ancient atmosphere made one instinctively quiet down. By the nearby lake, a few old men were fishing. Willow crouched down to pet the old dog's head, her face glowing in the sunlight. She was clearly happier petting the dog than being with Leo. Leo strode into the wooden house, pushing the door open. Whoa, this room has smart home features. Leo's eyes immediately caught the electric curtains. So, it was only ancient on the outside. There was no mysterious meeting. The old man was just dozing in a rocking chair facing the lake. A blanket slipped down to his knees. His white hair shone in the evening sun. Leo didn't disturb him. He sat down at the desk. Just as he was about to open a book, a long, silent, hoarse voice, like an old bellows, sounded in his ear. You're here. I'm here. See how the poem is. All right. Leo opened the draft paper on the desk. The flowing cursive was hard for him to decipher. I don't really appreciate calligraphy. I've barely been to school. How could I know calligraphy? I was just scribbling. The title of this poem is, I Love My Home. Do you love it? I do. Riverbend Estates or the Miller family estate. I'd love to love the Miller estate, but no one's given me a house here. Keep reading. Leo struggled to translate the chicken scratch into understandable words. My house is big with more windows than doors. Where is it? Up on a hill. Give me an objective evaluation. No flattery. My literature skills are average, but I can see it's neat. The imagery is simple but clear, and it's easy to read. Simplify. I don't understand that. It's brilliant. The old man suddenly laughed, the wrinkles on his face spreading out, followed instantly by a violent coughing fit. He never once turned to look at Leo, keeping his eyes closed as he faced the window. Are there many windows? Many. Many windows means it's bound to be drafty. It's fine as long as there are doors. And what if the doors collapse? Pray they don't. The windows are all just waiting for the doors to collapse. The old man tapped his bamboo chair. His strength was so diminished that it only made a faint sound. But a second later, a middle-aged man in a traditional tunic suit walked in. He helped the old man up, his stoop back like a winding mountain range. Grandpa, slowly. Leo moved to help, but was blocked by the man's outstretched leg. The old man, however, looked up at him. What did you call me? Grandpa, you help me. Leo took the old man's right arm, supporting his weight. The old man looked thin, but Leo felt a surprising weight on his hand. A dead man's body is heavy. You're walking like a dragon. Why are you saying such unlucky things? I'm going to die. They walked slowly out of the house. Willow stood timidly at the door. Hello, Grandpa Miller. Hello. The old man greeted her, then glanced at Leo. When are you getting married? Grandpa, we're still getting to know each other. Grandpa, we're still getting to know each other. Choose one. Call me Grandpa or get married. We'll get married when we're old enough. All of Leo's prepared scripts were useless. In front of this dying old man, he only had choices to make. No explanations needed. Don't have too many kids. It's useless. 3 is enough. Grandpa, you have no idea how much pressure there is to raise a kid these days. Everything costs money. Don't talk crap at the door of my study. The old man gestured for him to help him walk forward. Willow timidly followed, poking Leo in the back to ask if she should take his other arm. This old man's arms and legs aren't broken yet. You just walk along with us, little girl. Grandpa, do you have eyes in the back of your head? Is that how Silas taught you to schmooze with clients? Silas? Leo racked his brain, but couldn't place the name. Wait a minute. Hashtag, hashtag, hashtag. Which pimp? Silas is Zhao Xiaoqing? Holy crap. No wonder he never used his real name. It would have totally ruined his mystique. Grandpa, why didn't you want to see me? Seeing me is no good. When a grandson sees his grandfather, what else is there to do but ask for money? Then why see me now? I was afraid I wouldn't live to see you again. The old man sat by the river, watching his old friends fish. These were the younger ones. Those his age had long since turned to dust. The doctor had advised him not to live among the elderly. The passing of old friends would inevitably affect his mood. But he had insisted. The last time he had left the Miller compound was when Leo was born. Unnoticed by anyone, he had taken a young Ethan to see the wrinkled newborn. The last time I saw you, you were a little skinny monkey. I was only 7 pounds at birth, of course I was skinny. Under a parasol, Leo sat on a small stool next to him. But the old man was too frail. He swayed on the stool, unable to keep his balance. Leo had to support him from behind. Even so, the old man kept his gaze fixed on the lake. He said, I want to jump off a bridge one more time. Grandpa, it's better to live a bad life than to have a good death. Just hang on for another 2 years. I'm not talking about suicide, you idiot. I want to jump off the South Riverbend Bridge into the river. When we were young, we'd line up and dive in one by one. Leo finally understood. He was talking about diving, not killing himself. That's easy. I'll drive you over there, and you can jump. It's free. You think I'd survive the fall? See, you still cherish your life. If I lived to your age, I'd just go for it, whatever I wanted to do. When you live to my age, you'll know how hard those 3 words, go for it, are. What's still holding you back? Your 3 sons? The old man didn't answer, instead changing the subject. Are you satisfied with this compensation? I am. Some things must have been tacitly approved by the old man, like letting Leo come home. This was Edward's answer to the compensation question. In some high-level confrontations, even between a father and son, the test questions are never spoken aloud. I won't say it, but you have to answer the test. What was precious was never the equity or the money, but the value of the banquet itself. To walk through the front door, openly and honorably, was an incredibly precious thing. It was something Rick Miller hadn't been able to achieve in 20 years. It shouldn't have been this easy for Leo. Everything was compensation for that car crash. There can't be any more deaths. Okay, which of the 3 is most suitable? The topic jumped quickly. Leo thought for a moment. He was probably referring to the 3 Miller brothers. He offered a tentative answer. Uncle Edward. None of them are suitable. See? This old man was a sly one. If you didn't want me to answer, you shouldn't have been so dramatic. None of them are suitable, but they all want to try. So they're all waiting for me to die. Leo didn't answer, which was a tacit agreement. They were now using the pronouns of family. As sons, they wouldn't wish for their father's death. But his grandfather was clearly talking about another level of identity. As other identities, it wasn't so certain. Your father hates me the most, but I understand him. I'm listening. Leo knew, even with his eyes closed, that starting a conversation in this cryptic way meant a story was coming. It was like when a friend wants to vent and starts with, I had a fight with my girlfriend. I'm so mad. You know what happened? You just have to play along. The old man closed his eyes as if recalling the past, his river of memory too vast to navigate. He said that Leo's father was the one most like him when he was young, because even in chaotic places, he could thrive. As a family that had started in shipping, in a chaotic era that required a second expansion, certain methods were unavoidable. Early organized crime syndicates were born from canal transport. Shipping has always been something you fight for. With a port and a shipping lane, you could print money. Who wouldn't want that? But fighting wasn't just about being a good brawler. Could you gain ownership just by killing people? Don't be ridiculous. This wasn't a video game. The words righteousness and honor might sound like a joke now, but to the dock workers and low-level grunts, those 4 words were a golden ticket. Because it was a rare, common spiritual bond in the complex faith of the underclass. The little guys just wanted to follow a boss who could feed them. If you had that reputation, they would follow you. Frank Miller was that kind of person. He was a rich young master, but he was meticulous, daring, and willing to fight. This was a very special quality, because other pampered rich kids wouldn't dare. Would you, a rich kid, eat and sleep at the docks, be the first to charge into a fight, and be a free-spending benefactor to the underclass? The more you have, the more you have to lose. Frank had things to lose, but he was still daring. Because he was daring, he became big. This was something his 2 older brothers could never do. So big that he would travel with the shipping lanes across the sea. All transport in the entire region, whether legitimate or gray, had to pay respects to Frank Miller. At that time, his grandfather was already living a semi-retired life. His eldest son was in charge. But the whole Miller family loved Frank because he brought tangible benefits to the family. Who doesn't love money? And Frank had that gangster charm. The kids all loved him too. Whenever they got into trouble, they'd call their Uncle Frank. You could say his prestige in the family even surpassed the eldest brothers. Let me just confirm, you're talking about Rick Miller, not some illegitimate son, right? I'm talking about your father. Then why were my mom and I living in a tiny apartment? Let me finish. The old man continued. He said times were changing. In the wheels of progress, anyone who stood in the way would be crushed. The Miller family needed to transition. Frank's way of doing things was no longer suitable. And Edward, the bookish one since childhood, stood up. In a family meeting, he pointed at his brother and yelled, "If you keep insisting on that old way, we're going to fall behind." Of course, Frank disagreed. This was something he had fought for with his own blood and sweat. Those words sound simple, but they represented countless days and nights of work. No one could just let that go. And success is only recognized in hindsight. At that stage, who could guarantee that the transition was the right move? So, the two brothers fought, openly and secretly, for a long time. They did everything short of killing each other. At the time, their father thought it was a good thing. He admired Frank's style, but he also recognized Edward's strategic vision. As long as no one died. Until that year, the Miller family lost an eldest son and gained a Reverend Wild. The struggle intensified, finally culminating in the death of Frank and Edward's mother. A furious Frank grabbed his brother by the collar and dragged him into the family crypt. He demanded an explanation from his father, but his father's explanation was to just drop it. The cause of death was never determined. It was a complete mystery back then, but the patriarch chose to close the case. Edward stayed with the family. Frank was exiled abroad. Leo had seen this part of the story before. It ended with Frank calling his father a son of a bitch and being kicked out of the family. But Peyton had also said that the source of that quote wasn't reliable. So my dad really did call you a son of a... He swore at you. If only it were just a swear word. That man was used to being wild. 9 out of 10 words out of his mouth were swear words. Then what did he say? He said, "Dad, you're not a man." The wrinkles on the old man's face gathered and then smoothed out. You couldn't see a trace of sadness on this old man who had weathered so many storms. Only an endless silence that hummed in the fishy air by the lake. He said hundreds of Miller family members were following him. He had to be responsible for them. The era of second expansion was over. At that time, the family needed someone to protect the family business. That person could only be Edward. So, no matter what, Edward couldn't be touched. He had wanted to sit down and talk, to persuade Frank to continue his work overseas. But it was impossible. He had to expel Frank from the family and impose various surveillance measures. Otherwise, with his personality, he might have publicly boarded a plane for a long journey, only to be on a smuggling boat back a day later, trying to hunt down Edward. But the fighting would ultimately destroy the family business. After hearing these words, Leo was silent. He gently patted his grandfather's shoulder. Some things were hard to judge as right or wrong. For people like them, most conflicts could be resolved through an exchange of interests. The conflicts that truly remained were the ones that couldn't be solved. There was only helplessness. Some things you really can only understand after experiencing them. Before Skylar's birthday party, when he first talked to Silas about the Miller family, Silas had said that his grandfather only cared about the family's development. But hearing it now, it was hard to say he was wrong. The person in that position had to have that kind of resolve. That was a prerequisite. But was Frank wrong? Maybe he was a bit hot-headed. But even setting aside their father-son relationship, Leo didn't think he was wrong. "My mom is dead. You won't even investigate. You won't give me an explanation. Why?" In the end, it was a clash of values. If I were Frank, I'd hate you too. But I had to choose between the hundreds of people in the Miller family and Frank. That's not an excuse to lightly erase his years of contributions. Your judgment is based on your position as Frank's son. Frank had his glory days too. Leo couldn't even reconcile the image of the old rogue with the glorious figure in the story. Things are rarely black and white. It's all about perspective. Leo didn't deny it. "I'm his son, what can I do? I can't speak for anyone else. Of course, I'm going to be subjective." The conversation ended. A silent stillness hung over the lake. Leo knew the old man didn't need an evaluation. He wanted an answer. Or rather, before he died, he desperately needed an answer. Frank couldn't give it to him, so he had turned to Frank's son. Faced with the heavy family history, Leo picked up a stone from the lakeside and skipped it across the water, earning a few playful curses from the fishermen. He squatted down next to the old man, a grin on his face. Sometimes, admitting you're wrong is a good thing. Where was I wrong? From your perspective, of course you weren't wrong. But people can never maintain the same perspective. Leo used a strange analogy. He said when he was a kid, he would also fight with his mom. He was the king of the kids, so when his little brothers were bullied, he had to help out. He didn't think he was wrong, because sometimes he'd tell his mom he had money for lunch, but it was actually his little brothers pooling their money to buy it for him. To save a little money. When you're poor, what can you do? But when his mom saw his torn school uniform, she would always scold him for fighting. At first, he wouldn't admit he was wrong. He'd just stubbornly take the scolding, until he saw the sad look in his mother's eyes, and he felt bad too. He would get caught in the sad conflict of their different views. He felt he was right, but he didn't want to see his mother cry. So he would stand up and admit he was wrong, saying he would never fight again. His mother would hug him and cry, saying, "Mom is just worried about you." Suddenly, the young Leo felt a sense of release. Did he really think he was wrong? No. The next time his little brother was bullied, he would still step up, but he would take off his school uniform first, so his mom wouldn't worry. So why did he admit he was wrong? Sometimes, admitting you're wrong isn't about bowing your head to someone. It's about giving yourself an emotional outlet. Leo shamelessly preached life lessons to a 90-year-old man. A person might know the right thing to do, but they aren't always willing to do it. After admitting his mistake, Leo hadn't felt like he was bowing to his mother. Instead, he felt much better. He accepted that what he did was wrong. But reality is just that strange. You swat a fly, you think you're right, but the fly thinks you're wrong. In the end, you can only attribute it to the influence of reality. It forces you to do the wrong thing. But you can't kick reality in the shin and scream, "Screw you." Not hurting the people who love you is the most you can do. Grandpa, that's not weakness. That's love. He patted the old man's shoulder, then took a step back to stand with Willow, meeting her confused gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you going to tell stories like that to trick me into marrying you someday? What the hell? Are you a mind reader?" When a man who has weathered storms finally cries, it's as if his entire long, heavy life is crying with him. As the years come to an end, the long river of memory rushes in like a tide, only to quickly recede into a calm, narrow mountain stream. The so-called grudges and passions leave only a single frame in their long lives, and that frame will replay over and over, until a silent regret slides from the corner of their eyes, forming a final release before the curtain falls. Leo smelled the fishy air from the river and gently picked up a dead fish, digging a small hole to bury it. He said nothing. How do you comfort a grieving river? "I'm not crying," Leo said, his voice a deadpan mask. Confucius is. He watched the old man's vitality slowly seep back into his face. In the elderly, emotions were a subtle tide. If you weren't paying attention, you'd think he'd simply dozed off. That Vance girl is not a good match for you. You old men love to jump to conclusions. Did you ever think to ask if I even like her? What do you like about her? Her legs. Is she the only woman on the planet with legs? Hearing the exchange, Willow Shung subconsciously glanced down at her own. They weren't short, but they were nothing compared to the mixed-race woman's. Wait, why am I even comparing myself to her? She thought. I should be grateful I don't have legs like that. It's the only way to avoid becoming that jerk's next conquest. Grandpa Miller, however, was already out of patience. His third son's boy, Frank's boy, was brilliant in every way, but he talked too damn much. "I know your little games," the old man grumbled. "Willow here is your safe retreat, and the Vance girl is your piggy bank. A solid defensive and offensive strategy. But anything the Vance girl can do for you, Win Shung's boy can do too. And she comes with a whole mess of her own problems. Who knows what kind of trouble she'll drag you into?" This was beyond Leo's comprehension. Isabella's mess had to be related to her engagement. But these so-called family-arranged engagements, as serious as they sounded, were really just high-stakes blind dates. The families met, the kids got to know each other. If it worked, it worked. If not, they moved on. Everyone had their pride, after all. So Isabella's engagement couldn't be that big a deal. And besides, her personality didn't scream self-sacrificing daughter. Leo's situation was different. He was in the prove-yourself to the patriarch phase. When the old man found you a fiancé, you accepted. Life didn't hand you a test with the questions filled in. It presented you with invisible blanks you were expected to complete. The old man was testing his attitude. "I'm intervening in your life. Do you accept?" "Yes." "Then stay and talk." "No." "Get the hell out." So, you had to play along. Isn't an engagement easy to break? Leo asked, genuinely curious. You just sit down, say it's not a good fit, and wish each other well. Normally, yes. But she ran away right before the wedding. Ah, the runaway bride. One of the unholy trinity of TV cliches. Translate. I don't speak your nonsense. Grandpa Miller actually enjoyed talking with Leo. Ethan only visited occasionally, always with a briefcase tucked under his arm, spouting off about 5-year plans and corporate blueprints. As if the old man needed to hear that from him. Leo's only flaw was his mile-a-minute mouth, constantly spitting out bizarre new slang. Willow helpfully stepped in. Grandpa Miller, he just means that a runaway bride is a very common plot in movies and TV shows. I thought you kids were all about finding your own love these days. Why is it still like when we were young, fighting against the old ways? The old man didn't understand the romantic entanglements of the youth. He only cared about one thing. Just don't you two pull any runaway stunts. I die of shame. So, Isabella's mess is a big deal because it caused a loss of face. If your bride ran off with another man the day before your wedding, would you be angry? She ran off with someone else? Who? Take a guess. The old man shot him a withering look. Guess? Guess my ass. Who the hell else could it be? Me. The world suddenly felt utterly absurd. First, Isabella was engaged, and she hadn't broken it off. Second, right before the wedding, she chose to run away with someone else. And finally, the son of a bitch who stole another man's bride was, in all likelihood, Leo himself. Now the old man's opposition made perfect sense. It wasn't about liking Isabella. It was about honor. Like her all you want, but have her break the engagement first. Fine. Wait until she's divorced, and then swoop in. Also fine. But you do not, under any circumstances, steal a man's bride at the altar. There is no way to spin that into being the good guy. Leo felt a wave of nausea. His dead memories were proving to be colorful. Does the guy hate me? I don't know. But if it were me, I want to break your arms and legs. So the fact that I still have all my limbs means he doesn't hate me. As long as you're here in Riverbend, who would dare touch you? It was a statement that should have dripped with power, but coming from the old man, it sounded as casual as talking about his old dog having an upset stomach. But Leo understood. His peaceful life wasn't an accident. Someone, somewhere, had been quietly taking the hits for him. Thank you for protecting my limbs. The old man fell silent. His stooped back seemed impossibly small against the vast expanse of the lake. A man who had nearly lived a century. His face was a roadmap of hardship. He didn't answer, but simply whispered, "No more people can die." "Grandpa," Leo said softly, "some things don't have answers. You don't have to carry it all." He could only guess the old man's obsession with no more death stemmed from the brutal family war. But for the men involved, it would always be an open wound. Did the truth even matter? Attitude was everything. Back then, the Miller family needed the second son, Rick. The moment Grandpa Miller chose to protect him at all costs, the seeds were sown. Did his own father, Frank, the third son, not spend 20 years of sleepless nights wondering why? Hatred only deepens with time, like a wound festering under a bandage in the summer heat. Some things are better left unsaid, because speaking them turns a knot into a scar. Who could say which was worse? Grandpa Miller coughed, a deep, rattling sound. "Get out of here. Go get married and have some kids. Don't you know anything about medicine? Having kids too young is bad for the mother. I swear I'm going to sew that mouth of yours shut." Leo turned his back and gestured for Willow to follow. The girl, still dazed, hurried after him, then suddenly ran back. "Grandpa Miller," she said, "the dog by the library is very old. It's probably best not to give him anything too hard to eat." Thank you." The old man didn't turn around. His back to Leo's departing figure, he stared silently at the lake. He rolled up his rough trousers, his stooped posture making him look more like an old farmer than a patriarch. He raised his head with difficulty, facing the setting sun as it began to sink behind the distant mountains. "So, are we getting married?" Willow asked as they walked away. "Only if you want a reception full of my very strange and very angry ex-girlfriends." "Then how do we handle your grandfather?" "He's at the end of his life," Leo said, his head bowed. "He might not even make it to that day." There was a profound sadness in witnessing a life wind down. His position was different from his father's. To put it simply, he had to completely crush Ethan before he could be of any real help to Frank. It wasn't the time to get involved in the grievances of the past. Not until he could single-handedly influence the family's swing voters. As they were about to part ways, Leo had instructions for Willow. "When you get home, tell your parents we're dating. You can tell Skylar to. I'm worried she'll be upset." "Are you kidding?" Leo said. "Just tell your parents you're going on a date with me, but then actually go meet up with Skylar. Do whatever you want. I'll reimburse you for the expenses. She loves a good clandestine operation, and since it's technically to help me, she'll be more enthusiastic than anyone." Willow nodded. For a moment, she felt like the third wheel in a TV drama. It was so obvious that Leo and Skylar were the ones who were perfectly in sync, their brains operating on the same bizarre frequency. And here she was, stuck in the middle. If it weren't for her official title as his fiancée, she might have asked, "So, am I just a pawn in your little game?" So now we go our separate ways. Leo said the words through gritted teeth. Tonight, a visit to Ms. Vance's house was non-negotiable. He needed to hear just what kind of bombshell his stone-faced sugar mama had been hiding from him. "Uncle Rick, I will handle my engagement," Isabella said, her voice tight. "I'm sure you will, but you have to consider the optics. I can resolve it discreetly. But the Miller family will still be branded as wife stealers," Rick Miller said, laying his cards on the table. You figure by now, the old man's talk with Leo was probably over. Leo would have made his choice. No one doubted the patriarch's methods. Peyton stood nearby, quietly observing the storm gathering around them. She gently rubbed Isabella's back, a silent plea for her to calm down. This needs to be handled carefully, she thought. Leo will figure something out. But Isabella Vance was not the type to sit and wait. If there were no negative optics, would you be able to shut your damn mouth? "Is that any way to talk to?" asked your question. Yes or no? Isabella's sharp retort drew the attention of the entire room. Miller family members turned to stare. Peyton immediately tried to smooth things over, saying Isabella had had too much to drink and tried to pull her away. She knew anything Isabella said now would be a mistake. But Isabella wrenched her arm free and dialed a number, putting the call on speaker. "Hello, Sebastian Cole. I'm not marrying you. Do you have a problem with that?" "Good Lord, Izzy, what did I do to you?" "It's the middle of the day. Answer the question." No, of course I don't have a problem with it. My husband's family is worried about their reputation. Now would be a good time to make your position clear." "Your husband? Is that Leo? Well then, I wish you and Leo a lifetime of happiness. May you have many children, an entire soccer team of children." Isabella hung up and locked eyes with Rick Miller, a silent challenge. "Is that good enough for you?" Rick's expression didn't change. A stunt like this would infuriate the family's elders, not the ex-fiancé. The Vance family, especially, must be livid over their rebellious daughter's antics. Isabella read his face and knew exactly what he was thinking. She dialed another number. "Dad, I'm getting married." "Ah, you're not running away this time, are you?" "I'm standing in front of my husband's family right now. They're waiting for your blessing." "Bleh, fina. You agree to one condition, and I'll give my blessing." "Name it. Can you bring your husband home to see me? Your old man misses you." "Fine. Now say you agree, but you have to promise you'll come home." I agree. Leo arrived just in time to hear the tail end of Isabella's call with her father. He glanced at his Uncle Rick's face. The man looked like he'd swallowed a turd. But Leo's own expression wasn't much better. Bring her husband home? What the hell? "Peyton, what's going on?" "Your Uncle Rick brought up the engagement, and Isabella went nuclear." Calling her dad is going nuclear? She called her ex-fiancé before that, and forced him to wish you two a lifetime of happiness and many, many children. Leo scratched his head, still trying to process the scene. He sidled up to his piggy bank and whispered, "Why are you rushing this? My uncle doesn't get to decide who I marry." "Who does?" "The old man, obviously. But it doesn't matter now." Isabella's role as his girlfriend was now disposable. Its only purpose had been to get him into the family dinner. The dinner was over. His partnership with her was known. He got what he came for. Isabella kept pushing. "So how is he deciding your marriage?" "The engagement with Willow stands. But I figure out his game. He's just trying to give me allies to create a balance of power. For now, that's a good thing." "And what about me?" "You're my partner. My business partner. I want to meet your grandfather." "That's not in our mutual interest right now." Leo patted her head, trying to soothe his volatile investor. He was grateful for her contributions. At this stage, her investment was a long way from paying off. But she slapped his hand away and turned, walking off. She was crying. Leo couldn't leave yet. He had unfinished business. As Isabella walked away, Peyton quietly slipped out after her, giving Leo a reassuring thumbs up over her shoulder. Even Leo had to admit it. Peyton was the Swiss Army knife of sister-in-laws. Leo really did have unfinished business. He still had his biggest trump card to play, and it was burning a hole in his pocket. He had planned on playing coy with his uncle, but seeing the situation, he decided to go all in. "Uncle Rick," he said, his voice casual, "I have a proposal. Transfer Ethan to Apex Media." "Are you drunk?" Rick looked at him as if he'd just suggested they fly to the moon. The expression on his face could only be described as horrified. "Are you out of your mind? Is that how you speak to your uncle? Just give me a straight answer. Yes or no?" "Ethan has a position in the corporation. Besides, I won't allow him to go meddling in your project." Listen to the man's verbal gymnastics. Won't allow him to meddle. More like he didn't want his son anywhere near that train wreck. "I don't care. Ethan needs to be transferred." "Are you Are you trying to charm your uncle as his loving nephew? I have some videos, the kind that would get a person arrested if they were posted online. Interested? I already know about Ethan's situation. You can't threaten me. Rick stood his ground, perfectly composed. This didn't surprise Leo. It would have been strange if he didn't know. Uncle, what if the family found out that Ethan can't have children? Rumors have been flying around for ages. But with modern medicine, what can't be cured? Infertility can be treated in many ways, Leo said, his voice dropping. But can they reattach something that's no longer there? You, show me the video. Rick was a victim of his age. When his people had first informed him, they had used all sorts of professional jargon. Green hats, cuckold, e-girl streams. But he didn't understand a damn word of it. When he'd asked what it meant, they just told him it was the latest trend among the youth. He hadn't thought much of it. Just Ethan finding new ways to have fun. If the plumbing didn't work, couldn't he find other ways to entertain himself? So he never pressed for details. And he certainly didn't know that Mel had filmed everything in high definition, capturing a crystal-clear video of Ethan, limited by his physical condition, able to do nothing more than play the role of the cuckold. Name your price. I'll buy it. Uncle, some things are priceless. For example, my cousin's status as heir. Ethan is no match for you. There's no need to treat him like a mortal enemy. I said what's priceless is his status as heir. If Ethan is out of the picture, who will you have to stall for time against me? Stall for time? I don't know what you're talking about, nephew. Let's talk about the price. Stall until the old man is dead. Leo's eyes widened, watching his uncle's face for any reaction. But there was none. Still, that didn't mean Leo's guess was wrong. Ethan was obviously no match for Leo. So why was Rick still propping him up? Because he didn't need his son to beat Leo. He just needed the succession battle between the third generation to continue, for the fight for the crown prince title to remain unresolved. All he needed was someone to keep the fight going. That way, his own position was secure. He just had to wait patiently for the old man to die. Once Grandpa Miller was gone, everything would be his to decide. All the old rules would be replaced with the rules of Rick Miller. It was the Reverend Wild who had tipped him off. His oldest uncle had said, Ethan can't tell if he's a fish or a man. Did the patriarch not see it? Of course he did. But Rick could always deflect with a single sentence. Modern medicine is amazing. I guarantee Ethan will have his own son within a few years. The bloodline will continue. Just stall. That was the whole game. Rick's position was solid, his contributions to the family immense. Even if the old man tried to elevate Leo, it wouldn't be enough to overcome Rick's influence. He was dying, so the priority wasn't arranging the present, but arranging the future. But that didn't mean the old man was helpless. He was giving Leo allies, balancing the scales, all to accelerate the conflict, to crush Ethan quickly, so Leo could absorb his resources and grow stronger. Because after the old man died, someone would need to stand up to Rick Miller. The family could not become a dictatorship. The third brother, Frank, was blinded by old hatreds. The first brother, the Reverend, was an enigma. That person had to be Leo. Did Grandpa Miller feel guilty about using him? Maybe. But for a man like him, the ultimate goal of every action was the prosperity of the family. Uncle, Leo said, pressing his advantage, put Ethan on the same battlefield as me, and you can at least pray he gets a lucky shot and takes me out. But if I go for broke and blow this whole thing wide open, your plan to stall until the old man dies goes up in smoke. It was a checkmate. If Leo released the video, Ethan's status as heir would be destroyed, and Rick would be exposed. His manhood is gone, and you're telling me he's just overindulged? The rumor mill would kill him, giving the old man the perfect excuse to remove Ethan. If Leo didn't release the video, and Rick put Ethan on the same battlefield, the conflict would accelerate. But at least the conflict would continue, and who knew, maybe the old man would kick the bucket in the middle of it all. Both options carried risks, but it was clear which one Rick was more willing to take. Rick Miller smiled faintly and said nothing. Everything was understood. He asked Leo for a cigarette. Leo, ever prepared for these functions, had a pack on him. As the smoke swirled around them, Rick said something strange. If only your father liked to use his brain too. Then he turned and walked away. He hadn't said yes or no, but that was the answer. Leo let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. The family dinner was finally, truly, over. The struggle was one thing, but how to make the results tangible. Have the two cousins run competing companies and see who performs better. That's what Rick was probably thinking. That's what anyone would think. But Leo couldn't think that way. That was a joke. Business took time. You might not see real results for 3, even 5 years. By the time he could present a stellar financial report, the grass on the old man's grave would be a foot high. This process had to be accelerated. And the best way to do that was to throw them into the same arena and let the rest of the family, the undecided ones, act as referees. Without a direct comparison, how could anyone judge who was better? Amid the backslapping and bullshitting of his older cousins, Leo was escorted to the gates of the Miller estate. In the third generation, he and Ethan were the youngest. This group of cousins were closer in age to Rick and Frank, and every one of them was a crafty old fox. Leo added them all on WhatsApp. Some connections were necessary. He stood at the gate and took one last look at the Miller mansion, nestled in the green shade of the setting sun. He sighed softly. A person can get tired. The smoke and fog that had shrouded the estate seemed to dissipate with the day's heat, revealing the massive, mountain-like park in its entirety. But the human eye is limited. Even without the mist, Leo couldn't see the whole picture. It didn't matter. At least with the fog gone, he could see the road ahead. It was hard to say if he had passed the test, but he had done his best to fill in every single one of those invisible exam papers. And with any test, whether you know the answers or not, the most important thing is to fill the whole damn thing up. Isabella sat in the passenger seat, silent, watching the repetitive scenery pass by. Finally, she spoke. "You can stop driving in circles. Just pull over." Her car was parked outside the Miller estate. Peyton had driven them through the main gates. Peyton gave a weak smile and pulled the car over to the side of the road, but she didn't unlock the doors. It's normal for couples to fight. Does a personality like yours ever fight with Ethan? We barely speak. What is there to fight about? Then you're in no position to lecture me. That's not fair. At least Ethan and I are technically engaged. You and your cousin aren't anything yet. Peyton felt that Isabella was losing perspective, not on her place in Leo's heart, but on her own feelings. Technically, we're sisters-in-law. It's not out of line for the older one to help you analyze things, is it? Go on. Were you and Leo in a sugar mom and boy toy relationship? Yes. Does he still need to be kept? No. Then what are you agonizing over? Just find a new boy toy. There are plenty of men in this world who would kill to be on your payroll. Isabella instinctively felt the logic was flawed, but her mind was a mess. I only want him. The money doesn't matter anymore. So you want to date him for real? Yes. Then shouldn't a girlfriend support her man's ambitions? You want Leo to support your career, wouldn't you? Yes. So was throwing a tantrum back there the right or wrong thing to do? In public, you focus on your shared goals. Shouldn't you save the couple stuff for behind closed doors? But if you think my logic is sound, then go apologize. Peyton finished her work, a masterclass in manipulation. Leo, I'm not trying to cause trouble. I'm doing my best to help you. She glanced at her phone. A message from Leo, asking where she was. Peyton said nothing. Leo jogged down the tree-lined path, spotting his sister-in-law's car from a distance. Honestly, Isabella's outburst was a good thing. He had told her countless times, if you invest emotionally, you're responsible for your own profits and losses. But people are people. They don't learn until they hit a brick wall. Let her feel the pain, and she'll make her own choice. Yes, even now, Isabella still had a choice. Whether or not to bet on him was still entirely up to her. He walked over and tapped on the window. Peyton opened it from the driver's seat. Praise be to Peyton. Let's get the business out of the way first, Leo said, getting straight to the point. The engagement to Willow has to stand for now. If that makes you uncomfortable, you can walk away. I'll owe you for your help at the dinner. When I make it big, I'll pay you back. Isabella was just as direct. I was wrong. Leo blinked. He thought he saw Isabella's lips move. He thought he heard a faint sound. He wasn't sure. Did you just say something? I was wrong. Wait, who broke Isabella and reprogrammed her like this? Something's not right. Peyton must be in the back, coaching you. This is a puppet show, isn't it? I know that's not coming from you. I said I was wrong. That's not important. What I mean is, you have to make a choice. There are going to be more situations like the fiancé thing in the future. What are you trying to say? Now that you've succeeded at the dinner, you're kicking your partner to the curb. When faced with a guilt trip, even Leo felt a headache coming on. You can still be my partner, he said with a sigh, but you have to control your behavior. I promise I won't lose my temper in public anymore. I'll save it for when we're home. Leo mentally deleted the second half of that sentence. Hilarious. Who said I was going home with you? But his feelings toward Isabella were, from start to finish, mostly gratitude. Let's go home and have a real talk about this. Are we sleeping at home tonight? Are you asking if we're sleeping at home, or are we going home to? Sleep isn't the same thing. Not even close. Leo opened the back door and slid in, signaling for Peyton to drive them. He didn't dwell on Isabella's drama. Matters of the heart were just seasoning for life. The smoke-shrouded estate he'd just left, that was the real man-eating beast. Peyton opened the trunk, which was filled with gifts. In a large family with so many relatives, you could throw a rock and hit 4 granduncles and 3 uncles. The younger generation had to show their respects. Why didn't you give them out in person? Who's going to know who sent what? Leo asked. Giving them in person involves taking a side. Everyone's smart enough not to choose one yet. So if someone sends me a bomb, I won't even know who to thank. I put a small label on each one, she said. Name, general attitude, and their position in the corporation. I marked everything clearly. Peyton, promise me you won't marry Ethan, no matter what. You're too good for him. Peyton just smiled and said nothing. She told Leo there were gifts for Isabella in there, too. When I first joined the Miller family, I certainly didn't get such lavish gifts. She was implying that the family judged people by their status. The gifts for a magnate's daughter had to be appropriate. Did you just teach Isabella to apologize? Leo asked. Don't worry, I only said good things. I didn't try to sabotage your relationship. Peyton glanced around the car, then, unexpectedly, looped her arm through Leo's. Or rather, pressed her arm against his. Then she quickly let go. Nice. What was that for? Other people get to hold your arm in broad daylight. Can't I just have 1 second? Peyton got back in her car and started the engine, honking once in farewell. In the villa's courtyard, the Doberman strained at its leash, whining with excitement, trying to launch itself into Leo's arms. This yard is huge. Can't you just lock the gate and let him run around for a while? The second I let him off the leash, he bolts. I can't catch him. You'd better not be talking about the dog when you say that. Leo locked the main gate and went over to unclip the Doberman's leash. But as the dog grabbed a frisbee, Leo didn't play. He walked straight into the house. He was exhausted. The afternoon at the Miller estate, the scheming, the schmoozing. He needed a rest. He pushed the door open. As expected, the house had that cold, desolate feel. It wasn't messy, just unwelcoming. The water in the fish tank hadn't been changed. The flowers on the windowsill were dead. The trash can was empty, but hadn't been relined. Leo didn't spare it a second glance. Where's my room? I need to take a shower and sleep. No one's been in it for a long time. You'll probably have to clean it. Forget it. I'll just crash on the sofa. Leo grabbed a throw blanket, covered himself, and lay down. He'd been mentally prepared for this. This was exactly what he expected. It didn't matter. He could sleep anywhere. I'll go clean it for you. We're both tired from a long day. Just lie down for a bit. Or, you could sleep with me. I'm already asleep. Good night. Isabella stared at him for a long moment. She knew he was drawing a line with his actions. This is as far as we go. She walked upstairs, her silhouette disappearing around the corner. Leo really was tired, too tired to even ask about the runaway bride story. He would let his actions speak for him. Girls, or maybe just people in general, all had Isabella's particular flaw. They were always full of hope for some idealized fantasy. Just as Isabella always seemed to think that if she could just trick Leo into sleeping at her house, all their problems would be solved. All the messy details could be ignored. In these moments, no matter how many times you said it wouldn't work, it was better to let them experience it firsthand. Fine, I'll sleep at your house. But there's no one following you around, cleaning up your messes, doing your laundry, cooking your meals. I'm tired, so I'm going to sleep. I don't want to sleep with you, so I won't. Whether you're comfortable with that or not is no longer my primary concern. Isabella was different from the others. When she was with Leo, she was used to being the one in charge, the sugar mama asserting her dominance over the boy toy. A self-centered person like her couldn't stand this reversal. Maybe he wouldn't even need to hear her story. By tomorrow, they might be strangers again. If there was no future, why talk about the past? Within 5 minutes, Leo was fast asleep, letting out the faint, soft snores of a truly exhausted body. Isabella must have taken a shower, because she came downstairs in a loose-fitting pajama set, holding a blanket to cover Leo with. Then she tiptoed over to the corner, picked up the vacuum cleaner, and turned it on. The roar was too loud, so she switched to a broom. She spent the next 2 hours cleaning, upstairs and down. The house was enormous, and she was always too busy. Keeping her own room clean was already a major effort. The nightstand in the guest room was covered in a thick layer of dust. But she couldn't find the sheets for the guest bed. Leo had told her where they were before, but she couldn't remember. So she brought her own sheets over. She put the dirty sheets in the guest bathroom's washing machine. What had Leo said about the plumbing? Oh, right. This stupid bathroom only had one drain. To do laundry, you had to pull out the pipe from the sink. How do you do that? Open the cabinet, and she forgot. She took the sheets out of that washer and put them in her own. Finally, the upstairs was clean. It had been a struggle, but at least Leo would have a place to sleep tonight. She looked at the living room and sighed again. She wanted to drop the broom, but after a moment's thought, she picked it back up. She wanted to throw out the dead flowers on the balcony, but instead, she tried to remember how Leo did it, trimming the dead leaves and tentatively giving them some water. Where were the trash bags of the first floor cans? She couldn't remember, so she ran back up to her room and found some, but they weren't big enough. Fine, The fish tank. How did Leo do it? He had to siphon the water out. She rummaged through the cabinet under the tank, pulled out a tube, stuck it in the drain, and used a basin to catch the water. She stood with her hands on her hips and took a deep, weary breath. Oh! Hearing the sound of splashing water, Leo groggily sat up on the sofa. You're draining the tank. Where are the fish supposed to live? They can swim in the basin for a while. Then I'll add tap water. It's a miracle those fish are still alive. Leo shuffled over in his slippers, pulled the tube out, and poured the water from the basin back into the tank. But I just took all that out. Just find something to hold some water and let it sit by the window for a day to air out. Oh, where are the trash bags and the bed sheets kept? It's your house, and you're asking me? How do you get the pipe out of the guest room sink? Leo just shook his head, feigning ignorance. Didn't you get any sleep? She asked. Can you not leave? For housework like this, just hire a cleaning service. They'll have your windows sparkling in a single morning. You're the one who told me not to hire anyone. You said to leave all the work for you, so I wouldn't stop needing you. Did I really say something that pathetic? Leo, his energy restored, perched playfully on the arm of the sofa, non-committal about such a statement. A guy who had staged a suicide attempt was more than capable of saying a few pathetic things. You're the most pathetic person I know. Isabella suddenly lunged at him. Leo lost his balance and tumbled onto the sofa, with his piggy bank landing squarely on top of him. She started crying again, burying her face in his chest. Could you please not do things that destroy your Ice Queen persona? You are the most pathetic person I know. I'm just a humble employee trying my best to please the boss. I was there for you when you needed me. Why can't you be there for me when I need you? There you go, twisting the point again. It's all about needs. Your need back then was for a multi-talented handyman. My need right now is not for a domineering female CO. Hearing this, Isabella suddenly lifted her head and crawled forward to face him. The position was decidedly strange. Leo was pinned flat on the sofa, and she was straddling him, propped up on her arms, looking down at him. Her eyes were red-rimmed, but her face was still a mask of cold indifference, a tear track visible on her high-bridged nose. In this bizarre pose, a fresh tear fell from a blue eye, dropping vertically into a black one below. Along with the tear, the corners of her mouth turned down. She bit her lip. People cry in different ways. Some wail, as if the weight of the world has crushed their heart, ground it into dust, and then roasted it in an oven. Others cry without a sound or expression, a grief you can only see if you look with your soul. She lowered her head and bit down hard on Leo's shoulder, as if she were tearing into a tough piece of Russian black bread. You're such a bastard, Leo. Stop, she mumbled to herself, ripping the fabric of his shirt to reveal a deep set of teeth marks. You said if we met all over again, you wouldn't leave. Is there a story there? I'm not telling you. You're a liar. You're a damn bastard. What on earth did I promise you? Leo's curiosity was now fully piqued. He pushed Isabella aside, reversing their compromising position. Tell me, now. I don't want to talk about the past. She had always been resistant to discussing the past, even bribing Dr. Morris to help her avoid her old memories. This only made Leo more curious. I know about you running from your wedding. Was I the one you ran with? Who told you that? Isabella's voice was murderous. Never mind that. Leo was now using a mix of cajoling and trickery. Beyond that one fact, he was completely in the dark. At his words, Isabella's expression turned ashen. It was over. It was all over. She curled up in the corner of the sofa, hugging her knees. On a smaller person, the pose might have looked cute. On someone as tall as her, she just looked like a very large, sad pretzel. After a long moment, a sense of resignation washed over her. She wiped her tears. I knew it. There's no such thing as a fresh start in this world. Who says? If I hear your story, it's like meeting you all over again. Really? Really? Okay. Isabella's usual icy demeanor returned. She leaned back against the sofa, calm and composed. She was going to tell her story. She said that from a young age, she was the kind of child a few people loved but most people hated. Nobody likes a kid who has to be first in everything. Her siblings disliked her because their parents favored her. Her classmates disliked her because the teachers adored her. The girls disliked her because all the boys' eyes were on her. But she was incredibly self-centered, a trait she had, in truth, learned from her parents. Her father kept a mistress. Her parents maintained all the activities a married couple should. In business circles, they were an enviable model couple. To their elders, they were filial children. To their own kids, they were responsible parents. Only between themselves, there was no love. One day, after coming home from school early, Isabella saw her father's mistress leaving the master bedroom. She confronted him. Why would you betray Mom? Her father knelt and stroked her head. Because people need a sense of self. She asked him, don't you love Mom? He replied, the word love is tied to self-sacrifice and devotion. That makes love a very heavy thing. Self comes before devotion. After all, no one demands devotion. They only encourage it. Isabella didn't understand any of this. She just knew her father's actions were wrong. The next day, she went to find her mother, and she saw her mother's lover leaving the bedroom. She turned and walked away. Maybe being selfish was the right way to be. In any case, extreme self-centeredness was comfortable. You didn't have to consider anyone else's feelings. You could just focus on doing your own thing. Her grades were excellent, her athletic ability was outstanding, and she dabbled in musical instruments. She had endless energy to pour into her own interests, with no need to worry about things that didn't concern her. She was destined to have few friends. The rare kindred spirits couldn't keep up with her pace. Those on a different path saw her as a plague. You couldn't share secrets with her or gain a sense of belonging by gossiping about others behind their backs. She followed this trajectory until her 18th birthday. Her parents and siblings gathered to celebrate her coming of age. Her siblings, who disliked her, clapped and cheered. Her parents, who didn't love each other, held hands and hugged their precious daughter, offering their blessings. She hated it, so she made an announcement to the family. Being in this house annoys me. I'm moving out. The party ended on a sour note. Her mother came to her room. Izzy, are you moving out to live with a boyfriend? I'm living alone. Looking at you all makes me uncomfortable. Her personality had always been like this, extremely selfish. Izzy, the family wants to arrange an engagement for you. If you don't agree, whatever. Marriage doesn't mean anything. I could still do my own thing. Izzy, you can't think like that. Marriage means responsibility. You two got married, and you still do whatever you want, don't you? After saying that, 18-year-old Isabella Vance walked out of her family home with her luggage and began to live alone. At that time, living alone just meant moving to another of her family's properties in Boston. She didn't even have to rent. Her family owned it, and her dutiful parents would visit often, managing her daily life impeccably. The only change was that she didn't have to face them every day. The sense of accomplishment from her hobbies no longer satisfied her, so she began to prepare for her own career. She was brilliant at it, inexplicably so. In the early stages, her career was a breeze. The only slight annoyance in her life came from her fiancé. Izzy, you've worked so hard. Izzy, I don't think our engagement is really suitable. A man named Sebastian Cole followed her around every day, nagging her, his goal being to persuade her to break off the engagement. At this point in the story, Isabella paused because Leo had a question. Why didn't he like you? Because someone once said, if any man in the world could fall in love with Isabella Vance for reasons other than her money or her looks, he'd cut off his own head and feed it to the dog at the front door. Who would say something so messed up? Leo asked, indignant. You did. Ha! Leo laughed awkwardly. Well, that sounded like something he'd say, but gave him a new insight. There were definitely men who would like Isabella. After all, there was a whole community of men who enjoyed being stepped on by a queen in high heels. The story continued. Faced with Seb's pleas, Isabella remained perfectly calm. It doesn't matter. After we're married, we can do whatever we want. Really? Do as you please. If you don't agree to the engagement, that's fine too. I'll just tell my parents I'm never getting married. Seb's joy at the first half of her sentence turned to sheer terror at the second. How could she do that? If those words reached her parents' ears, all hell would break loose. My daughter agreed to marry you, and now, because you backed out, she never wants to get married again? You'd better have a good explanation, young man. Seb begged and pleaded, nearly getting on his knees. He told her not to say a word to her parents. Let's just keep the engagement for now. We'll deal with it when we have to. Okay, please. For the love of God. Isabella didn't care. Seb, feeling he had narrowly escaped disaster, booked a flight out of Boston that very night. He ran. But a new problem arose. Her parents tried to persuade her to join the family company. Izzy, you've always been so capable. It's time to hand this business over to you. I don't want it. I can live just fine on my own. Izzy, her father said, you don't really think you built that business by yourself, do you? He then explained, in detail, all the help he had given his daughter. It was just a training exercise. Back at the family company, there was a much bigger stage for her to play on. But upon hearing this, Isabella quietly began to pack her bags. I'm giving your things back to you. I'm going to find a new place and start over. The plane landed. This was a strange new place. Isabella was indeed brilliant, but her career was no longer the smooth ride it had been before. Frustration began to fill her mind. She bought a house, intending to make it her permanent home, but her life began to unravel. A demanding career, a cold house. A person only understands the value of shelter after they've lost it. She understood. But you can't rebuild without tearing down first. Her self-centeredness was strong enough to get her through this difficult time. Then, one frustrating day, she walked into the Cypress Lounge, and she met the man who only asked for money. She admired Leo, because in his pure, straightforward eyes, she saw the same self-centeredness as her own. But it wasn't entirely a good thing. When your entire spirit is built on self, it means your personal joys and sorrows are amplified 100-fold. If you like making friends, you can drink with them and vent your troubles when you're sad. But what does a selfish person do? Suffer alone. But next to Leo, she could temporarily forget herself, because his every action was an act of self-sacrifice. You're drinking yourself to death just to send money to your girlfriend? Just helping her out. People need a sense of self, she said, echoing her father's words from her memory. But this is my self, Leo replied, looking up with innocent confusion. Because this is what I want to do. The word love is tied to self-sacrifice and devotion, she recited, the scripture from her father etched in her brain. That makes love a very heavy thing. Self comes before devotion. I don't know why you've got that memorized, Leo said, scratching his head, but do love and self have to be in conflict? Self is about getting. Love requires sacrifice. Love could be about getting to. Leo played a voice message on his phone. It was from Summerlin. Love you, Leo. I'm going to bed. Text me when you get home safe, so I know you're okay. And turn your ringer up. I'm calling you in the morning to wake you up for class. The money for the recording studio has been sent. I promise I'll earn it back and pay you as soon as I can. Leo grinned as he listened, the fatigue on his face melting away. Isabella didn't understand. All that money, just for a few sentences? What was there to be so happy about? So what did your love get you? The satisfaction of fulfilling a responsibility. Why does she call you that? It's a long story. So, Leo glanced around conspiratorially, then whispered, "It's our secret." He was embarrassed by the childish nickname and didn't want anyone to overhear. Isabella was annoyed, but her time was up. The next client had arrived. Watching Leo laughing and chatting with someone else, a wave of anger washed over her. And so Leo was bought. Silas smiled as he saw them off. In the car, Leo, feeling like he'd been packaged and sold, was dejected. "Ma'am, distance makes the heart grow fonder. You're not going to be happy looking at me every day." What is responsibility? What is being her? Secret. Isabella was chasing an answer that had plagued her for years. It's like how you hired me, so you have to be responsible for me. If you don't pay up, I'll go online with my ID and expose you. Then don't you have to be responsible for me? I mean, the person being kept also has responsibilities. Of course. Good. The empty villa finally had a second resident. Leo glanced at Isabella's pristine room, then at the chaotic mess of the first floor. Do you really need a house this big? I think a 2-bedroom apartment would be enough for you. I'll have a cleaner come tomorrow, Isabella said, blushing. She hadn't expected to bring someone home today. Don't do that. You have to let me do some work, otherwise I won't feel right taking this money. I didn't hire you to do chores. To be honest, that was just an impulse. Maybe you should. Isabella was already feeling uncomfortable with someone else in her space. She was thinking of just sending him back. Leo also felt this woman wasn't the type who needed a boy toy. Despite her sour face, a woman with her looks and money surely didn't lack for suitors. Okay, but you have to pay me for tonight. I'll pay you for the whole month. 30,000. What? That old bastard Silas lied to me. Didn't he say it was 15,000 a month? It's fine. I'll give you 30. Ma'am, for 30,000, you absolutely must keep me. Chef, Amazon return specialist, housekeeper, nanny, travel baggage carrier. I can do it all. Isabella hesitated. She really wanted to refuse. But a question popped in her head, unbidden. Will you be responsible? Guaranteed, Leo declared. If there's a single smudged window, you can have my head. And will you be happy while you fulfill this responsibility? Absolutely. Leo conveniently left out the second half of that thought. As long as the money is in my account. Their bizarre cohabitation began. Isabella remained her self-centered self, but her life became a little warmer. Leo worked his ass off to keep the job. He tended the fish tank, the flowers, and planted a small vegetable garden in the yard. On holidays, he would request a holiday fund to make special meals and decorations. For Christmas, he dressed up as Santa Claus and bought Isabella a Christmas battle pajama set. Are you sure this is for celebrating the holiday? It was a bargain. I bought it from a display window. Only $20. Isabella would never wear it, of course. But as she watched Leo hang lights on the Christmas tree in the yard, she thought it was nice. Life was mostly plain water. There were no exciting days, only exciting people. They fought often. That was unavoidable when living with a selfish person. She never considered his feelings. If he called her to eat while she was working, she'd snap at him. If he occasionally said he wanted to go home for a visit, she'd refuse. If she didn't like what he cooked, she'd make him do it over. She didn't see anything wrong with it. I paid, so you're responsible. He would sometimes ask her if he was happy fulfilling this responsibility. Leo would always nod with a cheeky grin. Guaranteed. But one day, she was in the kitchen and happened to see him on a video call with his psychologist. Dr. Morris said Leo had psychological issues. But Isabella thought Leo was more energetic than a puppy in a park. A selfish emotion took hold. She didn't want Leo involved with other women. So she told the psychologist it was fine. She had her own way of treating Leo's condition. In reality, after giving Leo a sum of money, she quickly forgot about the whole thing. She thought life would go on like this. Her career began to stabilize. Her arrangement with Leo would probably stabilize too. She found fulfillment in her work and had a stable life at home. She was satisfied with this life. Until the day Leo brought home a dog. She assumed he had bought it for her at the market. Given his usual smug personality, he would probably say mysteriously, "I got you a gift," and then make up some blessing, "a little dog to keep you from being lonely." She kept her head down, focused on her work, but her hands subconsciously opened Amazon. She searched for dog leashes, dog bowls. Leo always bought her bizarre, cutesy gifts. She hated that style. She would buy something more mature. But after waiting a long time, Leo never knocked on her door. So she went out. "Why did you buy a dog?" she asked, already knowing the answer. "I didn't buy it. Someone gave it to me." "Who?" "Summer." She finally made some money and bought it. "We always talked about getting a puppy together. Can he stay here?" Leo held the puppy, looking at her with hopeful eyes. "Our place is too small, and he's going to get big. They don't allow big dogs in the city. I promise he won't bark or bite, and I'll pay for all his food." Leo cradled the puppy like it was his own son, the joy on his face impossible to hide. Isabella didn't hate dogs. The yard was huge, with plenty of space. She had even bought a bowl and a leash for this very dog. But as she looked at Leo's ecstatic face, she saw that his radiant smile was different from any of the times he had answered her question about whether he was happy. This was real. "I hate dogs. Get out, and take it with you. Does that mean the contract is terminated, or—" Hearing those words struck Isabella like a bolt of lightning. Terminated? In the past, she would have marched over and slapped him twice. "Who are you threatening?" But then she saw a flicker of relief on Leo's face. Where was the responsibility? Where was the happiness of fulfilling that responsibility? She slammed the door shut and stared blankly out the window as Leo turned and walked away, clutching the puppy. Isabella was alone again. She thought it would be fine. Everyone in this world is selfish. She selfishly wanted to possess him. He selfishly didn't want to be possessed by her. No problem. The idea was sound, but the feeling wasn't. She couldn't stand to be in that house for another second. She kept seeing ghosts of him. Leo with a broom, Leo with a steel wool pad, Leo in a mask scrubbing the toilet. She could accept any version of Leo, except the Leo holding a dog. She had to go back to Boston. Seb Cole couldn't stall any longer. He had asked her, "Are we getting married or not? Give me a straight answer." She said yes. When her plane landed, she didn't even notify Leo. There was no talk of terminating the contract. Why should there be? Who cared about his feelings? The news of Isabella's wedding sent her family into a frenzy. Her father, seeing his daughter for the first time in ages, asked if she was happy in Riverbend. She hesitated and said it was fine. The day before the wedding, she posted a rare update to her social media. A random photo with no meaning, except for the location tag, Boston. Almost a minute later, a message came through. "Boss, back in the old stomping grounds? Say hi to your parents for me." It was Leo. Isabella smiled. How could a person like that have psychological problems? "I'm getting married. Is the contract still on? I mean, will the boss's husband be okay with me? Why don't you come and ask him yourself?" Isabella sent him her location. Leo wouldn't come. She was just getting revenge. Revenge for him bringing home the dog from Summerlin. Extremely selfish people are like that. You make them unhappy. They make you 10 times unhappier. In the hotel suite that night, she rejected every plan the wedding coordinator proposed, ignoring the opinions of her friends and relatives. If she didn't like it, she wouldn't do it. Her mother sat beside her cautiously. "Izzy, a wedding might only happen once in a lifetime. It should be beautiful, so everyone can see you at your best." Isabella shook her head. She didn't care what anyone else thought. There was no one at this wedding she cared about. Or rather, there was no one in the world whose feelings she cared about. She still didn't understand why she had agreed to get married in the first place. It was tasteless. She almost wanted to skip it entirely. She stood at the window with her back to her mother, refusing to discuss the wedding any further. And then she saw him, a figure outside, flashing a wide, toothy grin. The man was wearing a green army-style coat and pacing by the main entrance. He was telling the security guards who were blocking him, "I'm here for my boss's wedding." But he couldn't fight off a group of guards, and, as they pushed him, several delivery boxes fell out from under his coat. A sudden, nameless rage flared up in Isabella. She shouted out the window, "Don't stop him. Let him in." Leo heard her and looked up, searching for a familiar face. He held up one of the boxes and waved it. "Boss, a package arrived for you. It's the dog leash and bowl." "Thanks." Isabella had forgotten to cancel the order. She put her head in her hands, watching Leo's foolish display, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Honey," her mother said softly, "I think you're in love." "Don't be ridiculous." Isabella was about to call Leo in to have him attend her wedding. This time, she would have a grand ceremony, and she would even make Leo a part of it. She turned to find the wedding coordinator to finalize the plans. The groom was supposed to be involved in that part, but Seb had been watching the whole scene unfold. He took a deep breath and decided not to participate in the planning. "I'm not saying who this grand wedding is for, but I'm just a pawn in this game." But when Isabella went downstairs, she found that Leo was already gone. A security guard handed her a red envelope. "Your friend left this. He asked me to give it to you." Isabella opened the envelope. Inside was a stack of cash and a letter. "Boss, you didn't really think I came to cause trouble, did you? I won't meet the husband. A man knows a man, and a boy toy meeting the husband is a recipe for disaster. Congratulations on your wedding. I left the key to your house with the property manager. The utilities are handled, and remember to get a plumber to figure out a drain for the guest room. Now that you're married, you can't keep a boy toy anymore. Our responsibility to each other is over, but a new responsibility is waiting for you. I wish you a marriage where you never grow old, your figure never changes after having kids, your husband never cheats, your children never date too early, you get along with your mother-in-law, and menopause never comes early. I wanted to give more, but this is all the cash I have on me. When I get married, remember to give it back. Love and self are never in conflict. I'm happy you found a balance in your life. Thank you for your financial help. I will always be truly grateful. Bye." Holding the letter, Isabella stood frozen, not moving for a long time. She looked up at the empty street, trying to catch a glimpse of that infuriating, grinning figure. But there was nothing. If it weren't for the red envelope of wedding money in her hand, it would be as if he had never been there at all. She shook her head and walked back into the lobby with the envelope. She ran into Seb Cole, who was coming downstairs to see what was going on. Seeing her alone, he looked confused. "Where's the other guy? I was going to find him a room for the night. He left. That envelope. Don't tell me I'm the villain who broke up a happy couple." Seb was bewildered. "If you were a happy couple, why were you getting married to someone else? Nobody was forcing you, lady. You probably didn't get far. How about I give him my suit to wear? He's gone. Who cares? Whatever you say." Seb knew he couldn't persuade this woman, but he stopped her, clearly having more to say. "So are we still getting married?" "Yes. Are you sure you're ready? I know you want to live separate lives after the wedding, but some things are unavoidable, like visiting parents on holidays. Too much trouble. We'll go to our own families for the holidays." "Fine. What about kids? Find some other woman to have them with and bring them home." "Okay, but we have to live together, right? At least for a while at the beginning. We have to put on a show. The wedding is off." The answer was so decisive it caught Seb completely off guard. He asked, bewildered, "You can't handle living together?" "No, but you can handle living with that guy from just now." "Yes. Then go get him back." Seb was more anxious than Isabella herself. He was, in fact, desperate. "Get him back here and get yourself out of my life." "No need. I'm going straight back to Riverbend. You can tell the families. I give you advice, and you sell me out. Why don't you go tell them yourself?" "Fine. I'll call my parents and tell them it's my fault we're not getting married." "For God's sake, Izzy. I have distant relatives who flew in for the wedding tomorrow. You don't care if it's suddenly called off, but I have a reputation to maintain." "What do you suggest?" "You'd better come up with some kind of dramatic incident that makes me the innocent victim. Then you two can do whatever you want." Seb was practically on his knees, afraid she wouldn't agree. His mind was racing, trying to invent a disaster big enough to derail the wedding while leaving him blameless. Something that would have his relatives comforting him, saying, "It's okay, Seb, there are plenty of other fish in the sea," not, "You useless bum, you can't even get married right." A brilliant idea struck him. Why don't you have that guy crash the wedding? The more Seb said it, the more plausible the plan seemed. This way, he'd have a story for his relatives. "It's not my fault. The bride was stolen right from under my nose. It's not that I couldn't win her over. It's that her heart already belonged to someone else. As for what Isabella's family would think of her, did she look like someone who cared about that sort of thing? Quick, quick, get it back here. Okay. Isabella had no idea what kind of mental state she was in when she agreed to Seb's insane plan. All she heard was that it required calling Leo, and she agreed. She wanted to call him, but she needed a reason. Hello, where are you? Boss, I'm almost at the train station. Can you come back? Isabella hesitated. Even for her, saying the words "crash the wedding" felt shameful. But someone else felt no shame at all. Seb snatched the phone. Hey buddy, come back to the hotel. What for? To crash the wedding. She doesn't want to go through with it. He hung up, beaming. This was perfect. He didn't have to marry Isabella, and he wouldn't have to bear the blame for breaking the engagement. A double victory. Isabella sat on a sofa in the hotel lobby, her face a mask of bewilderment at the unknown. She was used to being in control of everything. But in this moment, she felt a thrill, a flutter of excitement for this uncertain future. The plan was sudden, the journey was unknown, and there was no time for mental preparation. Logically, she should have gone to tell her parents before leaving, but she could already guess their response. It would be the same as Seb's. The guests have been invited, the wedding is ready, the ceremony is memorized. What do you mean you're not getting married? Her parents would never agree. There was no way to negotiate this. The thought gave her a headache. So she stopped thinking. There were few things in her life she couldn't handle. The things she couldn't handle, she didn't have to. She could just throw them at Leo. That guy could always solve them. The contract wasn't over yet. What was wrong with asking him to help her figure this out? As long as she didn't say it was over, it wasn't over. So she sat on the sofa in the grand lobby and didn't move, with nothing but her phone. 15 minutes later, she saw Leo sneaking around the entrance again. Seb was faster than her. He ran out excitedly and dragged Leo in, chattering away. Hey man, I'm the one you talked on the phone. My name's Seb Cole. I'm Leo. So we're partners in wedding crashing. Right. Seb was about to launch into his brilliant plan, but Leo held up a hand to stop him. He walked straight to Isabella. Boss, what's the situation? I don't want to get married anymore. With a production this big, you just decide not to get married? Do your parents know? Telling them would just be a hassle. They'd never agree. That's not the right way to think about this. A wedding involves inviting guests, booking a banquet, arranging cars. It's a ton of trouble. You can't just bail. And what about the groom's side? If I were the groom, I'd be coughing up blood if my bride was stolen. You should at least explain things properly. As Leo said this, he shot Seb a look, signaling him to back him up. Judging by the guy's excitement, he was probably Isabella's brother or cousin, another agent of chaos. Leo, my friend, I agree with the first half of what you said, but not the second half. Put yourself in the groom's shoes. I am the groom, Seb said calmly. Leo was stunned, but he processed it in an instant. So you two are being forced into this by your families. It's complicated. Can't explain it in a sentence or two. Just get her out of here. No way. This isn't child's play. What if someone calls the cops on me for something this big? Leo refused flatly. He wasn't getting involved in something like this. He didn't know these other people, but he knew Isabella, who could force her to get married. This had scapegoat written all over it. Boss, stop messing with me. I have to get back to Riverbend tonight. Will it be okay if my parents agree? Before Leo could answer, Isabella called her parents and simply told them to come downstairs. A bewildered Mr. and Mrs. Vance stepped out of the elevator into the lobby, followed by a procession of relatives, including Seb's parents. The whole group had been in the suite discussing the wedding. Now they were all here. Mrs. Vance spoke first. Izzy, who is this? Mom, I'm not getting married. Isabella smoothed her dress and stood facing her parents. Izzy, what do you mean you're not getting married? This is... Don't say anything. I'm just informing you. Isabella turned to leave, but her father's voice stopped her. Isabella Vance, have you gone too far? All these relatives are watching. This is not the time for your tantrums. Dad, you're the one who told me that sometimes people need a sense of self. Isabella didn't look at the shocked faces of her relatives. Her back to them, she looked at the boy wrapped in the army coat. I'll add more. 100,000. Boss, it's really not about the money. 200,000. Boss, listen to me. Your family seems pretty powerful. If they get angry and come after me, my two legs are no match for their cars. It's better to resolve this peacefully. How about I go talk to them? Stop dawdling, Isabella said coolly. She took a few steps forward, glancing around at the wedding decorations. The entire hotel had been booked out and transformed into an opulent, traditional Chinese-style reception. Gilded carvings of dragons and phoenixes gleamed. Large red lanterns hung high, casting a warm, red glow on the floor. Ornate flower stands were laden with Buddha's hand citrons, and colorful silks were draped around them. Pairs of red candles sat on the tables. Even Isabella's own dress was a short, red cheapao. She looked at Leo, who, in his green army coat, was completely out of place. She held out her hand. "Take me away." Leo met her gaze and smiled helplessly. He glanced at the relatives, who were starting to inch forward. "Boss, you really know how to make things difficult for me. Take me away." Leo heard her father's furious shouts. He shook his head, took off his green coat, and draped it over Isabella's shoulders. 300,000. Deal. He stuck his hands in his pockets and walked toward the crowd of relatives. "All right, everyone, eyes on me. The lobster at tomorrow's banquet is all yours, but I'm taking the bride. Sorry to interrupt the show." He ignored her father's insults and murderous glare, waved at the crowd, and turned to leave. But Seb stopped him. He looked like he was blocking Leo, but he was actually whispering frantically, "Brother, hit me. Are you nuts? My family is watching. I have to at least pretend to put up a fight. I want it back. Just knock me out with one punch." Leo rolled his eyes and pushed him away, not using any force at all. Seb flew back several feet like a soccer ball that had been kicked into the stratosphere and collapsed on the floor, unconscious. Leo ran over, grabbed Isabella's hand, and with their backs to the judgment of the world, they stepped from the festive, brightly lit hall into the darkness outside. It was like stepping from one world into another. Isabella was in high heels, which were definitely not for running. So she simply kicked them off, held them in her hand, and jumped onto his back. "Boss, your dad isn't going to send a citywide manhunt after us, is he?" "I don't know. Do we have a plan?" "I don't know. It's so weird hearing that from you. You always have your own agenda." "I don't know." Today, she knew nothing. She didn't want to know anything. She closed her eyes and buried her head in the crook of Leo's neck. Where they were going didn't matter. Whether the wedding happened or not didn't matter. Her parents' and relatives' attitudes didn't matter. Whether they were driving or walking didn't matter. She didn't care. For Isabella Vance, perhaps the only thing that mattered was the feeling of opening that envelope. The first thing she felt when she saw that letter was, he's leaving. And if he was leaving, she wanted to go with him. Back in the hotel lobby, the relatives exchanged awkward glances. Then, they quickly found excuses to flee the battlefield. "Getting old, need my sleep. Oh dear, my spa appointment is about to start. Let's go, time for some tea." Never underestimate a person's ability to know when to fold them. The smart ones were already gone. As for gossiping, the truly clever had already wiped the runaway bride incident from their minds. At most, they'd whisper about it in private. Seb's father walked over and kicked his son a couple of times. "Stop playing dead. What the hell happened?" "Dad, they're in love. Let's not be the bad guys here. I can see you didn't want to marry her either." Seb's father calmly walked over to Isabella's dad. "Brother Vance," he said softly, "about the wedding being canceled. It's our family's problem. I'll handle the explanations later." "Right. Well, I'm going to bed then. There was never going to be a citywide manhunt. That would just be public humiliation. Why advertise your family's dirty laundry?" Mr. and Mrs. Vance exchanged a look, and finally, her father let out a long sigh. "Poor kid. It must be tough being liked by our Izzy. Is that any way to talk about your own daughter? I had to put on a show in front of all those people. Should I go apologize to her?" "Do what you want. Just have someone send her things back to her." And just like that, the storm was over. Seb was still too young. He knew that face-saving was important in these matters, but he didn't understand that once a disaster has already happened, the truly correct way to save face is to quietly contain it and prevent it from spreading. Besides her parents, how many people really cared if they got married or not? As a human taxi, Leo was not having an easy time. Isabella was just too tall. "I'm going to make a bold assumption here," he panted. "Your dad probably has the train station and the airport on lockdown." The still young Leo was treating this like a military operation, constantly planning escape routes in his head. "I don't know." Isabella figured he probably wouldn't, but she didn't feel like thinking right now. "You can't just say I don't know to everything. I don't know the city. I don't even know where to run. Give me a plan. Run however you want. Something's wrong. Boss, are you in shock or something?" Leo felt she was acting far too strangely. This personality shift was jarring. He ran to a nearby bench and set her down, trying to cheer her up. One failed marriage doesn't mean anything. In this day and age, getting married 3 or 5 times is hardly scandalous. You got to pull yourself together, boss. Why didn't you ask me why I ran? Honestly, it seems pretty normal for you. I'd be more surprised if you actually chose to get married. Ask me why I ran. Fine. Why did you run from your wedding? I don't want to live with anyone else. So you enjoy living alone. I like it too, but I don't have the money for it. Leo was shaking out his sore shoulders when he suddenly felt a kick to his hip. He instinctively grabbed the offending limb, ready to deliver a counterpunch to his assailant. He followed the leg up. Oh, it was the boss's foot. When the boss kicks you, it's normal. You can't complain. You have to praise it. This was a rule of workplace survival. Boss, that was a great kick. So satisfying. Isabella shot him a sidelong glance, her lips pressed into a thin, cold line. Finally, she said, I don't like living alone. Actually, I don't really like it either. It's freeing, sure, but living with my mom is nice too. I come home, and there's food on the table. Isabella was about to explode. In the past, Leo could always perfectly supply the answer she wanted. Why was he being so dense today? Who asked if he liked living alone? Was that what she wanted to hear? Why do you keep changing your mind? First you like it, then you don't. Maintaining the same preferences as the boss is a core principle of being a good boy toy. Do you want to live with me forever? Isabella turned her head away. The boss has to fall in love and get married eventually. It's okay if this husband doesn't approve, because there's always the next one. I'm only asking if you want to. If you say yes, we'll go back right now, and you can be the groom. Absolutely not. First, I'm not old enough. That's illegal. Second, a wedding is not something to be taken lightly. This was the first time Leo had so clearly and directly rejected her. Isabella was furious. She should have told him right then and there. The contract is over. You can get lost. But she looked at his face, and she couldn't say it, because if she did, he would turn around and walk away. For the first time in her life, she felt herself being challenged, and she had to suppress the urge to fight back. But this time, she didn't lose her temper. That letter had already taught her the price of doing so. Emotionally stunted people can only measure the depth of their feelings by the pain of separation. So she changed the subject. How long are you going to hold my foot? It's not my fault your foot is so cold. I'm just warming it up for you. Leo let go with a sheepish grin. Who told you to let go? Oh, right. Isabella watched his foolish antics and, turning her head to the side, smiled inexplicably. Her foot wasn't cold, but she wanted to see him obey. It calmed her heart. Most of their interactions were at home. They rarely went out together. Besides the Cypress Lounge, she hadn't really seen what Leo was like in the outside world. Want to walk around Boston? Not really. I hear everything is ridiculously expensive. I'm paying. Can't we just go straight back to Riverbend? I want to show you around Boston. Your wish is my command. The Charles River reflected the glittering neon lights of the city skyline. You could listen to the distant sound of boat horns while basking in the warm yellow glow of the streetlights, tracing the architectural history from classicism to neoclassicism, from Gothic to Baroque. The correct course of action for Isabella right now was to return to Riverbend and handle her company's business. Getting married had been an impulse, and it had already wasted enough time. A workaholic should cut her losses. A stroll along the esplanade was not something that should be happening. But right now, she wanted to. Leo, what did you mean in your letter when you congratulated me on finding a balance in my life? I thought you were actually getting married. Just forget I said it. So getting married means self and love are no longer in conflict? What else? Marriage itself means you have to take care of your partner. How can you be selfish then? Leo was fiddling with his phone as he spoke. Normally, such a statement would have had no effect on Isabella, but she thought about it carefully and didn't object. People have a hard time teaching people, but life teaches people with just one lesson. Leo fiddled with his phone for a while longer, then looked up. Boss, can I get an advance on my salary? Fine. Isabella was truly generous with money. No hesitation. She transferred the funds immediately, even factoring in the raise he'd just negotiated. She was thinking about what he had just said when she asked, unprompted, did something happen? You look worried. No, it's nothing money can't solve. What is it? Summer needs some money. I give you money, and you turn around and give it to Summerlin? Isabella's teeth were grinding. She stopped walking and stared at him coldly. And then she watched as Leo walked farther and farther away, completely engrossed in his phone, not even noticing she had stopped. Leo, present. Leo snapped to attention and jogged back. Boss, why didn't you call out when you stopped? Why are you texting Summerlin when you're with me? The contract doesn't say I'm not allowed to contact my girlfriend. I am now forbidding you from contacting your girlfriend. Okay. Perhaps feeling her tone was too harsh, destroying the atmosphere they had just built. Isabella softened her voice slightly. Other than that, for tonight, you don't have to treat me as your boss. Yeah, right. All bosses say that. Then you'll yell at me and dock my pay. I mean it. Do whatever you want. I want to experience your life. If he was her employee, she would never hear a single true word from his mouth. But tonight, she wanted to hear the truth. Really, the energy visibly drained out of Leo, and he slumped, looking exhausted. He had taken a train from Riverbend to Boston and had been running around nonstop. He was tired. He did nothing. He just leaned against the riverside railing, his eyes gazing at the distant scenery, and spoke softly. I was actually supposed to see Summer tonight. She's in Boston, too. I forbid you to go. That's why I was just explaining things to her, including the wedding crashing part. Isn't she angry? She is. Leo rested his head on the railing, the salty wind blowing through his messy bangs. He murmured, I understand her, and she's trying her best to understand me. Understand that her boyfriend is being kept by someone else? Yes, because the biggest enemy between a couple is life, not each other. This was a piece of wisdom born from Leo's experience. But for Isabella, it was nonsense. What a joke. Their different life circumstances made it impossible for them to truly empathize with each other. So, the thing you want to do is talk to me about Summer Lynn? No, it's to tell you that we're not compatible. When Leo said this, there was no cheeky grin on his face, only a bitter smile. He continued, we're temporarily out of our employer-employee relationship right now. Do you notice the sting of my words? A little. Come here and give your master a back rub, Izzy. Are you sick? Isabella shot him a glare. She had her own things to say. From any angle, I think it's more suitable for us to live together. I can provide the financial foundation, and you can do the daily things you enjoy. What do you mean, things I enjoy? Do you enjoy doing laundry, cooking, and cleaning? Didn't you say that fulfilling your responsibility makes you happy? That's just bullshit to flatter the boss. Isabella fell silent. She felt like she didn't know Leo anymore. They stood by the river in silence, waiting for the sun to rise. Tourists from afar, elderly folks on their morning exercises, many people were gathered on the esplanade, waiting for the dawn. She was a very rational person. When she realized there were things Leo genuinely disliked doing, some of her own desires began to fade. They really weren't suited to live together. So what is it you like to do? Occasionally work a part-time job off campus to make some extra cash, then spend the rest of the time at a land center with my roommates, playing games. Just live a comfortable life. Everything you're doing now is for Summer Lynn. No one lives their life for someone else. We're all just trying to find happiness, and then we look back and realize life was pushing us along the whole time. You have no ambition. You could see it that way, but we're all just ordinary people. Who doesn't have flaws? You're fat, he's thin, you're introverted, he's lazy, you play with people's feelings, he's a coward. I can't imagine these negative words coming from your mouth. Isabella looked at him in disbelief. The Leo she knew was like a kangaroo, and that was no exaggeration. He seemed to want to hop everywhere he went. Leo squinted and smiled, watching the sun gradually rise from behind the clouds. That's why we're not compatible. Why? Because to love someone, you have to accept all of them, even the bad parts. Who doesn't have flaws? Can Summer Lynn accept all this? She can't, which is why she's trying to find her own way to get ahead. Leo closed his eyes and leaned against the railing, as if feeling the sunlight gradually brighten. I can accept every real person. In a small village up north, I accepted a woman's snake-like ambition to climb the social ladder. In my bedroom in Riverbend Estates, I accepted Summer's ambition to chase her dreams in a faraway place. In a certain psychologist's office, I accepted her twisted, unhealthy thoughts. And with you, I accept your self-centeredness and your dominance. I respect the beauty and the flaws of every soul. But none of them are willing to accept the negative side of me. They even think my condition is getting worse. Sunrise is a beautiful thing. At first, the horizon was just a faint, fishbelly white. But as time passed, the red intensified, spreading like a wildfire. When the light once again returned to the land, Leo smiled, his energy restored. The sun had risen. The night was over, and that meant his free time was over too. So, boss, are we renewing the contract? Isabella was speechless. For someone so rational, she couldn't sort out the thoughts in her mind. As she watched Leo lean in closer, staring into her eyes, she suddenly became flustered, a faint blush appearing on her pale skin. What were you doing? Just verifying what color the sun is when it's reflected in blue eyes. I've never seen it before. Wait, my mind is a mess. I didn't hear you. What did you say? I want to watch the sunrise in your eyes. Under the rising sun on the esplanade, Isabella stared at the mischievous face snapping a picture of her pupils. Her mind was completely blank. A huge sense of contrast bloomed in her heart. She was so close to the energetic Leo, so close her breath could stir the bangs on his forehead. And she was so far from the pessimistic Leo, so far that when the sunrise was reflected in her pupils, the sadness and the night faded away together. She didn't know what she was thinking. Sometimes, a person doesn't need to know what they're thinking. So she leaned her face forward. Do self and love conflict? Probably not. Being selfish was her essence. So she imperiously pulled Leo's head toward her, and they leaned against each other. And where was the love in that? Right now, herself was the love. That day, I met a boy. He seemed so pessimistic. He said every soul in the world has flaws, and acceptance is the only eternal truth. I wanted to tell him he was wrong, that he needed a good slap to wake him up. But looking into his eyes, I knew I would never find the source of his pessimism. But I wanted him to be happy. So my arrogant, domineering self became love. In Isabella's villa, Leo sipped tea, his legs crossed, clucking his tongue as he listened to the end of the story. How did you go from a start like that to the mess you're in now? This was the most moving story Leo had heard in a long time. An Ice Queen CEO falls for a pessimistic boy toy. Why weren't they getting married on the spot? Wait, you left out a part of the story, didn't you? Which part are you talking about? The 1-minute part. Leo scratched his head, embarrassed. He wanted to hear it, but was too shy to ask. I don't want to talk about what happened after. I'm tired. Come on. You can't just tell the good parts. That doesn't solve the problem. Isabella silently started walking upstairs. You could beat her to death. She wasn't telling the rest of that story. I really want to hear this part. Please. Who did you spend the night with a few days ago? The dorm. Isabella, her face cold, continued up the stairs. I'll talk. I slept at my sister-in-law's house for one night. You have a thing for married women? I just needed a place to sleep, that's all. I was investigating the car accident and getting some information from her. Did you sleep with her? Of course not. Isabella sneered and walked back to her master bedroom. Leo followed her, begging her to continue the story. Unexpectedly, Isabella spun around, a cold smirk on her face. 1-minute boy, you can play your games with me at home, but don't go embarrassing yourself outside. Can we not bring that up again? The topic was becoming Leo's personal nightmare. His celibacy was based on two main factors: amnesia and the 1-minute problem. You couldn't be too careful. What if it was true? A 20-year-old who couldn't perform? How could he ever hold his head up again? If you want to hear the story, you have to sleep here tonight. Guaranteed. Now tell me. The story continued. She said they returned to Riverbend. Leo was still his energetic self, but she made many changes. She was trying to be more tolerant. She even let Summer Lynn's dog live in the yard. But on some things, there was no tolerance. For example, Summer Lynn. That's just the kind of person she was. Once she made a decision, she would fully insert herself into Leo's life. She even got Summer's phone number, and they had a little chat. That soft-spoken little girl thanked her, but when it came to being told to leave Leo, she didn't waver for a second. She even asked in return, Ms. Vance, no one knows him better than I do. You calling me is the wrong move. Isabella found this baffling, but she had no intention of hiding it. At dinner time, Isabella and Leo had their first real conversation since returning from Boston. I called your girlfriend today. I figured. Your company needs a spokesperson. Leo came out of the kitchen with a dish, as energetic as ever, excitedly saying that Summer would be perfect, that she was already getting famous among young people. I told her to break up with you. Leo sat down at the table, silent. After a long moment, he untied his apron and smiled. Boss, we agreed not to interfere in each other's personal lives. I accept all of you. You don't have to do those things anymore. I want to build a new personal life with you. Don't be ridiculous, boss. Keeping a stupid college student is a completely different concept from keeping a multifaceted boy toy. If a stupid college student stays home for too long, even his own mother gets annoyed with him, let alone you. Leo went into his room to find something, then came back and slapped the contract on the table. My identity in this house is boy toy. If you don't let me work, I'll leave. Leo, I really don't understand you. If you leave, what will you do? Find someone else to keep you. This boy toy gig is the first time for me, and probably the last. I'll just go back to working at the Cypress Lounge. Leo suddenly understood why the other hosts at the lounge had looked at him with pity, not envy, when they heard he'd been hired. It was the price of inexperience. Leo, tell me, what did I do wrong? Boss, you're a very kind person, but we met in the wrong place. Leo lost contact, but half a day later, Silas personally delivered him back to the house. A single sentence, the contract isn't over, was all it took. He had to return. How was it the wrong place for us to meet? The place and the timing were both wrong. I'm asking you how it was wrong. Leo smiled helplessly and finally threw his hands up in surrender. Words are useless. Why don't we try it your way for a few days? Okay. Isabella decided to do just that. She wanted to see for herself what was so wrong. Day 1. She came downstairs at her usual time for breakfast. Normally, someone would have woken her up. Not today. Luckily, she had set an alarm the night before and had started getting up on time. But when she got downstairs, there was no food on the table. Last night's living room trash hadn't been taken out. She bent down, gathered the trash bag, and took it out herself. That evening, exhausted, she returned home. She knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. After fumbling for her keys, she let herself in. The house was exactly as it had been that morning. She said nothing, picked up her phone, and called Leo. "Where are you? Have you eaten?" "Ate with my roommates. We're about to go to the land center. You should get something to eat." The line went dead. Isabella walked back to her room, showered on an empty stomach, and lay down on her bed. She wanted to sleep, but with no one to tell her a story, she couldn't. She tossed and turned, fighting the urge to call him. It wasn't until late at night that Leo returned, tiptoeing up the stairs without a sound, quietly entering his room and closing the door. Hearing the door click shut, Isabella couldn't take it anymore. She hadn't even lasted 24 hours. She marched over and knocked on his door. "What were you doing?" "Class. Hanging out. You haven't done anything around the house. Didn't you say if I don't like it, I don't have to do it?" Isabella didn't know what to think. She pressed her lips together and turned to leave. But Leo called her back, a grin on his face as he pulled some barbecue from behind his back. "You haven't eaten, have you?" It wasn't an exaggeration to say she couldn't last 24 hours. Watching Isabella devour the food like a starving ghost, Leo chuckled softly, expertly pulling on a pair of gloves and starting to clean up. "Leo, tell me where the problem is. A perfect plan isn't built overnight. The only bond between us is boss and boy toy. If you don't let me work, we have no connection at all." Leo ran the vacuum cleaner past her feet. "Then we could just build a new bond. Our identities, our values, our statuses are all unequal. How can we build a bond? We could try dating." Hearing Isabella's absurd suggestion, Leo just smiled bitterly and continued to clean up the mess from her meal. "This is what I meant when I said the place and time of our meeting were wrong. Do you and Summerlin have to report your whereabouts to each other all the time? It's just a normal part of being a couple. How do I explain this? Can't I just put a tracker on your phone? Why make it so complicated? What about you? My work is very busy. I can try my best to report to you, okay? Fine." The next day, they switched to their new roles as lovers. She slept soundly that night because Leo had told her a story. It turned out that the thing she had to pay for, Summerlin got for free. She walked out of her room to find no breakfast on the table. But there was a note. "Gotta run. Late for my 8 a.m. Grab something on the way. Love you." Isabella was a little unhappy at first, but after reading the note, she felt much better. It was just breakfast. She could buy something on the way. While waiting at a red light, she sent Leo a video. He replied with a video of himself in class. She was very satisfied. She was starting to think this reporting thing was a happy part of being a couple. She got to the office and had a meeting with her partners. The morning passed quickly. She didn't look at her phone the entire time, missing many messages from Leo. At lunchtime, she took a picture of her meal and sent it to him. "Have you eaten?" she asked. He replied that he had just finished playing basketball and grabbed a quick bite, so he didn't have time to send a video. Isabella felt very uncomfortable. "I sent you a video of my meal. Why don't you send me one?" she asked. He said he was in a hurry and it slipped his mind. She didn't reply. She was angry. He continued to explain, "I understand that you were busy all morning and couldn't reply to my messages. You need to understand me, too." Isabella forced herself to reply with a single K. Finally, the workday was over. She called Leo and said they should go out for crab tonight. Leo replied, "Didn't you see my message? I already made plans to eat with my roommates." Isabella scrolled up. A message from Leo, sent 2 hours ago. She hadn't had time to look. In her heart, she wanted him to eat with her. "You're eating with me. I already promised them. Why don't you come too? I can introduce you." "I'm not going." Isabella drove home. Leo called many times, but she didn't answer. It wasn't until she got home and calmed down that she thought, "I can't be like this. We're lovers now." So she video called him, and she got angry all over again. She saw the silhouette of a woman in the video. "Why is there a woman there?" "My roommate's girlfriend. She just showed up." "I didn't know. Why didn't you tell me there would be a woman there beforehand?" "She just arrived. There was no advance notice. Do you want to come?" Isabella hung up. She sat at her desk and started to deal with work. For the first half, her mind was distracted, constantly thinking about Leo. In the second half, she finally got into a groove and sorted things out. But then Leo's call came through. "You're home. Why aren't you answering my messages? Do you want to come?" "I'm working. Don't bother me. I didn't know you were working. You have to tell me these things. Otherwise, I think you're at home sulking, and I was thinking of ways to cheer you up." "I don't need you to cheer me up. I'm hanging up." Actually, Isabella was just saying that out of anger. She wanted to go to dinner. Okay. I won't bother you. You get back to work." The sound of the hot pot restaurant was noisy in the background. Leo clearly hadn't picked up on her tone or expression. With the intention of not bothering her, he hung up the phone. Isabella smashed her laptop. She sat in the bathtub for who knows how long, until she heard Leo come home again. She waited for him to come and comfort her, but no one came. She walked out and shouted, "Leo, what the hell do you want?" "Heating up dinner for you." Leo, wearing an apron, smiled as he came out of the kitchen. He didn't even make it 24 hours this time, either. He chuckled as he collected the pieces of her broken laptop, then turned and brought out a plate of food from the kitchen. This time, Isabella ate ravenously while secretly crying. She felt wronged. She didn't think she had done anything wrong. What did I do wrong this time? You never do anything wrong. It's just that lovers need patience and understanding. No one can completely read your mind. Don't I have patience? You have more patience than before. If the boss's patience is a 0, you're now at a 30. But as a lover, that's a failing grade. This is a personality problem, not a problem with the plan, Isabella argued stubbornly. The time and place of our meeting were wrong. Leo repeated his point. How? When you walked into that lounge that night and met me, we were destined to never be lovers. You wanted someone who would obey you for money, and I wanted the money. We are only in harmony when we maintain that relationship. Because in any other relationship, people like us, from such vastly different worlds, would never have even had the chance to meet. A word from outside the story. A certain psychologist named Shaw once declared, Leo Miller and Isabella Vance are the two most incompatible people on the planet. If you actually had a Taoist priest read their fortunes, their birth charts would probably clash. There really are two people in the world who are completely wrong for each other. Love cannot conquer all. But Isabella didn't believe in fate. Her personality wouldn't allow it. She wanted to win. She would do whatever it took to win. Setting aside all external identities, she was still a woman in love for the first time. If one plan failed, she would call a meeting and devise another. Come up with a solution right now. I want to be in a relationship with you. Boss, no one in the world dates like this. I don't care. Can I just do some work for you every day, and your majesty can just relax and enjoy life? Isabella shook her head. She didn't know why. If Dr. Shaw were observing all this, she would whisper to her, what a foolish love-addled brain. All love affairs begin with greed. You're not satisfied with the current relationship. You know he'll leave sooner or later, so you want to use a more intimate relationship to keep him. Under Boss Vance's threats and temptations, they revised the plan. Second operational plan. Main change, give each other more space. Isabella felt the first plan had failed because they hadn't given each other enough room to breathe. Just don't worry about things like reporting videos, right? Message me when you have time. If you're busy, I'll understand, Isabella said, patting her chest and happily going upstairs. The sweetness of falling in love easily stimulated a dopamine rush. Leo, standing behind her, just shook his head and followed her up the stairs. What could he do? Play along. It was the same old saying. Some things are useless to say with your mouth. On the third day, Isabella cheerfully went downstairs. She had plenty of time today, so she could drive Leo to campus. Sitting in the driver's seat, she watched him disappear through the school gates. She thought this was nice. At least life had something to look forward to. Sitting at her office desk, she opened her phone and found no new message notifications. She thought this was not good. When would this no-messaging phase end? What was he doing now? Was he done with class? She missed him. So, she threw caution to the wind and called him. I'm in class, lady. What's up? You haven't messaged me in so long. The professor is strict. Gotta go. Isabella stared at the disconnected call, feeling an emptiness in her heart. But she was a focused person. With a little adjustment, she could throw herself back into her work. The exhausting day ended. She smoothed down her skirt suit. Finally, she had survived until the end of the workday. Or more accurately, the end of the meetings. She was the boss. She could leave whenever she wanted. She wanted to pick him up from school. But just as she got her car, she received a call from Leo. Boss, don't come pick me up. I'm going home tonight. Haven't been back in a while. Oh, so where should I go? Didn't we say we'd give each other more space? Go shopping, get some coffee, that sort of thing. Isabella sat in the underground parking garage for 3 hours. She didn't go anywhere. Even the employees who left work 3 hours later were glancing furtively at the boss's motionless car. When you're in love, your emotions are that fragile. In short, she was a little emo. She wanted to call Leo, but they had agreed to give each other more space. Leo was right. You only understand the feeling after it happens. She sat in the car, thinking, was this so-called love really that good for her? She endured a whole day just to get a glimpse of him. If she were still the boss, she would only need to say softly, come back now, and Leo would fly back on a goddamn rocket. We are only in harmony when we maintain this relationship. The reason scriptures are called scriptures is because they always echo in your head right when you need them. Isabella had no idea what state of mind she was in when she finally drove home. All she knew was that many drivers that night reported a car slaloming on the road. She pushed open the door and returned home, dejected. But she found the door to the house was already open. Leo was smiling at her, holding out a thermos from behind his back. "My mom made soup. Have some. You're back so early? I thought you were spending the night at your parents'. You're already tearing up when I don't spend the night. If I did, you'd be wailing." Leo handed her a tissue and sat down to interview her on her day's experience. "Tell me yourself, isn't it more satisfying to be the boss?" "Yes. So let's stop this awful game." "No." Isabella drank her soup while opening her laptop. She had been distracted at work, and now her inbox was overflowing. Leo thoughtfully laid a napkin on the table, watching her with a puzzled expression. "You know it's more satisfying to be the boss, so why are you doing this?" "I'll roughly divide satisfaction into 10 parts. I used to occupy all 10 parts, so your share was 0. Now, I occupy 7 parts, so your share has become 3. When we both get to a point where our shares are 5 each, then our relationship will be a success, right?" She had always been a smart person. The fumbling of a first-time lover didn't mean she would stop thinking. "Congratulations, boss. You finally grasped some of the fundamentals of love. Don't call me boss anymore. I have to call you boss, because my satisfaction comes from money." Isabella struggled to sort out this logic. Her satisfaction in the relationship came from an obedient Leo. Leo's satisfaction came from money. So the ultimate goal of a successful relationship was to give him money to make him obey. The value of the Sugar Baby Bible was still rising. "Isn't this still just being kept?" "That's right." Leo spread his hands and smiled easily. "See? Let her experience it, and she figures it out on her own. So, boss, you're lucky you didn't get married. You'd be scammed to death. Are you looking down on me? I've just discovered you're no different from any other girl who's fallen in love." Now it was time for the postmortem. Leo habitually began to summarize. "Love-addled people are easily scammed because they can't find the balance between self and love. Haven't I changed? You have, but you've gone from one extreme to the other." At this moment, Leo transformed into a relationship guru, teaching a lost, love-addled soul the ways of love. "You've gone from extreme non-love to extreme love. What did you do for the last few hours? Had dinner with friends? Drank some coffee? With that thick smell of car upholstery on you? Did you eat dinner in your car?" Leo shot her a disdainful look. "Lying to yourself. A classic symptom of a love-addled brain. So what were you thinking about while you were sitting in your car?" "This chicken soup is really good." "Feeling guilty? Because at that time, you were thinking, 'Damn it, Leo, why did you have to go home?'" Isabella was silent. Leo continued, "Let me ask you, is it normal for me to go home for a few hours?" "It's normal, and I didn't say you couldn't." "Then why did you feel unhappy?" "I wanted to see you sooner, so I felt unbalanced." Isabella lowered her head and hugged her knees, not speaking. "So, your current state has gone from having none of me in your head to having all of me in your head. Remember, this is a major taboo when pursuing someone. When did I ever pursue you? You want to use love to replace money to tie me down. What is that if not pursuing?" Isabella was silent again. Why was love so difficult? A wave of negativity washed over her. Was it this much trouble when you dated Summerlin? Of course not. In fact, many things just happen naturally. We never had to think about it. Why? Because a relationship needs 2 people who are in love and compatible. Are we? We are not in love, and we are not compatible.